start talking.
You can say I'm not here. The microphone is
Well, thank you for enjoying such an excellent sprinter break. We just have one announcement, and then we'll begin handing it back over to Ken and Callahan. We're looking forward to hearing what he has to share with us in the next section. So appreciate that you're making your way back towards your tables. Cheryl Ann?
Thank you, President Jeff. So, friends, I advised you this morning that we would be giving you a new agenda, that we were making changes to the agenda, and the tellers helpfully reminded me that we were the only people who knew we were going to give you that in paper.
Thank you for enjoying such an excellent sprinter
so you
break.
will have that
We
by
just
the
have one
time we talk
announcement,
about
and then
it,
we'll
so no
begin
need to
handing it
worry
back
about
over
what
to
the
Ken and
changes will
Callahan.
be. You'll
We're
get
looking
them
forward to hearing what he has
over
to share with us in the
lunchtime, and
next
we'll talk
section.
about them
So
as soon as we
appreciate that
come
you're making
back.
your way back
I have
towards your
one more
tables.
very
Cheryl
quick
Ann?
announcement.
Thank you,
As
President
many
Jeff.
of you
So,
are
friends,
aware,
I
several
advised you this
people
morning
from
that
our
we would be
conference
giving
you a new agenda, that we were making changes
friends.
to the agenda.
Several people
and the
from our
tellers
conference
helpfully
were
reminded me
recently
that we were
at
the
the
only
Truth
people who
Thank
knew
you
we were
for
going to give you
enjoying
that
such
in
an excellent
paper.
sprinter
So you will
break.
have that
We
by
just
the
have one
time we talk
announcement,
about
and
it,
then
so
we'll
no
begin
need to
handing it
worry
back
about
over
it.
to
Our
Ken and
chapter
Callahan.
in our history You'll has get
Looking
them
forward to hearing what he has
over
to share with us in
lunchtime,
the
and we heard reference to that this morning. I would ask the London conference people who were at this or earlier TRC events. I'd also ask if the moderator and the General Secretary and the Right Relations Committee could meet for a very brief, quick meeting right here at the head table, just in front of it at the Worship Center, just before you grab your lunch. I know many of us have commitments at lunchtime. It won't be long, but I do need to touch base with you about one matter. Thank you very much. Earlier TRC events. I'd also ask if the moderator and the General Secretary and the Right Relations Committee could
These
meet
are
for
the
a
major
very
shifts
brief, quick meeting right here
that have
at
happened
the head table,
in human
just in front
civilization.
Of it at the Worship Center, just before you grab your lunch. I know many of us.
Toffler wrote a book entitled Future Shock, and he described the nomad as the first way in which humankind lived together. And then we shifted to the agrarian. And then we shifted to the industrial. And in our lifetime, we have shifted to the technological. Now, I advance Toffler's research. What I confirm is that the nomad culture was a marathon culture. We followed in marathon runner ways the seasons, the water, the herd. The agrarian was a marathon culture. Oh, there were two sprints, planting and harvest. Mostly we were a marathon way of life. The industrial is a marathon culture. Oh, there might be a peak season sprint, but mostly it was X number of widgets per day, per week, per month, per year, year in and year out. Now, across these three cultures, marathon cultures, there were persons who were excellent sprinters. Paul is an excellent sprinter. Peter is an excellent sprinter. They discover the stranger on shore. Look, it is Jesus. And Peter does what sprinters do. He leaps from the boat and sprints to shore. Luther is a sprinter. On and on and on. And at the same time, what the cultures reinforce is the marathon runner way of life. In our time, two things have happened. The shift to a technological culture and the shift to a sprinter culture. Remember the parable of the hare and the tortoise? Remember? Who won? The tortoise. Why did the tortoise win? The tortoise won because it was a parable invented by a marathon culture. True. And what the parable is trying to reinforce is, if you want to get down the yellow brick road of life to the Wizard of Oz, you will behave slow and steady like the tortoise. And you will win the race of this life. Good friends, in our time, the hare wins. It is not accidental that 9 out of 10 children are excellent sprinters. They sense that in order to survive and thrive, they need to keep pace with the culture that now exists, which is an excellent sprinter culture. "70 years ago, 9 out of 10 children were solid marathon runners. And the educational system and the culture and on reinforced solid marathon runners. Now, we fought the Great War. And Julie's dad was in the Great War. The Lusitania was sunk. The States declared war. That was in May. In October, more than 1 million people from the States were in France. Julie's dad was among them. It was a bloody war. And it was fought by solid marathon runners the way solid marathon runners fight wars. And in 1925, the United Church of Canada came into being. And then we found ourselves in a depression, the likes of which hardly anyone would imagine. It was a terrible time. And then my wisdom is, and my PhD has something to do with church history, historical theology, systematic theology. My wisdom is that in 1939, we began to fight 2 wars. And Canada and the States, hosts of others, fought a war in Africa and Europe, much like marathon runners fight wars. I mean, there were trenches and lines, and we also fought the second war in the Pacific. And that war was fought as excellent sprinters. We sprinted to this island, and then we sprinted to this island, and we sprinted to this island. And along with these 2 wars, we had all sorts of extraordinary women who built something like 20,000 warships and a couple of 100,000 planes and all sorts of tanks. I mean, we became a sprinting culture. It's what the war encouraged. And that's how we begin to learn not only the shift to technology, but actually the shift to sprinter. It's the sprinter mindset that creates technology, not the other way around. Marathon runner mindsets don't really create technology. It takes the sprinter mind. And I confirm with you, I think we are moving to another major shift. And for lack of a better name, I'm calling it millennial. Meaning we have, give or take, 80 million people who are millennials, whose mindset is slightly different than technological, and whose culture is what I call easy sprinter. Those of us who make the shift from marathon runner to sprinter make the shift, and for us, it might be sort of hard sprinter. You understand? I mean, it just takes a little bit getting used to behaving like a sprinter. Our youngest grandson, 20, happy millennial, will sit on the lower level of the house with his girlfriend on the couch. They have carefully selected the movie of the Saturday evening. It is playing. They each have their text message device. They grew up on Game Boys. They don't even have to look at it. They know where the distinctive letters are positioned. And she will text message him, kiss, kiss. He will text back, kiss, kiss you too. Now, Julie and I would have just kissed. I mean, somehow I think they're missing something. But for them, a sprinter way of life is sort of easy and natural. And what for you and I might be a little fast, but we'll get there, for them it's just sort of there. And that has this suggestion. Feel free to focus on one-time events, seasonal events, and short-term events. A short term is 3 to 5 sessions. If you announce something 6, you just lost all the sprinters before you started. If you'd like to do 10, do 5, take a break, do another 5. It's not that they have a short attention span. It's they have an intensive attention span. They'll do this, 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 and this, take a break, do another 5. Now, Julia is a lifelong quilter. She's taught me. I've done, 4 quilts. It's very soothing. And in our time, the quilting movement will gather a range of people from, 15 years to 90 years of age, and they will go off on an excellent sprinter quilting retreat for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They will have done some work ahead, but mostly it's on that excellent retreat with a horse person. And the quilting movement has had a return and season. Now, you are welcome to give up for Lent long term. It's study 34 sessions invented by solid marathon runners. If you were really good, you do the 34 sessions. Hear the word. of people who would like to learn the Bible who are not committed. Their motivation is or community or hope. So I have taught many places in the States. Take the 34 sessions, do the fall retreat, do another 3,
to
4,
welcome
or
you
5.
to our territory.
Break it up. You will more than triple the number of people who participate because you're now doing it on their life pattern, not yours. Feel free to know that people worship this Sunday. They do not come to worship weekly. That was the church culture. We're in the first century. We're in a beginning time. So you each Sunday are welcome to point to this Sunday coming. Now, this is a dying congregation. They offer no one-time, seasonal, and short-term. They offer only long-term, weekly, monthly, which you can count on and depend upon is they will successfully die. This is a weak declining congregation, and they actually have some one-time, seasonal, and short-term as bait. True. And now that you've joined, to give up the one-time, seasonal, and short-term and be sure to be part of the weekly, monthly stuff. A grapevine in the community that this is a bait and switch. I used to say this is a strong, healthy congregation. And in some parts of the planet, it still is. We have sort of a balance of one-time, seasonal, short-term, 8, 6, 4, and then we also have a couple of long-term and a weekly, monthly, and that's sort of balanced. And that's what was once existing. What I've discovered is when I persist in this, I lose 80 million kids. I mean, it's not like they walk away in a huff. They're just not there. They're gone. So what I have discovered is that strong, healthy congregations in our time look like this. They do not look like that. But we have an organizational structure that depends upon some persons being solid marathon runners. Feel free to give it up. I say that gently. You send in the plays, the players can run. And some of us will be here for another 20 years. Oh, maybe 30 or 40 years. Dad lived to be 97 plus 4 months. But you match the plays with the players, and what God now gives us is Peter, not John. I think it is not accidental that Jesus says, I'm going to build this venture on the faith of Peter. Peter is the sprinter. Paul is the sprinter. In the United Methodist Church, I have lived through 4 structural reorganization. We're fixing to figure out how to do the 5th. About once every 10 years. The art of the next one will be to match the plays to the players. So I'm happy for you to have an organizational structure that looks like a fast break down the basketball court or a fast break down the hockey ice. Because this is who we are now. So you could do one-time seasonal and short-term mission, and that's what lots of congregations have discovered how to do. Shepherding. Celebrating persons' birthdays, anniversaries, being with them in tough, hard times, illnesses, tragedies, defeats. Shepherding is more than pastoral care. That implies the need for a pastor. And pastors are important. And at the same time, Mrs. Ida Mae Stratton was the legendary shepherd in Brady Lake. And people knew when they had troubles to seek out Mrs. Ida Mae Stratton. She was the shepherd of the town. Worship. We took several marathon runner cultures to create the lectionary and the liturgy we have now developed. It's amazing the first century church ever made it without that lectionary. I don't know how they did it. See, in the first century, all Bible studies were one-time Bible studies. We got Paul's letter at Rome. We studied it one time. We studied it another one time. Well, what does he mean here? There was not enough of the New Testament around to create a 34-week disciple Bible study. Just wasn't there. You are welcome to know that millennials do one-time fellowships over Tim Hortons, Starbucks coffee. You are welcome to know that most people who have a common interest will do it in a one-time seasonal or short-term way. You could do recreational events, and it'll be a wonderful time, and somebody leaving will say, "This was great fun." Yes, it was. Let's do it every week. Guess who just said that? A marathon runner. When I was teaching at the seminary, Emory University, largest United Methodist seminary in this part of the galaxies, I discovered that most of the graduate students in my course on church history were excellent sprinters. So each lecture was a one-time event. I gathered up the events of an important time in the history of the Christian movement. And I did the lecture without notes. My own church history professor would read his yellowed manuscript pages. And I said to him before that first test, "Now, I notice you bring your lecture notes to class and read them, so it'll be all right for us to bring our class notes to the test." He didn't really think too much of that question. But it dawned on me, if I want the students to remember that it's in 410 AD that Rome falls and Augustine discovers his theology of sin, I could remember that. So each lecture is a one-time standalone event, and I do it without note. The registrations did this, and this, and this. We ran out of a room large enough. We had to put a limit on the class. See, in the Gospel of John, Jesus says, "My peace I give unto you." Remember it? He doesn't say, "My church I give unto you." Doesn't say, "My mission I give unto you." He doesn't say, "My church growth I give unto you." My peace I give unto you. My peace I leave with you. Not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Remember that? See, the world gives peace, called comfort food. It's called buying something to overcome a moment of depression. The world gives peace. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. Christ's understanding of the human predicament is that our heart is troubled. Our heart is afraid. Be at peace. Now, it takes the fall of Rome in 410, and Augustine is very clear he loved Rome too much. Why does Rome fall? It must have something to do with original sin. I mean, that's how this whole thing got going. He just couldn't understand how good people whom he dearly respected and loved could bring about the fall of Rome. For most people, the predicament is not original sin. For most people, the predicament is we are fearful. Our hearts are troubled. Fear brings anxiety, anxiety brings anger, and anger brings rage. And then comes sin. You're welcome to know most people who come to church for the first time are not coming to church for the first time. It's no longer the notion that we visit around and find a church. That was what was done in a church culture. When someone comes to worship on Easter or Christmas Eve or whenever, they are in my heart a first-time worshiper. I never use the term first-time visitor. And I grieve for all the times I used to say, those of you who are visiting with us for the first time, we want you to know how glad we are that you're visiting with us, and we hope you'll come back and visit with us when you can. There are only 3 things wrong with that. Other than that, it's a perfectly good statement. 1, they came to worship, not visit. And every time I use the word visit, I deprecate, put down, depreciate what they're about. This is no longer the thing to do to go to church in our time. It's not like they got lost on their way to Tim Hortons. For the first time ever, or maybe in years, they find their way to a church. Some precipitating event has stirred their longing. Would you or I say the first time we came, well, the reason we're here this morning is we have a 14-year-old, we don't know what to do with him, and he doesn't know what to do with us. What we would say is, thank you, we're just looking around. Best thing you can do is do not believe them. The reason we're here this morning, one of our best friends, late 30s, diagnosed with cancer, 6 months. We are reminded of how precious and precarious life is. Oh, we're just visiting. Best thing you can do is do not believe them. Something more is happening. Now, they came hoping there weren't too many barriers. And the second thing wrong is every time I say you and us, I create another 8-foot barrier. And then the third thing wrong is the last statement. We hope you'll come back and visit with us when you can. I just taught them. I don't understand that something desperate is happening in their life. Sure enough, they don't come back. These days, I would say, those of you worshiping first time, welcome. I'm grateful we can worship God together this morning. I did not say, I'm grateful you can worship with us. I'm glad we can worship God together this morning. We're glad you're part of the family. As we can be helpful, we look forward to doing so. Welcome to the family. I don't ask people to sign a first-time visitor's book. Jean St. Clair and Ann Lack are the two first-time worshipers, greeters in our congregation. And before and after the service, they will touch base one-on-one with any first-time worshiper. And they'll have a 2-minute conversation, and they'll begin to build a relationship. It's very clear, 80% of the decision as to whether anybody ever comes back, they make in their first time with us. And mostly we get one chance. And when I ask years later, why did you decide to make this your church home? People say, well, the first Sunday we came, Mary so warmly welcomed us, we just knew we had found home. You can never make a first impression a second time. So you could look at all these possibilities, and you could focus on one-time, seasonal, and short-term. In our time, there are 6 ways people give money, the last one on the screen. 5 of those 6 are excellent Sprinter ways of giving money. You're welcome to do all 6. If you only do the annual pledge to the annual budget, you have just lost 2/3 of the money people would have given you. And you will find in the book on stewardship and giving those 6. A word on behalf of Grassroots. On October 31st, 2017, I hope you will have a community-wide gathering of all the people in your community to celebrate the 500th anniversary of Martin Luther. It is only with Martin Luther that we have Canada and the States. Without Luther, there is no Canada. There is no state. See, it is Luther who declares that grace comes equally to all people. Up until that day, grace came first to popes and second to emperors, third to kings, and then to cardinals and archbishops and bishops and priests, and finally to people. Grace did not come equally to all persons. It came unequally, and more so here than here. The way I say it is, grace is grassroots. Grace comes to every person. Now, if Luther had not discovered his gift, we would still be primarily pharaohs and popes and kings. It is only after Luther that Jefferson can write, what are the words? We hold these truths to be self-evident. All persons are created equal. Remember? You can only get those words once grace is equal. Well, grace comes to Canadians too. What I'm pointing you to is there is a reluctance among grassroots to do much these days with top-down, hierarchical, autocratic, benevolent, dictatorial structures. And I assure you that the 80 million millennials don't plan to get near any of that. What they plan to do is live life in grassroots. Oh, a quick word. Baby boomers, 60 million strong, if this is a spectrum, and over here on this end of the spectrum is the longing for community, and over here on this end of the spectrum is the longing for individuality. Follow me? Baby boomers cast their lot on this end of the spectrum, community. So in the heyday of baby boomers, young couples, 30 couples strong, with small children would be a Sunday school class. 20 couples. Over here, for millennials, 5 people is a large group. 1 person is a group. 2 is a group. 3 is a pretty good sized group. 4, 5 is a large group. So if you were looking to develop structures, the groupings that help millennials, be at peace with 5. Don't superimpose the choice of baby boomers on community over on millennials. That's not where they live life. And millennials plan to have nothing to do with what you now see on the screen. And anything that gets near it, they won't touch. You see, the gift is that the United Church of Canada can be a grassroots movement of congregation, that no grace comes equally to all persons. In our time, people join a congregation, not a denomination. The local congregation is the center of life. Local congregations support one another. Unchurched people don't know what traditional worship is. They don't know what contemporary worship is. I see these signs that say 9:30 contemporary worship, 11 o'clock traditional worship. What does that mean? Unchurched people don't know. What they do know is that they come on a given Sunday, almost stumble into a service, and Mary so warmly welcomes them, they know they have found home. That's what they know. Now, a word on behalf of highly creative. Congregations of the future are a highly creative congregation. I want to say a word on behalf of Project. In congregations of the future, the focus is on project, not job description. It's not on duties, responsibilities, job descriptions, position, post. The project is the power. Now, Habitat for Humanities understands that. The project is we're going to build this house on this lot. And we're going to do it between this time and this time. And everybody pitches in to help that project to be achieved. And it's sort of like the MASH team. It's a little bit unclear who is in charge. We all have the blueprint for the building, and we all know where we're headed. I've coached lots of basketball teams. And one of the teams I coached, if that were the goal, shooting, this was Donnie's, quote, place on the court. He was a forward. You understand what I mean? And Donnie would get the ball. And Donnie loved the ball. He was what in the States is called a ball hog. He dribbled well. So he would get the ball and he would dribble. Now, if there was an open lane to the basket to make 2 points, he would dribble. He knew that if he made the basket and we got 2 points, he would lose the ball. He rather wanted the ball. And he wouldn't pass it to anybody else. And the other team learned that Donnie loved the ball, so they'd send 3 of their players to overwhelm him. And he was so good, he just... After a number of games of this, somewhere along the way, I sent in a substitute and invited Donnie to come and sit on the bench beside me. I was a little puzzled, and I had a ball. Donnie, this is your ball. After the game, I'm going to write your name on the ball. You have taught me you love to hold onto the ball. So you will always have this seat right beside your coach. And you will have your ball. And you won't have 4 other people that you feel that you could pass it to. And you won't have 5 other people trying to take it away from you. You will have peace and your ball. And I went on coaching the game. He was a little distressed about this. After a while, he said, "Coach, send me back in. Donnie, you're doing well here. I like you beside me. You give me warmth and comfort. I don't have to worry about you dribbling." And after a while, he asked, I said, "Donnie, your best friend is our guard, Sam. You and he drive around in your convertible all the time. I'll send you back in, and when you get the ball, you start counting to 3. And when you get to 3, you are certain you no longer hold the ball. Because if you do still hold the ball, I have your personal ball here, waiting for you. Because you have taught me that when you get the ball, you have a tendency to be a ball hog. Now, we have too many people who have a job description of duties and responsibilities and positions and posts. And for them, it's not building the house, it's holding the ball. And there was a day when having a job, oh, this is my area. Stay out of my area. There was a day in an institutional, organizational culture where that way of organizing life worked. It doesn't work now. What works now is we're going to build this house. And what gives order to how we organize ourselves is the project, not the job description. Did you follow me now? And all you have to do is look all over the country at successful groupings, and it's the project that is the power. Now, I do want to say a word on worship quickly. Done. Easter is God's way of teaching us our future. I will say to some, share with me your worship attendance on Easter. And they will say, well, our average worship attendance is 100. No, I asked, what is your worship attendance on Easter? Well, not counting Easter, our worship attendance is 100. Easter is God's way of teaching you your future. Your average worship attendance may be 100. Your Easter attendance may be 190. There are 190 people who think of this as home. Or they'd be in some other church or doing something else. Whatever your biggest attendance is, it might be Mother's Day, whatever, Christmas Eve. This is the pool of people who are teaching you, for them, this is home. Now, the art is to take whatever your largest attendance is and deliver 10 times out of 52 these 4 components. Warm and welcoming, music that is stirring and inspiring, preaching that is helpful and hopeful, and a service that has some power and movement. So you could do Easter and Christmas Eve. And this year, and eventually 8 what I call major community Sundays. Pentecost is a major church Sunday. And those of us inside the Christian movement know what Pentecost is about and can almost remember how to spell the word. In the early centuries of the church, all they had was major community Sundays. So there would be the Sunday blessing the fleet. There would be the Sunday blessing the planting of the seed. There would be major community Sundays that celebrated the life and times of the grouping. We'll do Easter. We've done Easter. We could do Christmas Eve and do 2 more major community Sundays. Do 4. In 2016, add 3. Do 7. 2017, add 3. Do 10. You don't have to do the same 10 every year. You may have a given year where it is important to celebrate something happening in the whole village, the whole town, the whole city. Before that major community Sunday, you could have one person who does 5 personal visits. And you could have 2 people who do phone calls. That would actually be my oldest grandson and his friend. They live on phone. They'll make phone calls. They'll invite people to have the fun of coming this coming Sunday. We have a friend who loves to write notes. Our middle grandson and his friend will do the emails. Amidst the Saturday night movie, our youngest grandson will do 20 text messages. It doesn't take long. It takes 9 people to invite 330 people to this coming Sunday. People come to major community Sundays on impulse, not planning. What you'll find is, of 330 people invited, about a third will come. So worship might be, and on that major community Sunday, it's 150. Do that 10 times in 2017. Now, when you do it 10 times, major community Sundays, you get the Sunday before and the Sunday after. So the 10 major community Sundays deliver you 30. Did you follow me now? You get 30. Be at peace about the remaining 22. If they almost don't work, be at peace. If you try and do worship with perfectionism, you will not do worship that is helpful. We do this linear venture of trying to be really, on a scale of 1 to 10 and 9, 52 Sundays a year. And we get too tense, tight, nervous, and anxious. And we undo. We teach people we're a group of perfectionism. The first Sunday we came, Mary so warmly welcomed us, we knew we had found home. On your 10 major Sundays in 2017, be sure Mary and Mrs. Ida Mae Stratton, and Jean St. Clair, a couple of other people, they don't try and greet everyone. They welcome new persons. They are new person greeters. You might even have a couple of ushers that are friendly. You could have a couple of pew greeters. Now watch. Some of us with a compulsive addictive perfectionism have already figured out how to have pew greeters for every pew. You don't need them for every pew. It's highly predictable where first-time worshipers will get to sit. I mean, the 50-yard line seats were gone 15 minutes ago. You just think about, where are the first-time worshipers likely to sit? Now, you could also have, on those 10 Sundays, a choir, where if the choir has 15 people in it, 5 people almost stumble accidentally into a smile. When people look forward, they see the twins, doom and gloom, slumped shoulder to shoulder, cobwebs growing between them. I mean, they sing joy to the world as though they were at a funeral. You could have a worship leader that almost feels like this is a wedding feast. You might have a pastor who occasionally stumbles into a smile. There is much sadness in this world. People come to worship to discover the grace, peace, and hope of God. Help them to discover that 10 times during the year. Now, a word on behalf of giving pattern. People give the way they receive their income. So in a barter harvest culture, people gave once a year at the time of the harvest. There was no emphasis on weekly giving. There wasn't anything to give each week. The giving happened in the Lord's acre, the cow, and the harvest giving that happened, depending on the part of Canada we're in September, October. 98% of all the giving happened at the time of the harvest. Then we moved to a cash economy. I put my way through school, digging ditches, running a 90-pound jackhammer, worked up to a form setter on highways, and I got my pay in cash on Saturday in a little brown envelope each week. That created the little white envelope, the flap on the long side, and it's the same size as a little brown envelope. And people began to use offering envelopes. In a barter harvest economy, you can't put a Lord's acre in an offering envelope. It just doesn't fit. Then we moved to check and monthly and check credit card and seasonal, and we are now in an automatic transfer economy. Now, my dad lived through all these ways of giving. And in the barter harvest economy, the giving pattern looks like this. 11 months of nothing, and at the time of the harvest, everything. Follow it? And there was no emphasis on weekly giving. There wasn't anything to give. Now, in our time, the giving pattern has spread itself out. We do all right in January. We head to Easter. We do really well. We drop off. July is oblivion. We start back. October, in lots of places, is a dip. People are catching up on vacation expenses that show up in credit card statements at the end of September. And then we do better in November, and in December we head to glory. So I encourage you, do a giving pattern analysis. I'm just showing you January. In 2012, 6% of the total giving came in January. 2013, it was 5%. What you're looking for is the 3-year average. Now, if the goal in 2015 is $100,000, do you follow it now? Then the giving goal is $6,000. We will find that the giving pattern for July is 2%. So the giving goal for July would be $2,000. Do you follow it? We will find that the giving goal pattern for December is 25%. So the goal for December is $25,000. You will notice the key word, giving goal. It does not say needed each month. You will notice the word given. It does not say received. We're not looking at this through the eyes of the counters. We're looking at it through the eyes of the givers. What was given was $6,000. Thank you. Feel free today to give up the 1/12 approach. There's still a few congregations who have been drawn to the 1/12 approach that worked only in an equal amounts income cash economy that no longer exists. 1/12 is 8.33%. And there are too many bulletins that have said needed each month, $8,333. We have only received $6,500. We are $1,833 short. Actually, based on our giving pattern, we're $500 ahead. Do you follow it? Key phrase is, people give money to winning causes, not sinking ship. And the 1/12 approach is an artificial, unrealistic, negative reinforcement that when people are actually ahead by $500, they're taught they're short $1,833. And the only persons who use 1/12 are not farmers. Farmers never used 1/12. And if you'd like to raise less money, be sure to use 1/12. You'll raise less money. See, the 1/12 approach was a beloved approach in a church culture of solid marathon runners, where you see we're going to give equal amounts each week, each month, year round. Now, we have all sorts of people in our time who are on retirement and who have, as my dad and mom did, regular income and then peak incomes 4 times a year. And if you help people know they can give as the Lord prospers, what you will find is they will give in generous, unequal amounts across the year. But if you focus on equal amount giving, they will mostly choose the cautious lowest dollar figure. And the 1/12 will reinforce that. People count on being generous givers. And given half a chance, if you will do this, you will encourage generous givers. Well, here are the 7 possibilities. This is not yet our break. These are the 7 possibilities. What I would like you to do quickly, it's an excellent sprinter conversation, takes 2 minutes. Look at these 7 possibilities, and your team partner is the person sitting to your left or your right. Whoever looks reasonably friendly, sort of half smiling, an intriguing, interesting person, and teach your team partner which 4 of the 7 you might have fun with at some point in the coming 3 years. Go. I think we want the 7 back. Thank you. Now, good friends, let me give you this gift. You are welcome sometime, your choice, in the coming 2 to 3 weeks. You might do it on any day you'd have fun. You might do it on a Saturday morning from 9:30 to 11, an hour and a half. Now, you'd let people know that they could come at 9, and there would be Tim Hortons donuts and coffee and fruit, and this is going to be virtually a party. And a couple of you could take the slides, and in about an hour, you could walk people through these 7 possibilities. And it's now an hour later. And you could say, now with your team partner, look at these 7 and select 4 we would have fun with. And you and your team partner would select 4. Now, if we have 48 people there, we really have 24 teams. Follow it? Find 2 nearby teams. Share your wisdom, listen to theirs, and as a small group, as best good friends can, agree on these 4. Now, 24 teams is really 8 small groups. Follow it? So I hear from each of the 8 small groups. And I have the 7 up, and I put the hash marks. You understand the hash mark? So this small group says these 4. This small group says, do you follow me? And whichever 4 have the most hash marks are the 4 on which we focus in the coming 3 years. It's our long-range plan. Now, I used to do long-range plans with 12 of us, and we would gather and spend 2 years and go on and on and on. And the only people who had ownership for the venture were the 12 of us. I'd rather gather 48 people. We're 24 teams. And we'll modify the plan as we move along. We're not locking ourselves in. It's more like sailing. But we now have ownership. For give or take 48 people. Or where we're headed. And my gift to you is, that is a grassroots way of developing your future. God bless you well. Thanks for a wonderful time. That was very good. Good group. Good group.
Thank you so much for spending time with us and sharing some of your wisdom. So, friends, often in our church, when we gather for a meeting, the first thing we do is we say, "This is my name, this is what I do." We changed that this morning. We began with just simply gathering so all the extroverts could have their time. We gave the introverts a little time to catch up. And now I would love for you to introduce yourselves to one another and share one thing that you've learned thus far. So friends and table groups, would you please introduce one another, each yourself to one another, and share one thing that you've learned.
place in a moment?
Yes.
Good. This has been great. And people very
Please take your time.
Tanya's probably not going to be with us.
Highly ironic, they're invited to introduce themselves to each other, which was the request. Most of them were those buried in paper. I'll tell you, Ken, it's long.
very well.
Is it on?
You don't have to worry about it at all. The extension of your day is done. I don't feel that way. Yeah, I'm gonna take off. Are you all? 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes, isn't it?
Then it doesn't look like we're ignoring the agenda.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad you introduced yourselves to one another. Did everyone learn one thing today? And for some, yesterday was similar to today, but not the same. I hope that as it was reinforced, that we all were able to imagine different things. I'm so glad that we were able to spend some time with Ken. He's been a good guide, a good friend of mine, I know. As I've read many of his books, he's published over 25 different books, and he keeps it so simple. Tell me about your parking lot. I mean, who talks about that? Except for the meeting, after the meeting. Our lunch is a little bit delayed, and so we have a few things that we're going to do together, and I'm going to hand that over to Cheryl Ann.
Thank you, President Jeff. I'd like to begin. The tellers have very kindly distributed the revised agenda, and before I move it, I would like to bring to your attention some of the changes and the reason for them. As the court knows, the material concerning the Comprehensive Review Task Group's report, United in God's Work, was only available this spring, and in an effort to ensure that our congregations and presbyteries had as much time as possible to discuss it, we extended the deadline for proposals. So the original agenda that you received was crafted before we were aware of how many proposals we would have. Working on the premise that working on the understanding that one of this court's primary responsibilities is to receive those proposals and from them to discern which work should be forwarded to the General Council, and on the premise that you would want to ensure you had adequate time for that work, we have revised the agenda. So I'm presenting the revised agenda to try to facilitate a fulsome discussion of the proposals. And if you look at the revised agenda, you will see that some have graciously forfeited their presentation time in order that we could have more discussion time. What we have also done is we have shifted some items and we have extended by a small portion this evening, and we have advanced tomorrow morning. Groan if you want to, but I'm going to ignore it. So it's not a big extension this evening. In London Conference, we are committed to our ministry with youth, and we didn't want to lose our Youth Forum presentation, and they'll probably have energy when the rest of us don't, so they kindly agreed to move their presentation to this evening, and they'll present at 7:45, and it'll run to 8:15, and then we will have theological reflection and close. We anticipate we will probably be 30 minutes longer than we were planning. We know this was an early start for many people and a travel day. So we've tried to make the evening activities where you can participate, where you can learn, but where you will not be called upon to have to make decisions. And then secondly, we have advanced tomorrow morning by 30 minutes to buy us an extra 30 minutes for proposal time. We are very optimistic that those extra times, along with the generous gift of time given us by several committees, will enable us to tackle the work before us. So with that background, I am prepared, Mr. President, to move the revised agenda with the provision that the details remain in the hands of the Business Committee. And Phil Newman seconds. Yes. Right?
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
President Jeff, I have one more item. We know that people heard the request from Chief Peters this morning. they're wondering what's happening. I'd want to assure you our executive has had some work in place, and we are in the process of crafting a proposal we will bring to you to follow up. So I know that people were wondering, should you be organizing anything? And there'll be an opportunity to do that, and the background work is being done through the office.
Hello, friends. As we prepare to get ready for lunch, I have a little announcements for you. All audio-visual presentations and any announcements that you need, please come and see me at the business table. I can't say that enough. And for those of you that have dropped off drives to me this morning, they are ready for you to pick up. Any audio-video presentations need to be in a format that we can use, so they've got to be ready to go. So all I have to do is download them. When you are speaking at the microphones, and I think the signs are going to be on the microphones, please remember to state your name and your presbytery and clarify why you are at the microphone. We're also asking that you stay within a 90-second time limit to allow everyone an opportunity to speak. Lunch today, there's a special opportunity for those of you that are here for the very first time to get together. There was going to be a slide that was being shown, I thought, that Tanya had prepared with the number of people that had been coming and the number of years that people have been coming. And the first category is people that have been attending for 1 to 5 years. There are 98 people that have only been here for 1 to 5 years. Out of those 98 individuals, 41 people are here, have indicated that it's their first time. So, thanks for visiting, yeah. So we would ask that you try to get into line first and you're going to go behind the wall there. There's tables set up behind the buffet so that you can meet there, and you'll be meeting with 4 of our very special people. Very special people, yes. Tomorrow, there will be another special lunch for the people of the diaconal community. So that is where your lunch will be tomorrow. And apparently anyone is welcome to join that group, and it's a good opportunity. If you don't know much about the diaconal ministry or want to learn more, it's a good opportunity to gather and ask those questions. Bus tickets for the celebration of ministry are on sale today for $5, and you can buy them at the registration desk, but please get them before 12:30. The bus company needs final numbers. We're asking everyone, when you are coming up to the stage, to please use the ramp. This ramp will be changed at noon today so that it is not quite as steep, and it has a handrail. So that is coming. And the lunch lineups are being directed by the Hellenic staff, so we would ask that you follow their direction. The same thing on all 3 tables, and I believe you can go down both sides. So we should get through rather quickly. And also for the youth and for the YATs, both groups are going to be meeting upstairs, up in the book room, in the atrium. So enjoy your lunch, and thank you.
Friends, those that have been nominated as a commissioner to General Council, many of you are needing your forms signed. They are now at the business and agenda table. I will be there over lunch and would be glad to help you with that. You need yourself and the person who is nominating you. Both signatures are required. So let us pray and give thanks. Holy One, you bring grace into our gatherings, and you feed us with the peace for which we long. We share together in hope, in conversation, and in our friendship, and in our learning. And now we share in the food that has been prepared for us. And as we eat, may we be blessed and our bodies strengthened, that we may serve you and your world through a series of excellent sprints. And all God's people said, Amen.
okay with the world if it doesn't get changed? Like if they've already printed it.
Betsy, no one's name's in the bulletin.
Oh, okay. And then I just want to clarify. So is he doing the cultivation? Okay, so where is he? Okay. Okay, so in Forever Coach, I gotta read up. I don't know myself. Got it, got it. Oh, so it's a song response to that song? Okay, she's not gonna say. So she'll get the details. Okay. Got it, okay. I'll go over that. Okay. Actually, so he's playing throughout the whole thing. We'll make that happen. I'll get them to do the Forever Coach. So as far as where you want him to sit, they're gonna go over a little bit. Yep. Away. Good stuff. Good start. Absolutely.
You received folks saying that they heard this already? No, that's what I said. added to it over the course of the next few days. So as we gather back together, I give thanks that we're gathered here. I sometimes feel like I'm preaching during the middle of the passing of the peace, but I know we're all here. I'd like to invite my table to come back.
And there's one person making a request. When you ask people to stand, could you please pass the words on as you're able? You probably do it every Sunday. No? Anyway, no, I just wanted people to have trouble standing and just say, no problem. I thought, I don't really need to come to
Okay, everyone, it's 1 o'clock and away we go. So I welcome to the front our guest, who also you'll be delighted to know is our guest preacher at Metropolitan when we have our celebration of ministry. So we welcome you and we're so glad you're here with us. Thank you so much for coming. I'm ready for it. It's 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm so delighted to have the coveted after lunch time to try to keep us awake together, but it's an honor to be here. Executive Secretary Cheryl Ann, Moderator Jeff, and Moderator Patterson is here, and I did see General Counsel Nora Sanders here as well. But good afternoon. I'm honored to be with you today, along with my spouse Eileen, from across Lake Huron in the state of Michigan. I'm delighted to bring you greetings and to experience again your meeting for a second time. So I was here last year and I did return, so that's a good sign for all of us. I bring you greetings and welcome from the institutions and churches of the Michigan Conference of the United Church of Christ, U.S. I'm also honored to be with you this afternoon as a sign of our movement toward full communion between our two denominations. At the end of this month, the United Church of Christ, acting as General Synod in Cleveland, Ohio, will vote on the recommendation for full communion. And then later in the summer, in August, the United Church of Canada, meeting in General Council in Centerbrook, Newfoundland, Labrador, will have the opportunity to vote on the same full communion recommendation. As someone who served on the Full Communion Working Group, along with your Executive Secretary, Cheryl Ann, I'm excited about the possibilities for this full communion, especially in areas of mission and ministry, social justice and peacemaking, and in enhancing the spirit of the worldwide efforts toward uniting and united partnerships. Our shared motto from John 17:11, Jesus' prayer that they may all be one, is one that is worth uniting around. Now, in the interest of full disclosure, I do need to share that when our full communion delegations met in Toronto in February of 2014, I'm pretty sure that it was your delegation that worked hard to ensure that our January of 2015 meeting would be in Tampa, Florida. I thought that they lobbied hard for this so that they could experience the warmer weather of the southern U.S. How mistaken I was. For once I saw all the Ontario and Michigan license plates in Florida, I realized they just wanted to have the opportunity to deliver pastoral care to the wayward flock. But to use the theme of this convocation, surely we gather at the crossroads in the spirit of the one who said, "Behold, I do a new thing." And we look to that one to guide and sustain us as we journey together. What the Dakota people say is so true, metaquiasi, we are all related. When I was with you a year ago, I shared the three core values of the United Church of Christ. Continuing testament. Our faith is 2,000 years old. Our thinking is not. God is still speaking. Extravagant welcome. No matter who you are or where you are on life's journey, you are welcome here. And changing lives. Never place a period where God has placed a comma. People responded with deep appreciation for the ways that the United Church of Christ has been able to succinctly state its core values. But please know that I appreciate so much the crest of the United Church of Canada for the way it expresses that Christ is at the crossroads. X marks that spot where freedom, transformation, love, and God's eternal presence all meet. And I know we're not supposed to covet, but in my unofficial survey in the United Church of Christ, I have discovered that so many people prefer your new creed to any other statement of faith that we can devise. So thank you for, yes, to you. So thank you for inviting us to collaborate together with you in Christian faith, witness, and service. Over the past 16 months, as the full communion delegations have met for study and conversation, I've also been so impressed with the United Church of Canada for your sensitive work with apologies to First Nation peoples and your leading in the truth and reconciliation process. You truly are a church with the soul of a nation, especially when that soul is in need of healing. I've also appreciated your willingness to experiment and consider new expressions of ministry, of membership, and an authorization for and oversight of ministry. It's clear that God is still speaking everywhere. Now, in the United Church of Christ, a new buzzword for us is interdependence. And I was so glad to hear the greetings from your First Nation representatives this morning use that word. Our two big words used to be autonomy and covenant. Local churches are autonomous, but gather together in a mutual covenant of mission and ministry. Well, friends, over the years, what we have found is that local churches have really perfected that autonomy part, while the covenant part has come up lacking a little bit. Thus, the new expression of interdependence. That helps us to affirm that what we are doing together we cannot do all by ourselves. Silos work well for agricultural crops, but not for mission and ministry. As Dr. Callahan suggested this morning, local congregations need to support one another in the future church. So as we consider what full communion might mean for our denominations, I am hopeful that a new interdenominational interdependence, international, that's a lot of inter words there, but what that might mean for our denominations. And so I'm so helpful. And our work toward realizing Jesus' prayer for us might be more realized. So now, before people start waving their blue cards, I want to conclude. Thank you for your extravagant welcome and hospitality. Thank you for this opportunity to greet you and to share with you in this meeting. If I'm invited to this meeting again next year, I hope to return not simply as an ecumenical guest, but also as a full communion partner. May God bless this important meeting, the London Conference, and the United Church of Canada. Thank you.
I don't think you'd find the blue cards. I think you find the red all over the place. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite our mission and service friends to make their way up to the front.
Hello. Wow, I'm really short. Thank you. Behold, friends, you shepherds of the field, I bring you good tidings of great joy. For in the philanthropy unit this day is being developed a stewardship program, which will be for all the people. It is paid for with your mission and service dollars, so it is free. And it will be on your desks in July. So look for it. It has been a long time coming, and I'm really thrilled to announce that our new stewardship program by people of the United Church for people of the United Church is coming. The prequel will be on your desk the first week of July. Get together your favorite stewardship people, and if you don't have your favorite stewardship people, then just find people who you can make your favorite stewardship people. Sit down, have a chat with them, and review what's coming up in the fall. It's exciting. It will help you connect mission. It will help you raise money. It will help you be able to talk about money. And so I'm really, really thrilled to have this on the table. And it will also be available on the website. So that is the first piece of joyous good news I bring to you. Then, friends, I share this with you. Proverbs 23:33. Your eyes will see strange sights, and your mind will imagine confusing things. And when I get to the end of this, you're going to laugh, because I don't think there'll be anything confusing. Proverbs 20:12. Ears that hear and eyes that see, God made them both. Job 34:3. The ear tests words as the tongue tastes food. Matthew 9. If I touch his robe, I'll be healed. John 8:6. Jesus bent down and drew in the sand with his finger. Psalm 34:8, the invitation from the psalmist, taste and see that it is good. Friends, we have a lot of differences in this room, differences in ideology and theology and politics, and some people like their bathrooms painted white, and some people like them painted pink, and some people want dishwashers in their church kitchens, and some people don't. Those people who don't like to wash dishes, it's true. We, as a people, are united by our physical beings. We are born into this world frail flesh. We develop in this world to be broken and bruised and bloodied. And it doesn't sound like much fun, but it is the human condition, and it is what unites us all. What unites us all in this room is the Mission and Service Fund, and the things that we do together in church as mission. And so today we are presenting a very special mission and service type of worship called interactive worship. And I was raised in the tradition that it was called installment worship. Now, here is a great example of the disconnect we sometimes feel with our national body. So Jeff this morning has his coffee clutched in one hand. And I say to him, Jeff, where am I putting the installation worship? And he goes, it's at my church on Saturday night. And he was talking about the installation of clergy, and I was talking about the M&S program. Same language, different thing. The installation worship we prepared for you is in the room behind the empty room off to the side. It isn't a time to take your physical being, those things that the scripture tells us to do, touch, taste, smell, feel, and use our physical bodies to connect with our spiritual mission in which we all unite. It's a process. It could take you 15 minutes. It could take you 5. It has 6 stations. Don't feel you have to do them in any order. Don't feel you have to do them all. But take some time to join us in worship from 3 to 6 today, and tomorrow, I think from noon till 3, when the proposals get confusing with the motions on the motions to amend the motions. Maybe take a break and come and worship with us and share in the mission and service which unites us all, just like our physical beings unite us all in the rather humiliating process of being human. Thank you. Oh, one last word, sorry. I notice Heather McLean is here, and for those of you who don't know, I'm Heather McLean's replacement. So in the tradition of Heather McLean, and because I know she loves it so much, shalom.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. As a lover of the M&S Fund, we thank you. I'd like to invite Jane Van Patter to come forward.
Good afternoon, I'm Jane Van Patter, Oxford Presbytery. As convener of the Education and Students of London Conference, I take great pleasure in officially introducing to you the candidates whose ministries we will be celebrating tomorrow evening at Metropolitan United Church, assuming, of course, that the voting following this presentation goes well for those of you sitting in these chairs. Good luck. Before I present the candidates, I would like to acknowledge and thank Diane McPherson, Middlesex Presbytery, the secretary of the conference E&S committee. Diane comes to our 3 meetings a year with her laptop charged and loaded with all things E&S at the ready. She is the one who corresponds electronically with all of the candidates, arranges their interview times, and receives the information and documents required of the candidates, thus dispersing them to all members of the E&S committee. She also makes a mean pulled pork for our April meeting. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the E&S conveners from the 8 presbyteries within the conference. There is a tremendous sense of being united and a willingness and a desire to collaborate, work together, share information, and help each other as we seek to support all candidates within London Conference in this shared ministry of the conference. Tanya Cameron, our conference resource person, not only comes well prepared to the meetings with the candidate files and the latest updates we need to know what form we are using this month, Tanya also comes with a flair for food preparation, shares her recipes, and offers wonderful hospitality to the candidates waiting to be interviewed. Thank you. And welcome to our faculty representatives, the Reverend Canon Dr. Jody Clark, AST, Dr. Tom Reynolds, Emmanuel College, and Laurie Stewart, representing the Center for Christian Studies. After the introduction of each candidate, I will invite him or her to come forward, and in 3 minutes, LOL, respond to this musing posed by President Jeff. which will take me more than 3 minutes to share with you. A crossroad is a point at which a crucial decision must be made that will have far-reaching consequences. The United Church of Canada is facing such a point. Drawing on your own experiences, share with us some of your insights from your journey towards ministry and for our days ahead. Jim Hatt. Jim is a candidate from Essex United Church, Essex Presbytery. After working 33 years as a school teacher and principal, Jim and his wife Arlene were enjoying the retirement years, like spending more time with their 2 children and their children's families, including 7 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. And now they would have more time to travel and do what retired Canadians do, winter in Florida. Somewhere along the way, Jim and Arlene went on a journey and saw what others believed and how they worshiped. And about their different church experiences, the Hatts concluded, there's no place like home. There's no place like home at Essex United Church. Who knew another journey was about to unfold? It was a journey that found Jim standing at the crossroads during the meeting of the annual meeting of the London Conference. The year was 2004. Go Make a Difference in the World is not only a song sung in, as it was said last night in the conference play, more voices. It was a call to a way of living life. What you say and what you do, wherever you are, can make a difference in someone else's life, and you have no idea. And so Jim writes, during the London Conference AGM in 2004, Karen Douglas spoke about the Center for Christian Studies and invited people to come study there. The idea of learning circles, working collegially, self-peer evaluations, engaging in mission outreach, like the Windsor's downtown mission and the hospice setting, all spoke to Jim and stirred his heart to go make a difference in the world. And Jim does. A case in point. Recently, a fellow presbyter pointed out to Jim at another Essex Presbytery meeting saying, "Oh, that's Jim Hatt. He's the social justice guy around here." What an awesome way to be known among one's colleagues and among one's peers in the church. Jim acknowledges that this part of his faith journey has not been easy because, as he says, when you're older, the journey just takes more time. Not only that, with Jim's call to serve in ministry at Essex United Church, where he's a candidate, where he's a member, is that a marathon or a sprint or staying stationary? Arlene has already discerned a crossroad of a different sort. There will not be as much Florida time in the winters ahead. But I have to wonder, for folk living in Canada's deep south, what's not to love about winter right here at home? But it's not all work for Jim and no play. A barber shopper for 17 years, Jim has enjoyed singing in churches, retirement homes, and other social events. Be warned, this group usually concludes their presentations with the beer barrel polka. Stay tuned. Jim, would you please come forward and share with us your thoughts and insights about being at the crossroads?
Brothers and sisters and friends, family, the community that Dr. Ken talked about. We are here at this meeting of London Conference talking about Jeff's theme, the crossroads. Some of us here, I'm sure, are at a crossroads even today. I'm sure that some of us have been in our lifetime if we aren't today. And I want to quickly share 3 or 4 things about the crossroads from my journey to this place today. In the 28th chapter of Matthew, it tells the story of people who came to the tomb on that first Easter morning. They had to decide, what do we do next after the discovery? They were at a crossroads. The tomb was empty. Where was Jesus? What were they to do? It's always a difficult question, which as Christians we have to answer. What decisions must be made in order to follow Jesus, to find Jesus? Crossroads always look for a decision. That's one of the things that I've learned. Tom Long, an author, wrote about people following the Christ-centered path. He said, they know that there's a banquet table that awaits at the end, and that there's a house of music and dancing, and that it can already be heard in the distance as they follow that path. It sees a world full of miracles. That is the path of blessing, the path of gratitude. And that's the path that I pray that I am walking on. But every crossroads offers a choice. Stories told about a certain church. A man was looking in the yellow pages in the restaurant listings, and there was an entry for a place called the Church of God Grill. Well, the peculiar name aroused his curiosity, and so he dialed up the number. A man answered with a cheery hello, Church of God Grill. Well, he asked how the restaurant had been given such an unusual name. And the man at the other said, well, we had a little mission down here, and we started selling chicken. They were dinners that we served after church on Sunday to help pay the bills. Well, people liked the chicken, and we did such a good business that eventually we cut back on the church service. And after a while, we just closed the church down. But we kept on serving chicken dinners, and we kept the name Church of God Grill. They missed the sign at the crossroads. They took the wrong fork in the road. And as Dr. Ken reminded us today, we can't lose sight of that purpose of offering grace and peace and hope. For the journey, we have to pay attention to our purpose to share the good news. And I pray in my ministry that the choice will always be obvious to take the path where I know that there is a banquet at the end and there's music and dancing where the good news lives. The Creator allowed me to study at the Center for Christian Studies. It was so thrilling to hear Dr. Ken talk because the last 4.5 years, were summed up in what he was saying today of the things that I have learned. I knew it was a place where I could journey to find out more about my relationship with God. And so here I was, as Jane mentioned, back at this crossroads in about 2005 and 6. Should I keep on golfing in Florida and visiting with friends down there, or should I strike out on this new adventure? And it took quite a bit of conversation between Arlene and I. I was at a crossroads. It was a dilemma. And having heard Karen Douglas, though, speak from here, led me to decide that I had to follow. I had to follow and study at CCS. I had to learn more about my Creator. Then that was coming to, as I was doing that, and it was coming to an end, there was another dilemma. I had been offered a call to my home church. But I had done my placement for 2 years at Downtown Mission. And if you work in a mission, there's a very strong call to help, to do, to be there. And that was a very big dilemma for me. Being at that crossroads was not easy. But at the same time as I was praying and thinking about what am I going to do, I received a call from the mission, from the executive director, if I would consider being a chaplain, a volunteer position at the mission. God was meeting me at the crossroads and helped me make that decision easier. I could do both. I will be able to be a voice for those who need someone walking beside them, offering hope, offering that ministry of presence. What an opportunity. You have to always be aware of the choices in life, because each crossroad will take us in a different direction. And for Arlene and I, we're entering another phase of ministry together. She has a wonderful gift of hospitality. She does it well. So we're going to work together. We have passed through crossroads, and we are still walking this path together almost 47 years later. So, our United Church of Canada is at a crossroads. And this summer at General Council, many decisions will be based on the results of that comprehensive review. We pray for wisdom and strength for the commissioners. We pray that God will walk with them and guide them. But we can't lose sight of the work that we have to do as Christians. We can't get so busy selling the chicken that we forget about the community. It's easy to do. It's easy to lose our way. I'm excited about the crossroads ahead, though, for our national church, as well as our local church. Whatever the fork in the road, I know that God is there, walking with us and supporting us. May God walk and grant us that grace and that peace and that hope. May we walk the path of blessing and gratitude. But most of all, thanks be to God for the journey. Thank you.
Cheryl Bolton. Cheryl is a candidate for ordination from the Curwood Bethesda Pastoral Charge, Middlesex Presbytery. For those of you who believe that size matters, pay attention. In Cheryl's own words, I stand a sturdy 5 1/2 inches tall, and that ½ inch matters. It's very important to me. Short in stature maybe, but tall in character. Cheryl writes, I love riding on the back of my husband's motorcycle and have been known to startle congregations when I show up to worship in my black leather jacket and my purple biker's helmet. When some of us have opted for more traditional methods of dealing with conflict, like taking a course on conflict resolution, or as we learned last night at the conference play, referring to the Manual 2013, Section J 9.3, Cheryl opted for taking karate lessons almost the minute she began her studies for ministry. Don't like a sermon? Don't care for a 21st century hymn? Don't agree with the decision made by the church council or the church board? I'd think twice about how you say that to Cheryl, given that she has her advanced brown belt in karate. Kia to you, Cheryl. Cheryl and Dave, her husband of almost 27 years, live on a farm near Strathroy where they have raised their 3 children, Tiffany, Nicole, and Daniel. Oh, and speaking of the farm, please add drives a tractor to Cheryl's already impressive resume. Referring to the length of time it has taken Cheryl to arrive at this point on her faith journey, she writes, It's taken me 11 years to get to this stage, but you know the saying, good things come to those who wait. Sometimes on the faith journey to where we're going, we encounter not a crossroad, but a roundabout. And we go all the way around and around and around before we take a direction. Well, Cheryl writes, interesting fact, Jane, your signature is on the first letter I received from conference accepting me as an inquirer in Middlesex Presbytery. And it was 11 years to the day from the date of that letter to the date of my final E&S meeting, which has brought me here today. How cool is that? Well, Cheryl, we've come full circle. After she is ordained, Cheryl's ministry will continue on the Glencoe Appin Pastoral Charge, Middlesex Presbytery. Cheryl, would you please come forward and share with us your insights about being on the crossroads?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, as you know, this year's theme of conference is At the Crossroads. And being the farm girl that I am, this is what I think of when I think of a crossroads. A place where two roads intersect or, well, cross. It's where two roads from very different directions meet, where for a moment, four different directions come to common grounds. This, there we go, is also a crossroads in my neighborhood, and a very common sight. It's often the place of conversation. It's where weather and crops and families are discussed, where world problems are solved, and ball games and hockey scores are discussed. So, are the Leafs going to win this year? And yes, a friendly laugh is shared. But it's also where ideas are exchanged and problems are solved, where offers of help are extended and gratefully accepted. This should be what happens at the crossroads that we are at in the church. We need to be in conversation, exchanging ideas, solving problems, and yes, even sharing some laughter and fond memories. Now, early this spring, the Comprehensive Review Task Group released their report, a report that was crafted as the result of conversations with congregations and leaders of the church from across the country and across the demographics. These recommendations brought about more conversations at a series of workshops and gatherings. I personally attended a workshop in St. Thomas one beautiful Saturday morning. I showed up a few minutes late, only to find there were no empty seats to be found. Isn't that wonderful? I was so pleased to find that so many people had sacrificed their Saturday to take part in these conversations. I was so inspired by the work of the task group that I wanted to keep the conversations going. And so I've been sharing in detail with my two congregations these 6 recommendations during worship. I know, we're not supposed to do that. This has, in turn, sparked more discussions over coffee, at meetings, and who knows, maybe at the crossroads in the Gappan and Glencoe area. But another opportunity where I have experienced conversation taking place are in small group environments. With the possible changes in the church structures comes the suggestion that we form networks and clusters to support each other. Now, this really isn't a new idea, but it is a great idea. In my journey, I have been involved in a number of networks, both formal and informal. Whether it was a Tuesday noon-hour lectionary group, where we occasionally actually discussed lectionary, a group of classmates studying for history together, or, more recently, a group of interns supporting each other via the internet from across the country. In all of these groups, we supported each other. We brought our ideas, suggestions, and reflections to the group. We didn't always agree, but we always respected and valued the other's opinions. And because of it, we all learned from each other, and we grew in our knowledge and in our faith. Decisions that affect the direction in which we will travel. That is also what Crossroads brings. Crossroads are a place where we can change directions. Will we continue in the same direction we have been traveling, or will we choose another road? But what if we are lost and we can't decide which way to go? Being lost is scary. Just ask any toddler who has ever lost sight of their mother, or any mother who has lost sight of their toddler. So what do you do when you're traveling down the road and you don't know where to go? Do you just wander aimlessly down the road, wasting expensive energy and time, only to end up at the wrong place? Or do you stop and get directions? Whether you consult your high-tech GPS, a map, or ask for directions, getting directions is the best way to ensure you don't end up in the wrong place or at a dead end. But before we can ask for directions, we need to know where we are currently, and we need to ask ourselves, where are we going? Where do we want to be, and how are we going to get there? The comprehensive review makes some great suggestions, but we still need to figure out how we are going to implement these recommendations. That may mean pulling over and letting someone else take the wheel. It may mean taking directions from somebody who has been down that road already. It will definitely require conversations as we figure out what is working in the church and what is not working. It will require decision-making, oftentimes difficult decision-making. But wherever God is pointing you or your congregation, your presbytery, or this conference, and the national church, we always need to remember that we are not traveling the road alone. We live in God's world. Oh, and lastly, remember, don't be like this guy and get stuck at the crossroads. Let's move together with God. Amen.
Susan Cole. Susan is a candidate for ordination from Westminster United Church, Oxford Presbytery. I was one of the 2 presbytery reps sitting on Susan's discernment committee, and at the risk of breaching confidentiality, we were only a few meetings into the discernment process when it became obvious to everyone on the committee, except for one, that Susan was indeed called to ministry. She had gifts and enthusiasm and curiosity, and still does, and more. And having taken the VON palliative care course and working as a volunteer in that area, Susan had already demonstrated her gifts and abilities in pastoral care. And having worked in team ministry at her home church with a classmate, Mark Marshall, she had already demonstrated her ability to work in team ministry. Who wouldn't support a candidate like this? All but one at this point. To all but one, it seemed obvious what the next steps were. Even so, as a committee, we still had to wait for that one person to get on board with the plan. If it seems slow, wait for it. Wait for it. It will surely come. Several meetings later, an epiphany occurred. Finally, the one holdout on the discernment committee team declared, "You know, I have been thinking about this, and I have been discerning, and I truly believe that I am called to ministry. Oh, way to go, Susan, finally. With Susan's call to ministry came her husband Stephen's call to not even think about giving up to early retirement from the family business, as there were now 3 family members, Susan and their 2 children, Wesley and Summer, all in post-secondary education at the very same time. Oh, happy day, I'm sure, when Susan's graduation from Emmanuel College finally arrived. You may also be interested to know that when she was in her 30s, Susan learned how to play hockey. Susan, I'm confident that you will do well stick handling any challenge that comes your way in ministry. There was one other thing I was going to say about Susan, but I've forgotten what it was. Oh, yes. In church theater circles in Oxford Presbytery, Susan has made a name for herself on the stage. Most recently in Sister Act 2, performed over several nights over a few weeks at Westminster United Church, Chelmsford last November. Susan did a great job playing the role of Sister Amnesia. You remember that, don't you, Susan? After she is ordained on her 51st birthday, Susan will become the Community Minister Coordinator, a ministry that is ecumenically funded by St. Mark's Lutheran Church and Calvary Memorial United Church in Kitchener, Waterloo Presbytery, Hamilton Conference. Susan, would you please come forward and share with us your insights about being at the Crossroads?
Wow. Getting to this point really feels like accepting an award, a huge goal finally reached. The call, the discerning, the schooling, the commuting, the studying, the training, the internshipping, all the paperwork, challenges at every turn, endless crossroads at every turn. At the beginning, I had hoped to simply walk the single path labyrinth that God had started me on. I had hoped to simply, or sometimes not so simply, surrender to the will of God and let God lead me. But surprisingly, I was often tormented by challenges, struggles, and doubts at the crossroads. Should I go this way? Should I do this, or maybe that? But eventually I figured it out. There was only one way to go, and there is still only one way for me to go. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind and all your strength. Love your neighbor as yourself. Every day in our ordinary lives we encounter crossroads. There are the popular choices to make, and then there is God's way, often the less popular choice. There are the practical choices, and then there is the less than practical choice of listening to God. What's practical about going back to school, having to commute, putting kids through university, going to work, taking care of a household, and all at the same time? Ask my husband about the choices we have made. He knows all about God's way, the road less traveled. There is the status quo to keep intact, and then there is God's way. There is the comfortable life to lead, safe, warm, protected by 4 walls and a roof. And then there is God's way, a way that can often lead us down dark streets and onto dangerous, challenging landscapes. There is the pessimist's way. What difference can one person make? Society is too far gone to save it at this point. The planet is doomed. And then there is God's way. God's way is never very popular or easy or safe or practical or shows great results in a time frame one would prefer. But as I stand at the crossroads, God's way, love God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind and all your strength, love your neighbor as yourself, is the road I will take. one day at a time, one step at a time, one more step along the world I go. As I searched for a call, a dear friend of mine pointed out a ministry in Hamilton Conference, Waterloo Presbytery, outside my comfort zone, I might add. But as soon as I read about it, I felt called. I felt called to take up the challenge of serving a vulnerable, volatile, diverse, and marginalized community of Kitchener folks. Community Ministry Coordinator is a position supported by the two churches that Jane mentioned, St. Mark's Lutheran and Calvary Memorial United Church. And the Ecumenical Ministry's main focus is to provide a community meal every Wednesday night, followed by a worship service. As part of this community, I will be an advocate for those often not heard. I will share myself and be present for everything the community shares with me. Community ministry is a hands-on ministry that echoes the practices of the first Christians when people gathered like a family in someone's home, made sure everyone had enough to eat, clothes to wear, and a place to sleep. I'm very passionate about this ministry that builds community and creates a place for people to belong, a place for people who usually feel cast aside by life. I believe grassroots ministries that strive to follow in the footsteps of Jesus by focusing on building authentic relationships of love are the future of our church. We all have crucial decisions to make about our lives, the future of faith communities, the future of the United Church of Canada, our various ministries. But we must realize that in order to take up the challenge to face the crossroads, we often need to step outside our churches, outside our comfort zones, and look down the road a ways. At this point, all I know for sure is that since the day I made the decision to listen to God's still, small voice, I have been on the right path. Thanks be to God. Thank you.
Larry Schneider. Larry is a candidate for ordination from Calvary United Church, Elgin Presbytery. Having been an educator for 32-plus years, retiring in 2011 as a principal of London South Collegiate, it must have been quite an education going back to school as a student with assignments on due dates, get her done, at Emmanuel College. Reading the report card of Larry's church experiences, he appears to be a person of many churches. Larry was baptized at Wallace United Church, was confirmed at Calvary United Church, Listowel, where he and his wife Gwen of 35 years were married. And after that, Larry was a member of Chapleau United Church for 3 years, finally settling in at Calvary United Church, Rodney, for 31 years. Settled in with Gwen, where the family raised their 3 children, Catherine, Andrew, and Megan. But during those 20 years of those years at Calvary, Larry was forever on the road fulfilling pulpit ministry in both the United and the Presbyterian churches. So how often you were at Calvary? Anyway. But we appreciate that you were off doing pulpit supply ministry. I also appreciate that Larry offers a whole new perspective to the idea of living with respect in creation, while at the same time practicing what he preaches about faithful stewardship and being responsible with one's financial resources. In a sermon that could be entitled, Getting the Best Bang for Your Buck, Larry links creation and finances together when he writes, "I love to play golf, and I make sure that I get my money's worth out of each and every round by visiting all areas of the golf course. I visit the ponds. I visit the treed areas and the lovely sand traps. The crossroads of the fairways." Following his ordination, Larry will continue his ministry at Dorchester United Church, in Middlesex Presbytery, where he recently completed his internship. Larry, would you please come forward and share with us your insights about being at the Crossroads?
When I first read the letter giving us the topic for our discussion today, I was quite pleasantly surprised that someone as young as Jeff was familiar with the classic song Crossroads by the rock group Cream from the late 1960s. And I thought I could stand here and I have Mark and the band playing with that thrumming beat and the searing guitars, and then I read the question a bit further and realized that wasn't the question that was being asked. But I'm hearing the thrumming beat, but I realize that that's my heart. And it has been for the last number of years as I have contemplated and answered my call. Two roads diverged in the wood, and I took the one less traveled by. And that has made all the difference. Robert Frost knew all about making difficult choices. We all face true dilemmas in our lives where the stakes are high, and we as a denomination, the Christian church and those entering ministry, all face crucial decisions which will change the structure of governance and ministry. Along my way to ministry, having been a lifelong United Church member, I have had to unlearn many things and change my expectations of what ministry would be like, and therefore who I would be as a minister, most especially from being a leader to a servant. I like the phrase that the folks at Emmanuel used after my first year when I really, really worked hard at setting aside being the principal guy, the guy in charge, when they said, I discovered my second naivete. Well, my wife thinks I've always been in that particular stage, but I like that phrase because I think we're all called to do that, to approach each and every crossroad that we come to with an innocence and an open heart and an open mind. But we are not alone when we come to any crossroad in our life, for there are signposts, there are milestones, there are guides that God has placed there at each and every one. And you just don't face one crossroad. You face one crossroad, or you take one path, as Robert Frost says, but then you soon come to another one, and then another one, and then another one. And I've been blessed in my life, and especially in this faith journey towards the ministry, by having wonderful, faithful people supporting, questioning, and challenging me at every step along the way. We as a church must streamline and repurpose who we are and what we do so as to more truly embrace those who Jesus calls us to reach out to. We must minister faithfully to those who we see before us in the pews and not judge them because younger generations are missing from our churches. These people, with their often white hair, are our congregants, and we are called to minister to them, to respect them, and to honor their sense of what has been lost. But it's also crucial that we seriously contemplate, and Dr. Callahan has talked to us about this the last 2 days, why so many members of our church no longer attend. We must prayerfully discern and enact strategies, pastoral care, and community involvement of ministry and laity together, which will truly live out God's mission in the world for us. We must reconcile with all those to whom we have done harm. And we've been focused especially on that this week as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has made their report. We need to engage in better ecumenical understandings and relationships. And we must develop creative and inspiring ministries both within and without the walls of our current structures to engage those who are missing from our churches. I've spent over 30 years working with young people and immigrant families, many of whom are disillusioned and lack hope. whose greatest wish in their lives is to find something larger than themselves to belong to. And if and when we were successful in the educational system to getting that to happen, it almost always had to do with helping other people. And South, the school that I retired from, is a very active social justice school. And if you live in the city, you're probably familiar with the Barefoot Walk, where this year, I think, 42 different schools had their students come and walk barefoot for the day and raise tens and tens of thousands of dollars to help other people, to dig wells so people can have clean water. We need to focus on where they are at, and we need to let them lead us to where we can follow them. We must, as Marty Tyndall expressed it when I first heard it, move from a mentality and faith of scarcity to one of abundance, allowing our gifts, talents, and good news to celebrate and live out God's love, joy, love, and vibrant communities, extending welcome and hospitality while lacking any judgment or neediness, are compelling, attractive, and engaging. I was an English teacher in my early career, and one of the things I've had to learn at every point of the crossroads is the importance of silence. I did my pastoral education placement working with World War II and Korean War veterans at Parkwood Hospital here in London, all of whom suffered from dementia. So they had all lost many things in their lives. Many of them had lost the ability to speak. Silence sometimes was all that I could offer, and they could offer to me. And the ministry that I saw occurring when one veteran would walk up to another with tears in his eyes, and they would just simply hold hands and look into each other's eyes. Not a word was said, but the love of God was there, and intensive ministry was occurring. The nature and structure of the church are changing as they must. Processes, policies, and implementation must be simplified and facilitated as to empower rather than frustrate as we seek to be God's hands in the world. If we commit fully and faithfully to such a framework, then we will have chosen the pathway which, although less trodden, will open up new and, yes, challenging vistas of possibility. Thank you.
Colin Snyder. Colin, married to Heather, his wife of 30 years this summer, and father to Crystal and Peter, is a candidate for ordination from Trinity, Asheville United Church, which is part of the Dungannon Union Pastoral Charge here on Perth Presbytery. Formerly a farm equipment mechanic, Colin's gifts for servicing and fixing things will probably serve him well in ministry, or not. Or the phrase sometimes expressed by folk who are not comfortable with change have been heard to say, "If it ain't broke, don't fix it, buddy." Then again, it helps to remember that Colin did his AST supervision ministry on the Varna Goshen Pastoral Charge, which during his time there amalgamated with Bruceville Kippen Pastoral Charge to become the Bruceville Community United Church, a well-oiled machine, if I may say, mechanically speaking, where change and transformation has been embraced. Thank you for your groan. I appreciate that. It's not quite clear to me how Colin will deal with the crossroads moment, and here's why. Colin began leading worship as a lay volunteer at Trinity United Church, his candidacy church, and he returned to Trinity Church last Sunday, Trinity Sunday, as the church anniversary speaker. Clearly, Colin has come full circle, beginning and ending his lay preaching at Trinity United Church. And now the time has come for Colin to move on from Trinity. Following his ordination, Colin will begin his ministry in Listowel at, you guessed it, Trinity United Church. Is it just me, or does it seem to you as well that Trinity is a theme in Colin's faith journey? Turns out, however, that Colin does think outside the Trinity triangle. In an experiment, Trinity United Church Listowel has formed a partnership with another church, Atwood United Church, 2 independent congregations sharing resources and ministry personnel. Colin is a graduate of the AST Summer Distance MDiv program, where he received the Hazel May Fraser Award for top overall standing among MDiv graduates. And I make a point of mentioning this award because of what follows. Colin writes, after serving for several years on the Dungannon Union Ministry and Personnel Committee at Trinity as a layperson, I reported to some people that I had learned enough about the lives of ministers to know that I would never, ever want to have any part of it. Careful what you wish for, my friend. And welcome to life on the other side of the M&P Committee, a crossroads of a different sort. Colin, would you please come forward and share with us your insights about being at the crossroads?
There's another saying that we often use as a mechanic, besides the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it doesn't fit, use a bigger hammer. Yeah. Yeah, think about that. The image of Crossroad and that marathon question that requires a sprint answer today is very thought-provoking and challenges one to really think about it in many different ways. But the way that it was posed to me felt like it was presenting at Crossroad as this big once-in-a-lifetime, once every 90-year sort of an event. And I'd like to challenge that assumption a little bit. It'll come as no surprise to those who know me, especially my friends that also went to AST, that I drove my truck to get here this morning. And in doing so, I passed through nearly 100 crossroads. I made 3 turns, 2 rights and a left to get right into the parking lot here. But each one of those other crossroads that I just plowed straight through, barely looking to right or left and only looking to see what was coming from those other directions so we didn't collide and I did get here. Each one of those presented a choice that could have far-reaching consequences. Now, of course, this morning I had an advantage that I think our church lacks. I knew exactly where I was going. I knew exactly how I planned to get here, and it did go according to plan, which is unusual on its own. And I knew when I wanted to arrive, and I was close. Traffic was a little heavier than I figured on. I don't believe that our church or our individual faith communities have that luxury. Our destination, if indeed we have one, perhaps it's not so much a destination as an ongoing journey. But wherever it is that we're heading always lies just beyond the horizon. And the course that God calls us to travel is far more difficult to discern than anything my GPS unit can plot. Habitually choosing to travel in the same direction tomorrow as we did yesterday, however, whether we do it out of habit or fear or our addiction to the familiar, is itself a crossroad decision. One that we have perhaps been making with a little bit too much routine in the past, without ever stopping to wonder what might happen if we turned this way or that way. Many people seem to believe that our church is on a path toward destruction. And many are pinning their hopes on this one big decision that lies before our General Council this year, which might not be so much a crossroad as a clover leaf. I share neither that sense of doom nor that sense of optimism. The proposals of our comprehensive review task group are just one major intersection on our course together. Regardless of the decisions made in August in Newfoundland, tomorrow will bring new crossroads in our journey. Heck, we're going to cross through some of those here yet today. In fact, in a few minutes, you're going to make a crossroad decision that will have far-reaching implications on my journey and that of the congregations I hope to serve. They, too, have made some crossroads decisions of late. If the church is going to turn around to a season of renewal and revitalization, and dare I say the word resurrection, I don't think it will come from one major change in direction made at our denominational level. Every community, every congregation must slow down at those many crossroads that we encounter every day and wonder, where would God take us if we turned here today? In my own experience, I've discovered that one change in direction from the familiar path that I've always traveled on inevitably leads to another, and another, and another. Since entering into discernment, my internal GPS unit has been in a constant state of recalculating. But the greatest discoveries have come at those times when I thought I was lost. That is when we have to put our trust in our divine navigator, and then the adventure really begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, and Cheryl, and Susan, and Larry, and Colin. And just before I conclude my report, I would like to acknowledge Wendy Noble, who also serves on the Conference Education and Students Committee representing the internships and ministry supervision. This concludes the report of the Conference E&S Committee and the presentation of the candidates eligible to participate in the 2015 celebration of ministry service. President Jeff, at this time I ask that you invite the court to vote by ballot on the following motions. 1, that London Conference at its 2015 celebration of ministry service commission Jim Hatt to a ministry of education, service, and pastoral care, all conditions of the manual having been met. 2, that London Conference at its 2015 celebration of ministry service ordains Cheryl Bolton, Susan Cole, Larry Schneider, and Colin Snyder to a ministry of word, sacrament, and pastoral care, all requirements of the manual having been met. I move the adoption of this report. It is seconded by Diane McPherson, who is in the court.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Yep. So we just need to remember, if you wish to abstain from your ballot, it doesn't count for or against the person. It's simply an abstention. And also remind you, please, do not fold your ballot. The tellers are ready, then let's go.
Good luck, you guys.
So friends, when your ballot is done, if we have one person from the table wave that you're ready for them to be collected, then we'll collect them. Thank you. Friends, while Bev and Marianne are making their way up to the front, if you turn to page 13, 14, and 15, we'll be all ready to go together.
Please do not adjust.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Just a minute, Mary. Tellers, can we make sure that the ballots get collected?
Oh, there's still a...
Just before we start on the second part, so we're not interrupting the FNA presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's already been pointed out to you that this report begins on page 27 of your report book. But first of all, my very first task is to put out a major rumor. That is, Bev Slater is still extremely active. Bev Slater is still extremely alert. Bev Slater is still completing mathematical calculations, and she still is the treasurer of London Conference, still keeping us on track. And just to prove how important she is, she got her own personal podium delivered. I think that's because we lost the little box that she usually stands on. Anyway, we want to also let you know that, remind you that last year you did approve the position of assistant treasurer, and today it's my pleasure to introduce that person to you, who is wearing a different hat today and may not, oh yeah, I see he has got a hat on, but that person is Brent Kaslake. Brent, will you just wave, please? Now, contrary to rumors that he is taking over the position of treasurer immediately, that's not true. We all kind of have this unwritten little promise to one another, but Bev is still very active and keeps us totally on track. I am not going to make an official report to you because it's printed, other than to extend our sincere appreciation to Brent as assistant treasurer, to Tanya and our new person, Krista Ford, who is in the back working. Ross Mitten is our our investment expert. And in addition, we continually thank Cheryl Ann for the expertise that she brings to the committee when we meet on a regular basis. And on behalf of everyone here, I know that once again you want to personally thank Bev, but I'll do that, and perhaps the court could join me in thanking Bev for her work as she comes forward to present the report.
I forgot my sunglasses and I can't see you. Maybe that's just as well. You have had the report. The report was in both the report book and in the delegate's handbook. I'm not going to say much. I'll ask the people from the back to put up the statement of operation, if they can, on the screen. And you will see that in 2014, that we finished the year with a surplus of $61,000. You scoot it up. There we are. $61,473. Part of the reason for that surplus is because we were still budgeting for an extra staff person that we did not have. And so that can almost completely explain why we have a surplus. There was money budgeted for professional fees that we did not spend as well, and staff travel was down by $10,000. Might then switch to the balance sheet. And so you see the assets. I might say the short-term investments that you see just below cash at the top. Come down. The short-term investments are our archive fund, our London Conference Archive Fund, of which it's kept out separate in its own GICs, and $167,436. Other investments are $300,638. And the liabilities that we have, the accounts that we keep as deferred liabilities, Fairfield Museum, the Mission and Service Project, revenue generation, right relationship event, and so on, coming to $409,828. And our unrestricted surplus at the end of 2014, $494,651. I might say that $28,000 of that is the unrealized gain in investments. So it was not just the surplus that we had, but also gain in investments. Unless there are some questions about those 3 pages that are in your delegate's handbook or report book, that's my report.
We have a problem. Isn't that wonderful? So we're just going to wait for the book room, and hopefully they'll be able to come and share some good news with us. Please.
Chuck is here with
Oh,
nominations.
if Chuck is here for nominations,
Perfect, it's gone.
great. Thank you, Chuck.
Chuck Scott, I'm from Kent Presbytery, and I'm on the nominations committee. I was curious, just as we start this, how many of you are not here voluntarily? So we have, for somebody who's looking for volunteers, it's wonderful to be in a room full of volunteers. So you're supposed to have a handout on your table, which you don't, I guess, at this point in time. But it looks like this. You can't read it because it's a bit small for the distance you're at. It has two sides. When you do get it, it has two sides. The first side says nominations and opportunities. It explains a bit about the process we use for nominations for filling vacancies on committees and divisions within the conference. On the back page are a list of some of the current vacancies, the ones that we have, I guess, prioritized, and a little bit about information about how you can find where there are vacancies within the conference on the conference website. So, I'll say a bit more than I was planning, so our nominations process works on a basis of discernment. And what we hope is that if we communicate to you, and that's sometimes more challenging than otherwise might be, that we tell you where there are opportunities to serve within the conference, that you would consider, reflect, discern whether or not the gifts and experiences and background that you have might be appropriate to fill that opportunity. Or, if it's not something that you would feel comfortable doing or have time to do at this point in time, that you might take that opportunity and consider who amongst your friends, colleagues, might be appropriate and might be able to say, maybe they'd have some time, some opportunity, some ability to fill that opportunity. So that's the discernment piece that we expect, we hope that you would consider whether or not you might fit the bill for some of the vacancies on our committees and divisions. Another step that happens then is we would hope that you would consider yourself, but we also hope that you would consider, discuss your interest with someone else, at least one other person, maybe a couple of folks within your congregation, within your presbytery, within your realm of friends, to kind of get them to say, we agree that it would make sense for you to apply, express interest in this particular position. And there's a third level of discernment that happens, and that's within the nominations committee. If it turns out that you have an interest or a friend has an interest, we ask them to submit an expression of interest that says, hey, I think I might be appropriate, and I definitely have interest in this particular position. Those expressions of interest come to the nominations committee. The nomination committee then uses a process of discernment with the expressions of interest that come to say who at this point in time in the life of the conference seems most appropriate to fill a particular vacancy. So that's the discernment process that we use. Some committees and divisions have some members appointed by presbyteries. And so, for example, settlement, nominations, education and students. Those have members of the committees that are appointed directly by presbyteries. It may be because of a cascading role from within the presbytery, or it may be simply because they look for a volunteer and say, would you like to represent us in this area? Some of those committees also have members at large, and other committees, for example, Division of Social Justice, Interim Ministry, Conference Interview Board, and so on, look for people not appointed by presbytery, but folks who express interest in filling those vacancies. And those are the positions that we use these expressions of interest for, and we then present a nomination slate, which we'll do on Sunday morning with a few names. So I guess our hope this morning is, or this afternoon, in that noting this for you in the few minutes here, is that when you receive this list, and there will be some copies of this out at the nominations display table in the front, but you should also get one at your table, I hope, that you might look through that list of vacancies, of opportunities. And if something in there seems like it might be something that you could provide a solution to, that you might express your interest. You can express your interest either online at our website, the conference website, which for some of you may be more challenging while you're here, or on a hard copy form, some of which are at the nominations table out there. And we hope then that perhaps, maybe even as early as Sunday, we might have a couple of additional names to add to the nominations slate. That may be all.
It's written somewhere, no one knows the day or the hour. Be prepared. I'm delighted to let you know that the ballots came back all in favor. So congratulations.
Mr. President, I would like to move that the ballots for the education and students' motions be destroyed, and Phil Newman second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. My pleasure to introduce next the book room, some of my favorite people.
Welcome. I think this has to come down.
See what it says?
It says, please do not adjust the microphone. But if I leave it up here, you won't hear me at all. So first of all, I would like to thank London Conference for inviting us to have a few moments with you. And I'm going to introduce the 3 remaining resource directors that are left in London Conference. First, there is the blonde, and where's the blonde? The blonde, she is at Dundas United Street in London, and she represents Middlesex Resource Center. Then we have the brunette, and she is in the big city of Mitchell, in downtown in a store, and that is Susan Campbell. Forgot the blonde is Carlene Kimber. And then I'm allowed to forget because I'm the one with the silver hair, and our resource center is in my log home. And where? Well, it's just outside of Chatham in Kent. And you're most welcome to come to all of them. And today we have a special guest, and it's Pat Gilmore from UCRD in Toronto. And we gave her the privilege of just telling you some of the new books that are out. So thank you once again for all your support. You're creating a job for us, which we love. And I get to speak because I was told I was the boss, because Kent is in charge or whatever. And so I've been told, I don't know who told me, that a good boss has excellent staff and they delegate. And I have learned to do that very well this weekend. They're the best, all 3 of them. Thank you.
Oh, it's okay, yeah, it's okay. Well, thank you very much for having us here. This is a wonderful, wonderful space out there. If you haven't been, we really encourage you to come and have a look at all the wonderful resources that we have for you. And so I thought what I would do in just a very few moments, so I hope you've got a pen and paper. You can write down these titles so that you can come and have a look at them. But I'm really excited that United Church Publishing House has been able to bring out a few new books. We haven't been able to do that for a while, and so I really just want to highlight those, and you can come and have a look at them. So the first one actually is from someone who used to be, I think, just down the street. Nancy Hardy has written Worship in the City. I'm going to give them to Jeff to hold on to. And so that's all kinds of prayers, liturgies, resources for people in the city, but I'm sure that rural folk could get a lot of use out of it as well. Then we have a book that is going to be very helpful in your stewardship program. This is Looney by John Van Dusen. And this is really quite a different approach to stewardship. So you'll get lots of biblical passages, and then you'll get some very interesting ways that he looks at money and all the stuff that we accumulate. So that's Looney. And then we have, let's see, for our next one, I was just talking with the author, one of the authors of Bullseye, and the premise of this book is to lead disciples to Jesus Christ. And it's 6 different spiritual practices
The book comes with the participant's guide. That's what I'm holding up right now, because at this moment, I do not have any copies of Bullseye. Never review something you don't have something of. However, in talking to the author, one of the authors, Debbie Johnson, she said that she would be very willing to travel here tomorrow if I could be assured that some people would buy her book. So maybe I should have a show of hands if anyone would be buying the book. But North Bramalea is where the two ministers, Debbie Johnson and Jamie Holton, are from, and they seem to have commandeered all of the books. I even drove into Toronto last night with the hopes of being able to bring these books, and that's where they all are. So hopefully we'll be able to have her come, because this is an excellent, excellent book for you to work with small groups, any kind of a group that you have. And seeing we were talking about groupings with Ken Callahan, this is a great follow-on from that. Now, another piece that we have here also through the United Church is Sing Hallelujah, the DVDs, and this is a Ralph Milton production, and it's a very interesting one that a lot of the pieces are done at First United in Kelowna, and so you'll get to see even Ralph in the choir singing, and it's just a really good, down-to-earth display of people in the choir. There's also Cheryl and Bruce Harding and Jean and Jim Strafty, people like that. But it's just a really neat way, if you don't have someone in your congregation that perhaps is there for playing purposes, then you can use these on a screen instead. Now, we do have an author here who's been signing all day, and this is a brand new book called Dipping Your Toes. Now, those of you who know me know that I'm very good to speak sometimes without thinking first, and so apparently I said to Janet that if you write this book, I'll promise to sell it. So here it is, and she's calling my bluff, and it's doing very, very well. It's called Dipping Your Toes, and it's 44 different worship services, everything you absolutely would need. And then she also, at the end of the book, gives you advice on how you can write your own worship service. So anybody that's kind of involved in having to suddenly do a worship service, it starts in September, goes to June. There are 4 services each month, so just a smorgasbord of wonderful resources in here. And Jan is more than happy to sign those books for you. And then, of course, we want to make sure that you do know that we have a wide assortment of Ken Callahan's books and Living in Peace. Most of you, I'm sure, have already read Living in Grace, because I understood that was your assignment. And this is a companion piece, Living in Peace. And I do know people who have actually used this as their sermon on a Sunday, that you can read one of those stories in there and then, say a few words to go along with it. But it's an excellent resource to have if you need to be reading a story to people and so on and so forth, with lots of good thought behind it. So that's another one. And then Susie wanted me to mention these books are for children, and they're books that they're kind of written in cartoon form. Being Mad, We Are Different and Alike, My Family is Changing. They're just sort of books on tough topics that kids can get a hold of. So anyway, do come out, and I know that oftentimes people say to me, and Pat, you never told us how we could pay for all those resources. So first of all, you've got Visa, MasterCard, debit, check, cash, and if you really want to, you can charge it to your church.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your enthusiasm. Just before a break, we're going to invite Nora to come and share with us some words. Oh, I'm sorry. Cheryl Ann would like to introduce her first.
C'est parce que je veux le faire en français. Monsieur le Président, ici, nous avons notre secrétaire général du Conseil général, Nora Sanders. Nora et moi avons étudié un cours de français le février dernier. Et la raison pour le cours est pour augmenter le nombre de personnes au Conseil général 4e qui peut parler en français. Et aussi, c'est parce que les stratégies pour les ministres en français est avoir toutes les synodes parler français. Donc, nous avons commencé aujourd'hui avec mon pauvre français. Merci pour votre patience.
J'ai tout le français avec Charlene, mais aujourd'hui, je parle français, je parle anglais. Because they tell me I don't have much time, and I'm really slow and awkward in French, but it was a great experience and inspired us all to work on our French a bit more. Thank you so much for having me at London Conference. It's great to be home. I was thinking, I'm probably one that's lived in 6 different conferences over my life so far. But London Conference is home, and Elgin County's home, and it's always good to be back, and I get to sleep overnight in Port Stanley while I'm here. So, and all of us here today are people that are in church leadership, and I bet people say to you the kinds of things they say to me sometimes about, oh, it must be a tough time to be in church leadership. Tough time, everything's changing. I was so glad to hear Jeff pick that topic of crossroads for this meeting, because as we've heard from our about-to-be ministers, life is all about crossroads. We go through them all the time. And we make choices. And wouldn't life be dull with no choices? So I usually respond to those kind of people that, yeah, it is a challenging time because we don't know what's ahead. But, every crossroads you go to, you can see a certain distance and you can't see where it's really taking you. And I always think that's where we, as people of faith, have a bit of an advantage. Because it isn't all about us. We don't have to plan it all. We do our best. We pray. We look at the map. We try to figure things out. And then we go in faith. And we know that God will take us somewhere. So it's good to be here with you this weekend as part of this stage of our faith journey. It's an important year with General Council coming up and big decisions there. And I sort of think whatever decisions are made there will be the right ones, because God will be with us in that place, and we will move to new things. And we will move to new things in faith, knowing that there's sustenance in what we find, and that there's a big world there that we haven't imagined yet, that God sees way, way ahead of us. I'm going to share, just before I finish, one of my favorite lines of Scripture that isn't a passage that you hear every day, but it's a passage out of Hosea. And it's one of those many places in the Bible that God speaks to his people, that's us, that's all of us, and gives comfort about change. It gives us assurance in times of uncertainty. Hosea 6, 1-3, "Come, let us return to the Lord. God has torn us to pieces, but he will heal us. God has injured us, but he will bind up our wounds. After 2 days he will revive us. On the 3rd day he will restore us, that we may live in God's presence. Let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to acknowledge him. As surely as the sun rises, God will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth." We're called to return to the Lord. We belong to God, we've come from God, and our lives are about that journey of returning to God, to a distant place we can't define, and yet the place we go home to, the place of healing, the place where our spirits are renewed. Such beauty and assurance in those words. And I think because I'm from Elgin County, the notion of the spring rains, and they will come as needed, these are things that when people live close to the land and close to the water, there's an acceptance that it isn't all about us and the things that we control. And that understanding, to me, is a big part of a foundation for faith, that God is there for us in all the times, especially in the times when we cannot see ahead. As surely as the sun rises, God will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth. Such a joy to be with you this weekend at this meeting, and to be with you in leadership in the United Church of Canada. It's humbling, it's exciting, and I look forward to all that lies ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nora. Well, my friends, we're going to enjoy a 15-minute sprinter break, so we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Hello. I was actually going to say hi.
Oh, I
love it. I love it.
Is it fun? It's not fun?
Yeah. I'm getting more tired fast.
Me too. I was going to come over to the table. It's just been a while.
Oh, no, I assume. Quick question.
I don't know.
Tonight?
Yep.
We do a theological lecture. Just him and then
Yeah, no, you can do the blessing. So you'll finish your theological reflection by saying just the first 2 verses.
Mhm.
I'll have them sit down, write down one word on the little square. And then the last verse, and you can bless us. Oh.
Oh, okay. Alright. I just saw the thing that had your name in the blessing.
Yeah, so this is what
Okay. So I shouldn't go back to my seat after I...
No.
Alright.
So this, you can take this. This is your, after the one right, read the voice, verses 1 and 2. And then the one word they write on the fabric, and then the last verse. Is that okay?
You actually went with that.
Great.
with rather offensive language.
Yeah.
And it was apparently a draft that was never to have seen the light of day, and Colin was just bringing it to our attention.
And yet the Presbyterian translator, the microphone.
It's further down. It's not likely for this session.
Let's get through successfully.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. As you're coming back to your chairs, let's sing. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Hide it under a bushel, hide it under a bushel, no, I'm gonna let it shine. Hide it under a bushel, no, I'm gonna let it shine. Hide it under a bushel, no, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. One more time as you're gathering back to your chairs. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light, oh, there I am. Ooh. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. All right, so we're going to gather back.
Thank you so much, Mark.
I love it.
Alex, Trebekah's calling you back.
Do you ever get the feeling you're going to play all afternoon, Mark? And everyone's still going to be standing, looking at each other, getting ready to go to proposals. I'm so glad you're here, Mark. Well, friends, we're at the part that when I am on the floor, I think is the most exciting part of conference. Sitting here, I'm looking forward to our discussions. We have a rich and full proposal amount. And just before Brad comes to explain to us how we're going to make our way through it, I've heard from some of our brothers and sisters in Alberta Northwest Conference and in Hamilton Conference that this part, there was a lot of wordsmithing, there was a lot of time taken, and it's fine to spend a lot of time in the weightier parts, but to find ourselves going through changing and with that, and then to defeat the motion a half an hour later, it seems kind of interesting. So with this all in mind, we were very excited that Brad and Cheryl Ann and many have spent a lot of time putting together a process for us that we're going to hear about now. Brad?
Hey, Brad Morrison, Lambton Presbytery. We are beginning the proposal process, and to help us prepare for that process, want to take a few minutes to have an overview of how to approach it. There are a number of ways for conferences to handle this part, this proposal part of the annual meeting. The way that we will do it has been vetted by National Church, and I'm going to direct you to take a look at either the screen or the orange photocopied pages on your tables. So let's begin with an important principle. We're here so that we can balance two responsibilities through the proposal process. We want to hear the concern of the proposals presented to London Conference, and we want to prepare the work of General Council. We're going to hear the proposal sent to us, and we're going to do some discerning to make sure that what goes on to General Council reflects our work. And so we have a flow chart to help us understand how we're going to do that. And so the start of the process will begin with a motion to agree with the proposal. And that will sound like this. And let me take as an example Proposal 14, which is the youth and young adult representation at the denominational council. It'll sound like this. Phil coming to the mic and saying, I move, and Kathy Lermont seconds, that London Conference agree with proposal number 14, entitled Youth and Young Adult Representation at the Denominational Council. And there will be ample debate on that motion to agree. And if it is carried, then there will be the opportunity for us to add recommendations. We don't have to add any recommendations, and if no one comes to the microphone to propose some recommendations to accompany the proposal, we can move on. But if someone does come forward, they'll make a motion that sounds like this. I, so-and-so, and someone else seconds, that the following recommendations be included with the proposal, and then name the wording of your recommendation. That will get debated, and if it's carried, then the President will instruct the Executive Secretary to pass on to General Council 42 both the proposal and our agreement with it and any recommendations that are accompanying it. And then we'll get to the end of that one path to an ending. Now, if the recommendations are defeated, the proposal with which we agree will still go on from this conference to General Council. So that is the end of the second way of handling the process. And heading back up, you'll recall that we had the motion to agree with the proposal, and we looked at how it was carried, but it could be defeated. And if the motion to agree with the proposal is defeated, then we'll have an opportunity for anyone to come to the microphone and propose a motion that we still pass that proposal on to General Council, even though we don't agree with it. We'll debate that motion, and if the debate leads to it being defeated, then that's the end of it. We'll move on to the next proposal. But if the motion to also send it on is carried, we'll go through the same process, an opportunity to add recommendations. We'll debate those recommendations. They'll either be defeated or carried, and we will transmit them to General Council. That's a very brief overview of the process, and I know you may have some questions. You may be uncertain about how it happens. We've decided to start with what hopefully will be an exemplar proposal with which we hope many people will agree. So I'm going to ask Phil to come forward now, and he is going to start us off with our first proposal, which is number 14.
And just before he does that, let's pray together. Gracious God, as we go through the proposals that sit before this council, this conference, we ask that your Holy Spirit guide us. We be patient with one another. We discern your truth and where you're leading us. Gracious God, bless us deeply in this time. Together we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen.
And I apologize if I'm going to have my screen up again. Cheryl Ann asked if I would bring to your attention a few things to remember. And the first one is that we are debating the proposal, not the background. So the background is to help you understand the motivation for the proposal, but let's not get into debates about the wording of the background. Secondly, we can't change the wording of the proposals that are received from presbytery. So let's not worry about how it's worded. We can't change it. We are going to aim for 10 minutes of dealing with a proposal. And after those 10 minutes, if it still looks like we have more work to do, the President's going to call for a motion to postpone indefinitely. And a motion to postpone indefinitely needs a seconder, and it's without debate. So let's not get into an argument as to whether or not we should postpone something indefinitely. We'll just have to agree. There will be a timer up on the screen showing how far into the 10 minutes we are. When we get to the 10-minute mark, nothing's going to blow up. It's just so that you know where we're at, and you'll be surprised how quickly 10 minutes can go by. Finally, be kind to the President. The President will be moderating this discussion. And one last thing I want to bring to your attention, if I can find it, which I can't, and so I will leave it at that, and now turn it over to Phil.
And so we will begin with proposal number 14 that you'll find in the proposal handbook, which has to do with youth and young adult representation at the denominational council. Obviously, this has to do with the comprehensive review report. And I move, and Kathy Larman seconds, that London Conference agrees with proposal 14.
Any discussion? Seeing none? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for being gentle and kind.
The next, we are going to be dealing with a group of proposals that are like-minded, proposals 15 through 22. 15 through 22. And there will be a slide that the tech team is putting up with some correct language from the Lambton proposal, which didn't get translated quite right. But I am moving, and Kathy Larman seconds, that London Conference agrees with proposals 15 through 22.
Any discussion?
You will see that they all have to do with representation of United Church women in the new possible model.
You seeing none? Oh, excuse me. Microphone 2.
Pat Whitten, Lambton Presbytery. As you can see by the addendum that's added onto the Lambton one, it's slightly different, as is the Algoma one. So the difference between Algoma and Lambton and the other proposals is that the other ones don't identify the local governing body. So if we bundle them all together, are we assuming that that's what we're agreeing to, that all 3 levels?
I'm thinking of my answer for you, Pat.
Can I try?
Yeah, way better. There you go. Brad has the answer.
So we're not bundling them together. We're just voting on them all at once. Each one will exist on its own at the end of this vote.
But they're not all the same.
But for efficiency's sake, we're going to vote on them all at once since they pretty much stay the same.
So in other words, if we vote on them all at once, we're agreeing to what the difference is in the 2 that are different, right? Thank you.
You're welcome. Microphone 2. 1. Sorry, Kenji.
Kenji Marui, Middlesex Presbytery. I guess I have a question then with this addendum. What if a community of faith does not have a UCW officially per se?
Brilliant.
Well, I think if you don't have a UCW, then you wouldn't have a representative of one. But if you did have a UCW, this proposal would ensure, if it were to be passed by the General Council, would ensure that that organization was represented at the local congregation.
Thank you.
If I could add, it would stay the same as what's happening right now.
Microphone 1.
Mark Murray, Oxford Presbytery. I expressed concern at our presbytery meeting. I understand that we were going away from a representational representatives from various groups being on our various councils, and I think this is a step backwards, or is not in keeping with that, because there are other bodies that you could typically represent. So I speak against it.
So you're speaking against it, and if you're
Yeah.
against it, you would want to vote no.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Seeing no one else moving towards the mic. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Check on your tables that you have a proposal number 43. It's a separate sheet that was recently copied and sent to each table. This is a proposal that is being put forward as a replacement to proposals 10, 11, and 12, which had to do with the membership of the order of ministry in the proposed new model. So look for proposal 43.
President Jeff Well, the delegates are looking for that proposal. This, Brad has shared with us a process for proposals that come to us from another source. But this would be our proposal. So this may be a place where we would choose to use warm and cool cards if we wanted to refine the wording. This is one of those occasions when we'll follow the steps that begin with, is it clear? Does the wording need to be enhanced? And what we've tried to do is take ideas that were expressed in 3 proposals, none of them with all of the ideas, to bring you a proposal that included them all as a way to test whether all of those elements were part of what you wanted to be in this proposal or whether only some of them. And the warm and cool process will help us discern that.
And with that explanation, I would move that, and Kathy Larman would second, that London Conference replace proposals 10, 11, and 12 with proposal 43.
Before you, any discussion? Seeing none, all in, oh, sorry, microphone 2.
Edward Davey, Middlesex Presbytery. I'm reading this as membership. How does that, or does it, impinge on the representatives to regional council, which the comprehensive review has suggested 1 minister and 1 layperson from each ministry unit?
I'm sorry, Edward, I was confirming something with Tanya. What was your question again?
I'm wondering if there's any impact on the comprehensive review saying that there would be 1 minister and 1 layperson to regional council. Do these people have a vote, or is it just their membership, or how is this saying that would work?
I think you flagged something that is a part of this that is the element not clear from the obvious proposal itself. But this proposal does have the potential, as it's currently worded, to increase the balance at the regional council in favor of ministry personnel over lay people. And that is something that has not been part of our past and has been handled previously by the fact that congregations had more, because of the way congregations had a certain number of lay representatives, we were able to maintain the balance. So you have maintained what could be you have identified what could be an unintended consequence, and yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Proposal number 43 before us. No one else at the mics. All in favor?
Did you?
Yeah.
Because we were gonna, oh, okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
One more time. Proposal number 43 moved and seconded before us. All in favor? Opposed? Carried? So can you, with your color cards, are you warm to this proposal, which would be using the non-blue card? Could I have a show from the court?
Approve it? Now I'm confused.
We just voted to replace.
Okay, so.
Okay, well, let's pause.
friends-
Time out for a second. So obviously, we're not all on the same page.
So are you confused like me? I thought we were voting on the proposal. Okay, I'm so glad. I thought it was just me. I gather that the people who know what we're doing tell me we were actually only voting to replace the
Yes.
other proposals with this.
Yes.
And now we're going to talk about this. So that makes sense to me, only I missed it.
Yes.
Happily sitting beside her. Microphone number 2.
I don't know if I'm only speaking for myself because it's middle of the afternoon or on behalf of others, but I'm finding this is going really, really fast. And if we could just give us time to find the right page before someone's calling for a vote, that would be helpful. So maybe the coffee hasn't kicked in yet, but I would appreciate a little slower pace.
Sure. Proposal 43 is before us. We've read it together, and I'm asking the court, if we're ready, to show if we're warm to this or if we're cool to it. So if we can show if we're warm to the proposal, those would please indicate with their, I'm colorblind, so the non-blue card.
I'm blue.
Okay, and those who are cool to the proposal? Okay. And so now I invite the cool people to share with us some of their thoughts and their thinking. Number 2.
I didn't know I was cool. Yay. I'm Mark Ferrier from Oxford Presbytery. I need to sort of ask a wording question, but it gets at something. Regional councils don't exist yet. And I have no idea what the General Council is going to do with this summer. And I'm wondering if, for my comfort level, my coolness, whether we could add the word proposed regional council. Because I don't know if it's going to come to pass or not. I'm in favor of having my colleagues in ministry, I'm hitting one of them in the back right now, have a voice within the decision-making bodies of the church and finding a way for that to work. But this is an animal that ain't been invented yet. And maybe we need to acknowledge that. And if it is, then this can be a component of that. If not, 43 goes the way of the dodo bird.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are people warm to that possibility of adding the word proposed?
Cool. And show your cards all at once.
Okay, so we're warm to that.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Can we move to microphone? Next microphone?
Yeah.
Okay, microphone number 1.
Kate Crawford from Huron Perth Presbytery. I appreciate the way Mark just reminded us that we're already modifying a creature that doesn't exist yet. In Huron Perth, we noticed very quickly that the elders in our presbytery, the retired clergy who do most of the heavy lifting on committee work and reminding us of who we are as a church and as a people of God, that they had no place or no apparent place in the denominational structure, and we were really uncomfortable with that. The proposal that we have gives too much weight to clergy voices, I think. So rather than say, please add these people into this court, I would be happier with a proposal that said, please find a respectful place for our respected clergy who are retired to fit into this new system, and we not direct them where that place shall be.
So Kate, are you requesting that we take out the word retired from this and
Oh, sorry. Follow up with a recommendation.
follow it up with a recommendation?
I wish I understood this process more clearly. I would be inclined to say, at the will of the court, that we defeat this motion and propose a new one which is less restrictive by defining where the retired clergy will fit, but clear in indicating to the General Council that we want them to have a voice.
So Kate, just for clarification, this proposal is not just about retired clergy though, so that's the reason I'm asking you about that. You've flagged a concern about retired clergy, but for the clarity of the court, it's a bigger question about where the membership of ministry personnel is.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you can invite us to tease those two apart. I'm just trying to be clear, they're actually two different pieces.
You're right. I think someone wiser than me needs to address that.
Microphone number 2.
Nancy Andrews, Lambton Presbytery. I guess I would just like some clarity as to why the task force suggested that the ministers be have their membership in the local church rather than at a regional council. What kind of motivated that change?
So Nancy, then we'd be debating the intent of the proposal, which really falls into debate. Right now, we're just trying to determine exactly what do we want to ask yet. So I know this is still a new process. We started last year to work with this. Remember, in the proposal stage, we're trying to figure out, do we have the idea clearly expressed? And then from that, we'll move into a debate once we move it, where we can say, is it a good idea? And it's tricky because it is 2 stages. But the one stage is to give us as much freedom as possible without being bound by parliamentary procedure to capture the idea as clearly as we can. And then the second is to say, is this a good idea? And Nancy's question was is this a good idea? And Mark's comment was, can we express this better? And Kate's was somewhere in between, and I might have given the president bad advice.
Lovely. Microphone number 1.
Elizabeth Whiting, Middlesex Presbytery. I just had a question concerning like multi-point pastoral charges. If we pass a motion of this idea, it would put a lot more ministry voices on the councils. However, if you have a multi-point pastoral charge with one minister with, say, 3 different congregations, those congregations may not get adequately represented by their own members if you can only have one layperson from all 3. So I was just wondering how we were planning on addressing that, or if we were.
Each community of faith could have their own representative, so in that case, each of the congregations would have a representative and their one minister is my understanding of the comp review, and I certainly invite the moderator, general secretary, or Kenji to correct me if I've got that wrong.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Colin Swan, Essex Presbytery. I'm not exactly clear at the moment of where we are in the process on this one, and I have heard questions about the intent of what this grouping of proposals was aiming at, and I think our executive secretary put her finger on it when she said about where the membership is located, both for active and retired clergy. But if we're not at that point of discussion, then I will go sit down until we are.
Why don't you, thank you, Colin. Why don't you come back when we come back to the debate? Thank you.
Richard Golden, Middlesex Presbytery. I asked that very question at the information session in St. Thomas. I was told that a community of faith is each individual church within a pastoral charge. So if anything, what this would do, it would bring it back into balance a lot more, because I serve 3 churches. They would have 3 representatives if they cared to send a representative to the denominational council, but I would just be 1 clergy. This would be bringing it more into balance, at least in my opinion. Thank you.
So we're at 10 minutes, and so now moving forward. Are you warm or cool to moving into a motion to decide? Okay, so we're very warm. Thank you.
I would move that London Conference ensure that members of the Order of Ministry, instruct the General Council that members of the Order of Ministry, both active and retired, recognized designated lay ministers, retain their membership in a regional council rather than within a local community of faith. Kathy Larman, second.
Point of order. Just move that we agree with Proposal 43 entitled.
Thank you. I move that we agree with Proposal 43. Kathy Larman, seconds. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Bruce Cook, Kent Presbytery. I understood from holding up our warm that we were warm to adding the word proposed before regional council.
Yes, and it is in, sorry, it is in.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to read it one more time, Phil, with that adjustment, please?
And ensure that members of the order of ministry, both active and retired, and recognized designated lay ministers retain their membership in the proposed regional council rather than within a local community of faith. That's how it reads now.
Moved and seconded. Oh, Mike, number 1.
Kate Crawford from Huron, Perth. It sounds to me like this is a small but significant change from our current practice, which is to allow retired clergy, should they wish, to be members of the congregation in which they are worshiping. Have we noticed that?
Kate, they're actually members of the congregation, but also members of the presbytery.
And will this new motion allow that? So we're taking away.
I think that's a valid question. I think that's another potential piece not yet thought through.
We've come to 10 minutes, as we spoke about when we began, and so we're going to have to decide. Well,
Are you ready?
we'll let you speak, sir, number 2.
Okay. Stan Stanhope from Oxford Presbytery. Just a note of clarification. If this did pass, would there have to be, what level of remit would have to, in order to change it? Because my membership as a retired clergy person is both in the presbytery and in the conference, and that is in the basis of unions, so there would have to be a remit. Would someone like to speak to that for clarification?
In the Comprehensive Review Task Group Report, United in God's Work, there in the background materials, there is quite a detailed section on the remits that will be required to enact the changes, and changing the membership of ministry personnel is going to be need to be part of one of those remits. Whether you change it to a congregation or actually, this in some way makes it, as I think it threw out loud, Stan, it actually would make it something that didn't require a remit if we agreed regional councils were a successor to presbyteries. It's a bit tricky, but we're going to have a lot of remits anyways. Well, we are friends.
I have a question. So, with the motion before us, yeah, Jesus is the answer. Don't get a preacher started. So, all those who are in favor of our proposal 43, as Phil has read it. All those who are opposed. That is carried.
We are now grouping together proposals 7 and 8. I invite you to find proposals 7 and 8 in your proposal handbook on page 11 and 12. These have to do with the naming of denominational council. They have similarities, that's why we're grouping them together. And I would move that London Conference agree with proposals 7 and 8, which having to do with the name of the denominational council or court. Kathy Larman seconds that.
Everyone's on the proposal page? Fabulous. Microphone number 2.
It's David Whiting, Middlesex Presbytery. Sorry to change this off the point of current debate, but just a point of order question. When do we make proposals to add addendums to these proposals? Because the last one I heard a couple of potential proposals or addendums suggested, but then we rolled right into the next proposal without even asking for any addendums or recommendation.
Brad?
When we carry the motion to agree, if somebody wants a recommendation added, they're welcome to go to the microphone, and it's their responsibility to go to the microphone to make that recommendation. What we're not doing is stopping and inviting recommendations each step of the way. So let me emphasize something I should have emphasized in the exemplar document. If you have a recommendation that you want to accompany one of these proposals, go to the microphone.
So I think we've missed the opportunity to add a couple of recommendations to the last proposal.
No. If you want to revisit it, you can do so, but not with this motion on the floor right now.
No. Okay, so we can come back to it at a later point.
Thank you. The proposal 11 and 12 are before us?
Proposal 7.
Right, sorry. I don't know who is louder, you or you.
Oh, it's me!
You have proposals before you? 7 and 8. Seeing no one going to the mic? No?
Richard Golden, Middlesex Presbytery.
We're working on proposals 7 and 8, John.
Correct.
I realize
I'm
there's
talking
some-
proposal 8.
Sorry, some people were asking, Rich, that was all.
That wasn't-
Okay, proposal 8, please do not use the term new in that, because how many of you remember the new curriculum? Several curriculums ago. It's no longer new, but it's old and moldy. So it was valuable at the time. I don't want to get into that, but please don't use the word new. I like proposal 7.
Thank you. Doreen?
Doreen Canavan from Essex Presbytery. Point of clarification, if we're dealing with 7 and 8, how will this affect voting on 9?
Hi, Doreen. Hi. So 7 and 8 say we need a different name for the denominational council, and 8 says some possibilities, but nothing definitive. 9 offers a definitive name. We'll decide whether or not 9 is the definitive name that we think is right until after we've looked at 7 and 8.
Good, thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Jerry Neufeld, Essex Presbytery, actually part of the board that brought this proposal forward. We're not hung up on the term new general council. I understand the concern with that. However, the word denomination is a key thing because it does suggest something that's hardened. It's actually a step backwards. And as we heard the speaker this morning say, people do not come to church to join a denomination. I just think there's a much better term. If this is supposed to be something going forward, we just felt the word denominational did not give that connotation.
Thank you. You moved and seconded, seeing no one else going to the mic. All those in favor? Those who are opposed? It's carried.
Proposal 9 is the proposal before us now, which has to do with the denominational council. It suggests a specific name, as you will note. And as I move each one of these, if the President will indulge me, it's a procedural practice we're using to move that we agree with. It's not suggesting we find exceptional wisdom. It's just procedural to get it on the floor. And I just want to clarify that. I won't say more about that. So it's procedural. You may see me voting no against something I'm suggesting that we agree with. Some have already wondered, why is Phil doing that? Proposal 9, motion that I move that London Conference agree with Proposal 9. Kathy Larman seconds it. This is a proposal that suggests a specific name, that if we agree, we think this should be the name. If you disagree, of course, you would want to vote no.
Okay, seeing no discussion, no one going to the mic yet? Oh, there we are, number 2.
Kathy Larman, Camp Presbytery. Just to note that it says with each of the proposals whether or not they were sent to us with or without the presbytery's concurrence. This is one of the proposals that came without their presbytery's concurrence.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Harry Disher from Huron-Perth. I would recommend that we defeat this motion, but agree to send it on just to get another possibility for a name into the mix and let General Council discern by the Spirit what we're really going to call ourselves.
Microphone number 2.
Doreen Canavan, Essex Presbytery, just to indicate that the reason it was sent without concurrence was because having passed the 2 prior to it, this would have undone the other 2. Had it been on the docket prior to the other 2, the opposite would have occurred. Having passed that one, the other 2 would not have passed, just because they were right one after the other. So it's a matter of looking precisely at what you want to do.
Thank you. Are we ready? Go ahead. All those in favor? All those who are opposed? Motion's defeated.
Proposal number 6 is the... Oh. You recall that we dealt with substitution proposal 43.
Point of order. We just voted, Colin Swan, sorry, Essex Presbytery. We just voted against a proposal, and you indicated that as part of our procedure it would be appropriate then to present a motion that it be transmitted to the General Council anyway. Is that correct?
If that's the will of the court.
Then I will present that motion to transmit without concurrence to the General Council.
So do we have a seconder? Okay, that's Sue Anderson. 6. Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Who are you?
Gary Patterson, moderator of the United Church, guest of the conference. And I would just like to speak in favor of passing this on without concurrence. Hearing the discussion that has been raised in all 3 motions, I think there is incredible wisdom in flagging for the General Council some serious questions about using that terminology, denominational. And I personally think it's a gift to transmit several of the suggestions for the wisdom of General Council to examine. And that's one of my dreams, is that conferences will look at and find out some weaknesses or ways of improving the proposals that are going forward. This seems to be a classic example. And so I think even though we've said we don't want to limit ourselves to this one particular name, just to show it forward as an example. So that's just a reaction from a visitor.
Hardly a visitor. Seeing no one else at the mic then, we've got a motion before us, moved and seconded. All in favor? Those who are opposed? Carried.
Proposal 43 is one that we've already dealt with. There were some thoughts that you may like to attach recommendations. We just want to pause there, having heard comments from the floor.
Microphone 2.
Edward Davey, Middlesex. I raised a question earlier, and my dilemma at the moment, along with Kate's bringing it up, and I think there was also with the lay representatives, is at this point, I couldn't begin to form a recommendation or motion without some thought that goes into it so that we could deal with it effectively.
Thank you. We're happy to come back to it later. Would that be helpful? Okay.
We are moving to proposal number 6. It's on page 10 of your proposal handbook. This is a proposal that suggests that we retain current names in our in the nomenclature of any future proposed courts. Proposal 6. I move, Kathy Larman seconds, that London Conference agree with Proposal 6.
Microphone number 1.
Jessica Swans, Oxford Presbytery. I would vote that we send this to GC as well. I fear that if we continue with the same names, that we will be fearful for change whenever that happens. So I think that we should definitely send that forth and discuss that at a later date.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Catherine Tavel, Middlesex Presbytery. I would speak against this motion because I think that the potential for confusion is very real, that we will have people, if we're using the same names but we're doing a different thing, then I think that we need to have different names, and people can learn those new names and what that is. I think that when we start changing what it is but keeping the same name, there's a lot of confusion with people saying, well, it's this or it's that. We know in the church that communication is not always our strongest suit, and so we have people making a lot of assumptions. I would suggest that we defeat this motion and look at changing all the names.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Kenji Marui, Middlesex Presbytery. I would speak against this motion as well, partly because as we heard from our speaker this morning, it's hard enough to figure out what a conference, we know what a conference is, but London Conference is a different kind of conference than what we think a conference is. And presbytery is often hard to wrap your head around. We've talked about how denominational council now is a difficult concept. Even congregation, like these are labels and names for things that are comforting to people who are comfortable in the church culture. And if we are not trying to reach the millennials or be the church of the future, can we not maybe be clearer or more accessible in how we describe ourselves? And so that's why I would speak against this.
Thank you. Seeing no one else coming to the mic. Motion's before us, moved and seconded. All in favor? Those who are opposed? It is defeated.
Proposal 5 is the proposal that is before us now on page 9. The proposal is retaining the Court of Presbytery. It's a proposal that it speaks about the name and about the size and work of the church at that level. Proposal 5. And I would move, and Kathy Larman seconds, that London Conference agree with Proposal 5.
Microphone number 2.
I'm not sure whether this is the point of order. Edward Davey, Middlesex Presbytery, but we didn't have a chance to come up and suggest that the previous motion be sent with non-concurrence, General Counsel. Jeff, we need a ruling on that?
So there's a motion on the floor. Once this motion's dealt with, thank you. Thank you, once
But we are
again.
not having the time to even get.
Microphone number 2.
Nick Monser from Lambton. I do not favor the idea of continuing presbytery in our community. We're calling it a community of faith. And as a result of that, as we develop our arrangements, presbytery will only be just something else we don't need. And I don't favor the idea of being so restrictive. Let's develop a community of faith, because it's going to be reaching into other denominations. Let's not kid ourselves. That's the trend in our church, our Christian church in the world. And so let's not present the word presbytery again. And we can carry on. And the other thing is, the fact that we are going to have the ministers in a college and in an association is going to add a great responsibility and a great communication link between that group and the congregation, which is a community of faith.
Thank you so much. Microphone number 1.
Adam Kilner, Lambton Presbytery. Being a chair of Presbytery, I would love for presbyteries to disappear.
I've got to say, sitting here, I'm thinking similar of conference. So, friends, we have a motion before us, moved and seconded. Are we ready? All those are in favor? All those who are opposed? It is defeated. Now, before we go any further, is there anything more to add? Number 1.
Kate Crawford from Huron-Perth Presbytery. I would move and invite a seconder that we transmit with non-concurrence all of the motions with which we don't concur, but that we just now agree that we're going to pass up to the lucky commissioners to General Counsel to review the work that this court has done.
Geraldine?
Certainly, the court is able to entertain that motion. Maybe you should first get it seconded.
There's a second. There's a few. Okay, moved and seconded.
So I do want to caution you as a court. How many people here have been a general counsel commissioner? How many people thought they didn't have a lot to read before they got there? Every time you forward it, you create work for commissioners, and you are one of 13 bodies creating work. And in addition, there is other work coming. If you don't think it's a good idea, that's part of your job. And that doesn't mean that you have not considered it respectfully. So if you choose to move it ahead, you can. But I would like you also to bear in mind that the General Counsel Commissioners will have a heavy load. I would, as one of the people who will be reading that workbook, appreciate if conferences sent to us exactly what was the heart of what they wanted next for our church, not just that they felt they needed to pass it all on. I get that sometimes we want to share more ideas, the way we did with the earlier proposal. I would encourage you to make the decision on whether you transmit a proposal with non-concurrence, proposal by proposal. There can be very good and compelling reasons to continue to send it, but not as a blanket. That's my advice to you.
Been moved and seconded. Microphone number 2.
Randy Covey here on Perth Presbytery. I would say we should defeat this because if we pass it, we really don't need to vote on the motions anyways because we're just going to send them all to the conference.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Speak against the motion. As I mentioned before, there's many ways that we can do this. We've selected the one we think will cause the least amount of difficulty. And if we do this, we have to contend with setting a precedent in the future. And there may in the future be motions that have words that we don't even want to transmit with non-concurrence. So I recommend that we stick with what we've planned for the process.
Thank you, Brad. Moved and seconded. Are we ready for a vote? All those who are in favor? All those who oppose? Defeated? And just before we move on, I need to remind the clerk, because I was reminded by the parliamentarian, that we need to refrain from our applause and cheers and so forth in the midst of our voting.
Proposal.
Except for the president.
You just knew that was going to happen.
Microphone number 2.
I move that proposal number 9 be forwarded to General Council with non-concurrent.
So if people take time to look up proposal number 9.
That's the one
We
I...
already had that motion and passed
Was it 9?
Yep.
We already did
So
that.
number 9 is one we dealt with, and this is a recommendation coming from it.
I didn't think we dealt with the actual name.
We dealt with 9. I don't
Was-
know.
wasn't- was it 8?
Is Edward talking about proposal 5 on page?
Which proposal are you speaking of?
It was defeated. So it was number 8 then.
No, number 9.
No, but we defeated number 8, but we didn't pass it on. Is that correct?
We didn't pass it.
Too long ago, I can't. Okay, so it was number 6. I'm sorry.
No, thanks so much, though. I
They're
appreciate
all
it.
the same.
They're a very helpful bunch. So number 6, Edward?
That we...
Okay. So will people take a look at number 6?
Which we defeated? And I'm moving that we pass on with non-concurrence, only because it really does indicate dealing with the same names, and that was strongly suggested.
So you've moved it. Do we have a seconder for Edward's motion? Sorry, is there a seconder? Yeah. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Sorry about that. So it's been moved and seconded. Discussion? For those who would like to pass it along? Those in favor? Those who are opposed? It's defeated.
Proposal 13 is the proposal before us having to do with...
Proposal 5, I would move that it not be transmitted.
Hi, Richard. We need a motion to oh, there you go. See, I've been here a long time. Hi, Richard. We need a motion to transmit it if we've defeated it, but we don't need a motion not to transmit it.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. Thank
Yep,
you.
Thank you. It's always good to clarify. Friends, I had lunch with the people who were here for the first time, and I assured them that we are all sometimes confused, and everyone should feel free to ask questions, because that's how we'll figure it out, right? And our goal is to be faithful, not procedural. And just remember that. We'll be fine.
That's not what Brad says.
Morrison and I have disagreed before. I'd want you to know.
Proposal 13 is the proposal before us now. It's found on page 17 of your handbook, proposal handbook. It's entitled Representation to General Council. It is speaking to the issue of the limitation to a desire to limit the representation to the current size of General Council, how representatives are elected, and concern for and a way of assessing the cost. Proposal 13. I would move, Kathy Larman seconds, that London Conference agree with Proposal 13.
Microphone number 2.
This is more of a background question perhaps, but is there a quorum that is going to be set so that if I'm understanding the proposal correctly in the comprehensive review, there would be 2 from every every community of faith? And if a large number didn't go, would that mean that there could possibly not be quorum at those events? Because that, I think, would be another consideration in terms to whether you're putting limits on the number eligible.
Hi, Lynn, and I know who you are, but
I'm
maybe
sorry.
other people don't.
Sorry, Lynn Allen, Oxford Presbytery.
So what this is proposing would be a different way of selecting who goes to what is currently called the denominational council. As I understand it, that would mirror our current practice of electing general council commissioners. So this is this is quite different from what is proposed in the comp review.
Right, and so I guess I'm asking in that comparison whether what is being proposed in the comp review, because we know that not all congregations now even have a presbytery rep, for example.
Right.
But if they were expected to, and that was to be part of quorum for whatever body they were supposed to send a rep to, that could affect whether or not there was ability to move forward.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you for clarifying. So the United Church does have a definition for quorum, and I'm always leery when my boss, the General Secretary, is in the room to say anything without the manual absolutely open. But it's 1/3 of those eligible. So we're not changing the definition of quorum here. We're changing we would be making a different recommendation for who would be the court.
Microphone number 1.
Kenji Marui, Middlesex Presbytery, speaking against this motion. To signal a couple things, I think first that the hope is at the denominational council there would be ability to participate remotely through a video conference, video link, and in person would be ideal, but certainly provision could be made for other opportunities to participate and be involved. One of the maybe consequences that is not clearly, or implications in the United in God's Work model that maybe isn't clearly spelled out is, for me, the fact growing up in a rural church and valuing the rural voice and recognizing the rural reality of many of our churches, the idea that a small rural point, like, say, Ravenswood United Church, one of my settlement points, a place that I have great fond memories of ministry with, would have the same voice and place at the table as, say, Metropolitan United Church in downtown London. No offense, Mr. President.
Just saying.
Just to say. So to be more reflective of that rural reality that is our church was one of the things that had me quite excited about the model proposed by the Comprehensive Review Task Group.
Microphone number 2.
Edward Davey, Middlesex Presbytery. I wanted to say county. In the God's Work, I got the impression that the local congregation, ministry unit, whatever it is, would be responsible for paying the expenses of the person going to denominational council. In this proposal, they're suggesting that it be covered, and I could see possibility of large areas of the country that, through no fault of their own, suddenly found themselves without any resources, not just one church, and there could be huge areas which would be not represented. And so parts of this, I think, have merit, particularly with the financial. It's something that we need to consider very carefully.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Mark Marshall, Oxford Presbytery. I'm just wondering, since there are 3 points to this, can they be dealt with separately, or do we have to look at the whole recommendation as a whole?
The motion on the floor only has one part, and that is to agree with the proposal. And the proposal stands as written.
Thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Kate Crawford from Huron Perth Presbytery. I don't know how many communities of faith there are across the country, but I'm guessing it's about 3,000. And if 3,000 people are to gather at this denominational, yeah, I mean, it's even more, isn't it? Because you're sending two. Anyway, it's just, I can't see work being done there. I'm trying to grasp what Kenji has said about vision and voice and all of that, and I'm really excited about that. But I'm concerned, in light of what Dr. Callahan said this morning about the weighty press of denominational structures, that we are creating a Titanic. So I will be voting for this motion.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Kim Gilliland, Essex Presbytery. I can see your point clearly. To send 6,000 people to a conference is pretty unwielding, but that's where we stand now. 10, 15 years from now, we'll have 500 or 600 churches. That's where we'll stand then. And then it becomes the same size as other denominations that have representation from all the congregations. And there's a number of denominations that are that size that I know of, and that type of representation works very, very well. So let's not fool ourselves thinking that we're going to be 3,000 churches 10 or 15 years from now, because we're not going to be. And that number is going to be much smaller. So I speak against the motion.
Thank you. Number 2.
Nancy Waterman, Middlesex Presbytery. My concern with the motion is the wording "to the present size of the General Council." To me, that limits the work of the group that's going to be looking at these things and doing the ultimate decisions at General Council. I would have preferred not to have present size, to let it be a varying size, depending on what the people thought then.
Moved and seconded. Microphone number 1.
Greg Simpson, Elgin. Sometimes attaching real numbers to these sort of wishy-washy discussions helps. If we do look at right now, if we take this 3,000 churches, 2 people per, I know I'm one of the people that's going. My flight's going to cost about $1,000, but let's assume there are going to be some people who are driving. So let's bring that down to somewhere around $600 per person times 6,000 people, $3.6 million in airfare. I mean, 10 years from now, we might be a smaller church, but at the next council, that's $3.6 million in airfare just to get the people there. Sometimes those numbers help to give some gravity.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Microphone number 1.
I'm about to tell you, if you let me speak. My name is the wonderful Adam Kilner from Lambton Presbytery. The other thing that we need to keep in mind is our environmental footprint. So when we have 6,000 people going somewhere, I appreciate Kenji's comments around other ways of, and it's something that the wider church I know has talked about in terms of video conferencing and things like that. I would actually strongly encourage churches to find ways to invest in that, and I know there's places in the country where that's not available, but my concern is, I see out of one side of our mouths, we talk about the environment. On the other side, we got 6,000 people on airplanes.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Microphone number 2.
Art Hiley, Middlesex Presbytery. One of the things that I always remember about proposals going to General Council there could be 10,000 that go, but the committee that looks at it discerns out of reading them what should be taken to the court. So by forwarding this particular one, what it's simply saying to the people who will look at it is that we have a concern in this area. They will then ask God's guidance, they'll talk, and they will take that concern and, if necessary, move it to council, or they will come up with a proposal, as I understand it, that they will present having listened to this. So I'm speaking in favor of sending this forward because it isn't something that it's gone, it's going to happen. Rather, it's something that the committee at General Council will look at and make use of as they see fit. Is that correct?
Thank you. So we've come to 10 minutes. Are we ready for the question? The motion's been moved and seconded. All those who are in favor? All those who are opposed? I'm going to need the tellers to count, please. So those who put up their hand who are in favor, well, you might as well wait a minute. The tellers have to come. It's a long time to keep your hand up. The tellers ready? Okay, hands up for those who are in favor, please. And you need to vote the same way you did when the vote was first taken.
Which means specifically, if you didn't put your hand up for either vote a moment ago, you cannot put it up now.
It's not me.
Are the tellers ready to count the opposed? Please indicate if so. Yes? Okay, those who are opposed, please raise your hand.
Who counts up here? Who counts me? David? Dave, are you counting me? Or are you, is anyone assigned to count up here? Please? Just me. I don't know the words.
Friends, while we're waiting for them to count, why don't we stand together and let's sing This Little Light of Mine. Oh, sorry, microphone number one. Mark, I love you like a brother, but just one moment.
Mr. President, are we counting abstentions?
We don't need to.
No.
Thank you.
Okay,
I can
take
let
it
the light
away.
shine now?
Yep.
Okay.
Let it shine.
one more take. Let's get bluesy. Let it shine, let it shine, let it
Be careful, a revival will break out in the United Church. I want to ask, are you okay if we move ahead with the next proposal while we're waiting for the tellers, or would you rather just wait?
You warm to that?
Are you warm to that idea? Because I figure by the time we decide, they'll be done. Okay, so with all the warmth, are you cool to the idea? With all the warmth in the room, then, Bill?
Proposal 23 is the proposal that we are now moving to, found on page 28 of the handbook. Proposal 23, which is entitled Accountability of Regional Councils, and it raises the idea of reviewing and evaluating in the success or failure of the proposed three-court model, and to review decisions and process. Proposal 23. I move, Kathy Larman seconds, that London Conference agree with Proposal 23.
Microphone number 1.
Jan Chanel from Algoma Presbytery. I will be voting against this motion because I believe that 2020 is far too soon to review it. I think it'll take us quite some time to settle in and see whether this works or not, and it's up to us to make it work. And I don't think by setting a date for a review at this point is really helpful.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Hi, Kayla Kundakshin, Lambton Presbytery. I'm voting in favor of this motion because I believe that reviewing the new 3-tier... Oh, I'm on the screen.
You get used to it.
Because reviewing, this, especially with a new system, we need to review it and see what's good about it and what's wrong with it, and make decisions based on what we need to change and what we need to improve on.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Hi, I'm Kathy Collins Barker from Essex Presbytery. This is a proposal that our church came up with, partly due to the fact that, yes, it's 2020, but one of the things that is still 5 years from now. And just because one of the things we talked about is that if we're going to bring in change, which we know we have to, there's not a question about that, is how will we know we have had success in looking at our whole transference of power, change, structure, anything, if we don't have a set plan now? We know what we are doing now is not totally working in the way it is. And so looking 5 years from now and saying, in the transitional process from now to the next 5 years, what is working, what's not, and transfer and change and make changes as we go along. But look at it and say, this is not maybe working right now, but down the road, this could help and bring about more success for us all.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Doug Cameron from Kent Presbytery. I'm going to vote against this motion. I agree that it has to be reviewed, but it's going to be at least 2 or 3 years before we implement these changes. And I think we got to go through one complete cycle prior to any review to know what's good and what's bad. And we won't have our first denominational meeting probably not much before 2020 or maybe even later. So, I agree it has to be reviewed, but 2020 is too short a term.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Matthew Lindsay, Middlesex Presbytery. I'm voting for this motion, or not motion. Yes, it's motion. Thank you. Just because I believe that The date, I feel, is very particular in this, where 2020 is 5 years from here. And if it's just to check in on the proposal to see if it's working or not, I just feel like that has to be clarified.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Louise Hall, Lambton Presbytery. I would like to speak against this motion. What is going to General Council this year is a broad strokes proposal. It is going to be the task of many, many people to implement it. 5 years, I don't think, is enough. And those of us here are all marathon runners. We're all dedicated to the church. But I do believe that we will try some things, and the people who are given the task of implementing them are going to see what works and what doesn't work. And we need to give them the ability to improve upon things that aren't working as well as we think. And we need to have faith that God will guide us in the path that they take. We just need to have courage to step out where our forefathers stepped.
Thank you. Number 2.
Brenda McMain, Lambton Presbytery. At the end of each day of creation, God evaluated his work. He didn't wait until it was all done and then sit back and say, okay, I'm going to wait and see how that goes and then I'll decide. It was each day. As I'm having a house built, I don't wait until it's completely finished for an inspector to come in to see if the walls are straight and if the foundation is solid. It's evaluated as we go along. Let's evaluate it as we go along. Let's then fix those things that we find are not working at all as we go along, so that we're not 20 years from now having another conference because nothing worked, it all fell apart, and now we have to look at, okay, how do we clean up the mess we made? If it was good enough for God to evaluate it in the process, I think it's good enough for us.
Number 2.
Richard Golden, Middlesex. I agree with Doug Cameron. It does need to be evaluated, but I think 2020 is way too soon. Look at our timelines. It's not. All of this isn't going to General Council until this year, 2015. It'll take at least, I think, until the end of 2016, if not into 17, before all the remits are out and all the presbyteries and congregations have a chance to look at it. Then the next General Council, you're talking 2018, unless they move it that year earlier. And I can't see something of this scope being fait accompli within 3 years, even if it's like 2017. So I'd say you'd have to have it at least 2025 to at least live with it a little bit to find out, does it work? What can be improved? What needs to be changed?
Thank you. Number 2.
Madison Blackwell, Middlesex Presbytery. I'm speaking in favor of the motion, but I'm offering a friendly amendment. I do agree that it needs to be reviewed early on in the stages so that, I think it was said previously, so that we don't have another conference years from now saying this isn't working and we need to change it. But I would say that I think that there's a lot of concern with the year that's been set out. So my friendly amendment would be that we could reword to say that that it be reviewed 5 years after it is implemented, instead of having a year set out.
Madison, you can't make an amendment, but we sure appreciate you took the time to think about that.
Okay, thank you.
But Madison, what you could do, don't go away, what you could do, Madison, is you could make that as a recommendation to, once the motion is dealt. So you could choose to bring that back as a recommendation.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2, and then over to microphone 1.
Randy Covey here on Perth Presbytery.
The thing will be reviewed every single time that this general council, or whatever we're going to call our National Assembly, meets. They're going to know if it's good or bad, and they're going to start making recommendations based on that. We have to give the thing a chance to go. I'm wondering what would have happened if somebody said in 1930 they need to review it. We've been reviewing it for years and making little tucks and changes. So the new groups will do the same thing as the future unfolds.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Marg LaRock, Middlesex Presbytery. I feel like saying first-time caller. Love your show. I have a couple of points. The year 2020 bothers me, but also where it says to evaluate the success or failure. I think I would have preferred if that had said positives and negatives, because it's sort of too much of an all or nothing. And I certainly agree that there will be ongoing reviews. So I would vote against.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Cameron Denham, here on Perth Presbytery. I speak in favor of the motion, and I know a lot of people are talking about the date, but I'd like to note that if we agree with the motion, we can add the recommendation to modify that or change the date or suggest something better, but that the aspect of having a review is very necessary, and the fact that there are multiple conferences currently, or there will be regions across Canada, that would be able to get that information from those, rather than just looking at our own steps that we've taken with the new process.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Sandra Fogarty from Lambton Presbytery. I will speak in favor of the motion. And I want to say that we've heard from young people who, if we listen to Mr. Callahan, are sprinters and want to put this in place and review it fairly quickly. And most of us who are standing up and speaking are marathoners who want to leave it there for 20 years and then review it. So I speak in favor.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Mary Lou Ross, Oxford, and I echo that thought. It's interesting when the young people got up, they're all in favor of evaluation because they're so accustomed to being evaluated on a daily basis, and we are sort of beyond that and fearful maybe, so something to think about.
So we're at our time. Are we ready for the question? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. It's before us. All those who are in favor? All those who are opposed? Can I please have my friends who count so well? Anyone who is in favor, if you'd please put up your hand again while it's collected. Same rules as last time. Same way you voted.
Never mind. Is that?
Why should I feel discouraged? Why should the shadows come? Charmaine Bailey should be up here with me. Why should my heart be lonely and long for heaven and home? When Jesus is my portion, my constant friend is He.
If I could have those who are no to put up, keep going, Mark. Put up their hand, please.
His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. Sister Charmaine is coming up here. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. I sing because I'm happy. I sing because I'm free. Here his eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. Amen. Thank you, Sister Charmaine. Thank you. Amen. Amen. God is good. All the time and all the time.
That's good.
Amen. Amen.
I want to remind the court, this isn't the way to get them to continue singing. Thank you so much, Charmaine, and as always, thank you, Mark. So while those are being counted, because I know you love this sort of thing, I'll tell you the result from our proposal number 13. You're all with me? We voted on that a while ago. Proposal number 13 was representation to General Council. It was defeated. Proposal 13 was defeated.
And there's people jumping.
And as I see the microphones fill, microphone number
That's what I was doing.
number 2.
I move, and Bruce Cook seconds, that Proposal 13, representation of General Council, be passed on, be transmitted. No, wait a sec, it says passed on to General Council 42.
And you are?
I am.
I
Art
know.
Hiley.
So it's been moved and seconded before the court. All those in favor? Oh, let's not count again. All those opposed? Oh, that's carried. Microphone number 2.
Regarding Proposal 13, I'm David Whiting, Middlesex Presbytery. Regarding Proposal 13, I would make a motion to recommend that General Council determine a manageable number of representatives, not necessarily limited to the present size of General Council.
Your seconder?
I'll second it.
This is good. So moved and seconded. All those in favor? Those who are opposed? That is carried. Number 1.
Elizabeth Whiting, Middlesex Presbytery. I just had a question about, which one did we just, 23. Can I make recommendations before we have a verdict, or do we have to do recommendations after?
I'm told by the court and the person beside me we have to wait.
Okay.
Let's wait.
Thank you, Brad.
Can we do?
Okay. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Number 2.
Nancy Andrews, Lambton Presbytery. I would like to move, and I hope I can get a seconder, that the financing of people who go to the denominational council may be financed through the regional council or through the denominational council.
You've heard that. Is there a seconder for that? Okay, I see a seconder behind Edward Avery. So moved and seconded. As a recommendation to 13. All those who are in favor? Whoa. Sorry. Number 1.
Jerry Neufeld, Essex Presbytery. My concern is this. The general council budget is being stripped significantly already. And there is less money for significant work, I think, that we need to be doing in a number of areas. And I'm wondering with this kind of motion whether we are going to, first, for example, we're taking 10% for new ministries, etc., from M&S. So are we going to continue to be doing the same thing with this kind of motion? And I would be fearful that we would leave less and less money to do the work of the church.
Thank you. Number 2.
Hi, Robin Sherman, Essex Presbytery. I have some concern about adding that last thing when it was what was defeated as C in the original. Can we do that? Like, I'm not sure what, so clarification, please.
Yo, Brad, this is yours.
I'll need it stated again. I wasn't following.
So what Robin is asking,
It was stated, what's just been asked as an amendment or to send along with is what was defeated in the original proposal. The third is number 3 or C or whatever it is in the proposal, and I'm not sure if we can amend back into it what's already stated.
So we're not dealing with amendments. Recommendations allow some leeway to communicate our intentions. So I wouldn't get into, does a recommendation go against the spirit of a proposal, which I think is the question that's being asked. So in other words, recommend away.
and actually, thank you for a moment, Brad, while you answered that, because I think, Robin, if this was the point over which the court defeated it originally,
Right.
because it's been moved as a separate recommendation, then the
Okay.
court would also have the freedom to defeat this point.
Okay, thanks.
So that the will of the court would triumph either way, and if this was the idea that the court was sad to lose, this would provide an avenue for it to communicate it.
Okay, thank you.
Number 1.
Kim Gilliland from Essex Presbytery. I speak against the motion, although I think it's well intended, but I speak against it because the only way to raise the money for general council or the regional councils to pay for this is to increase the assessments to congregations. And I think there's other ways of participating in general council, which was spoken of earlier on through video conferencing and those sorts of things without actually going there. So I don't think it's a good idea to ask general council to do that. I think it's a good idea to ask congregations, those who are going, to send the people and pay for those things rather than having it come out of assessments.
It's been moved and seconded before us. Microphone number 1.
Derek Perry from Essex. The amount of money, regardless of whether it's paid for by the congregations, as in the review, or by assessment through regional or denominational council, the amount of money remains the same. The difference is that with the review system, those congregations that have less available money are not so free to send their representatives to denominational council. So that this motion really is an issue of democratic involvement, not how much money. There's no difference in the money. It will always come from the local congregations. That's the only pocket you've got. It's a matter of democratic involvement, enabling democratic work of smaller or less viable congregations.
Thank you very much. Sorry to have someone whispering in my ear. Constantly.
Yeah, and it's not always him, is what you're trying to say.
Not complaining, just making an observation. Number 2.
Kathy Lyman, Kent Presbytery. I'm just hoping it's not sweet nothing. Clarification. My understanding of what they're proposing is that they will figure out how much it costs to send everybody from across the country to the central location that they're picking. So say they decide to do it in Mississauga. Just saying, okay? I don't know where they're going to go. They decide to do it in Mississauga. So they figure out how much it costs to send everybody there, bearing in mind it's going to cost more for the people from Newfoundland and from the Yukon than it is for the people who live in Mississauga. Then they will turn around and say, okay, this is how much it costs to send a representative, 2 representatives, order of ministry, whatever, then they will turn around and they're going to assess the congregation how much it's going to cost for their people. So what they pay is not, they're going to pay the same amount regardless of which pastoral charge you are. So if you live in Mississauga, you're going to pay the same amount as if you live in the Yukon or in Newfoundland. So rather than going through, we'll assess everybody across the country and put it into our budget, and then we'll pay for everybody to come, they're just going to assess you. Now, if you choose not to send someone, you get to pay anyway. That should encourage people to send someone, because they're going to have to pay for it. Now, I stand to be corrected, but that's my understanding of the system that they are proposed. Okay, people are saying no. In what way am I incorrect?
Kenji, are you handy, and could you answer that? Or the moderator or the general secretary. We have people who really can answer that more clearly than the rest of us can.
Number one.
So, Kenji Marui, Middlesex Presbytery. Thinking back.
Wow.
I guess I was handier than the others. Huh. Yes, I'm getting the thumbs up. The thinking was that the cost for a delegate to go to this meeting would be the same no matter where people were geographically located. So that would have been the calculation. Whether it comes through from the congregation or through assessment, I think does speak to the point that Kathy raised, that if it's an assessment, it's going to be paid anyway. So it would behoove the faith community to send someone, and if not, that is, I guess, a personal choice. That might be dictated by finances, which would be unfortunate, but I recognize that is a reality. At this point, though, I'm sitting at my table thinking, we've got so many carts ahead of our horses right now. So, debate away. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenji. We're coming to the order of the day, but please, microphone number one.
Mark Murray from Oxford Presbytery. Just a question of clarification. In terms of democracy, it's not. I think my understanding is that each community of faith has a lay and a minister representative or a clergy representative, whether you've got 30 people in your congregation or 300 people in your congregation. Is that correct? Yes. So it's not a democratic representation by population, if you will. I think it's dangerous to use words like that when they aren't accurate.
Thank you very much. So we're coming up against the order of our day. Are you ready for a vote? Yeah, and I've already heard I can hear all of you, just so you know. I've heard from the back table that they'd like to hear the motion again.
Yes. The cost for representatives be financed through the assessments of regional and/or denominational councils.
So technically, it's a motion to add that as a recommendation.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those who are in favor? All those who are opposed? It is defeated. To come now back to Proposal 23, which was accountability of regional councils, Proposal 23. It carried. It was carried.
There's a recommendation, I think, coming forward.
Okay, so now we have the recommendation on proposal, number 2, please. Sorry.
Okay, so Madison Blackwell, Middlesex Presbytery. I have a recommendation. So I am recommending that point A of Proposal 23, that the wording be changed to read, implement a review 5 years after the proposed model is completed to evaluate the pros and cons of the 3-council model.
And your seconder is?
Lots of
Doug? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded.
Madison, can I just clarify so we're clear, because you talked about it has an amendment, and we can't amend But we could have the recommendation that 5 years after the implementation, there be a review.
Okay, sorry,
Does that
I
work?
probably
No, that's
just.
okay. That's how you learn. No
Doug?
worries.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, it's still seconded, so moved and seconded. Microphone number 2.
Doreen Canavan. I just heard two different things. I heard Madison say after completion, and I heard Dorothy Ann say after implementation. Now, both those words have slightly different nuances in my mind. Which are we voting on?
Madison? What a sprinter.
What I was trying to say was that there would be a review 5 years after it was completed, like after it was already in process.
Implement.
So implement is the word she's looking for.
I think it is.
Okay. Do you, okay.
I do,
feel
I
like
get it,
my
but-
words are getting all jumbled up. Okay. After, like, there was a lot of concern that it would take a couple of years for us to start using the 3-council model. So I am suggesting that after we have started using it, so not including the years from now that it takes to get there, then 5 years from that point, we review it.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
perfectly to me.
So
Still
Madi-
second that? Thank you.
Okay.
Moved and seconded. Oh, microphone number 1.
Elizabeth Whiting, Middlesex Presbytery. I just wanted to bring attention to the fact that Madison did say to evaluate the pros and cons, and when Dorothy Ann reiterated that to her, she did not include that, and I think that's a very important part of her recommendation, and it should definitely be included.
Madison, sprinter.
Yes, that's accurate.
Doug? Okay, so we're still on track. Number 1.
David Duncan, Oxford Presbytery. I wonder if the mover and seconder would consider a friendly change to their recommendation. Instead of 5 years after implementation, if they would consider that it would be 2 general councils after implementation, so that it would be on, currently, general council is meeting every 3 years, so it would put it on the same cycle as when they meet.
Madison?
Yeah, that puts it in the site, yeah.
Madison and Doug.
I'll go first, yeah. Doug Wright, Lambton Presbytery. I would not entertain that friendly amendment. The idea would be to review it after 5 years so that on the 6th year, when there is the next general council, then changes could be begun.
Okay, so it stands as Madison and you have stated to this point. I've never seen process work this well. Microphone number 1.
Marg LaRock, Middlesex Presbytery. I am voting against the 5-year because when I worked in hospitals, we had something called continuous quality improvement, which meant that you were just constantly reviewing what you're doing. And my sense is that's really what should be happening with this. And I don't know if it would be a committee that would just constantly be looking at things, and as has been said, or tweaking it, but if there's a really big problem, we don't want to wait 5 years to make a change. And I just think that's why I would not want that 5-year number to be there.
Okay, so we're at the order of the day. Are we ready to vote as a court? You could put if you're warm. We're at the order of the day, so we can either table it or we can get ready to vote. So those who are warm, ready to vote, and those who are cool to voting? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. What do you mean, no?
Oh, no, not you. I'm talking to Tanya. Somebody's whispering in my ears. Yeah, too. Sorry.
It's been moved and seconded. All those who are in favor?
Jeff?
Oh, sorry. I don't even know who's talking to me
Microphone.
anymore.
Doug Cameron from Kent. Could I have the motion read again, just so I know what I'm
Madison?
voting on?
Madison, how may I test the wording and you correct me if I have it wrong? Would that be okay? That London Conference recommends that the review of the pros and cons be 5 years after implementation. Does that capture it?
Yes.
Doug? Yep. You ready? All those who are in favor? All those who are opposed? It is carried. Thank you, friends.
That would be all the proposals we can handle at this time, Mr. President. I would invite you to remind our Executive Secretary to deal with all proposals as that we have worked on as the court has so determined.
You have
Please.
to actually tell, oh, that does, you have to.
Please.
Friends, just before we go on, you did a phenomenal amount of work. Thank you for coming prepared, and thank you for the work that you did. You're amazing.
It's my pleasure to introduce and to welcome up Five Oaks. Welcome. I thought you'd still be doing laughs. We're locking her up. Please.
You're not walking in your mouth. There you go. Hello, everybody. My name's Rob Stapleford. I'm on the board at Five Oaks. I'd like to introduce Jen Nichols, who's the Hospitality and Business Administrator, and Tammy Crabb, who's the Marketing Coordinator from Five Oaks. And I'm happy to tell you there's no proposal. Sit back, enjoy it, and Madison, you don't have to run to the mic anymore. About a little over a year ago, the board at Five Oaks decided to take a fundamental review of its operations and building. The current model, to be candid, really was not working very well, and we thought that it was time for fundamental change and a review of how we're doing things. So we've embarked upon a significant redevelopment project. We're only in the planning stage, got a long, long ways to go, but a lot of work has gone into it. And we believe that a picture is worth 1,000 words, or maybe a video is worth 1,000,000 words. So we've actually kind of put the new vision of Five Oaks into a video, and I'd like to share that with you right now. So it'll take up the lion's share of this agenda item. So if you could run the video, and this is kind of what we're looking to do at Five Oaks.
Five Oaks, where the trees stand tall, the wind blows gently, and spirit speaks softly to those who come and listen. It is a sacred space that inspires spirituality and connection with all things important. Five Oaks inspires connection to spirit, to self, to each other, and to nature. The land, the 116 acres of beautiful rolling land, exudes an energy that is felt the moment you enter the lane. Exhale deeply and inhale life. This is Five Oaks. Bev Oaten had a dream and a purpose for this land. It was to create a sacred place that would encourage people to live out their faith at work, home, and community life, in hopes that God's peace and justice would be lived out in the world. Five Oaks would also support the lay leadership movement and would become a place for lay people to train to be ministers in the world. In 1952, volunteers gathered, bricks were laid, walls went up. The House of the Interpreters was built. Five Oaks was born. Over the years, the center has been a home to thousands, a place to worship, to learn, and to be alive with joy and laughter. Today, Five Oaks' mission and values live on stronger than ever, as so many things change in the world and the churches around us. We are being called to evolve, A plan is in place to bring new life to Five Oaks, to honor the true essence of the mission and the sacredness of this space.
It is no surprise that Five Oaks has been strong in mission and in supporters for decades. Yet we have been and continue to be vulnerable from a financial perspective. Knowing that this ministry is worth fighting for, we have challenged ourselves to open our minds and consider new possibilities for the future. Over the past year and a half, we have looked at so many possibilities, and what we have come to realize is that we are being drawn down a pathway of seeking partnerships of who share similar values and vision. Sending 200 partnership packages to Canadian organizations and institutions, we received very little feedback. Then one night at home, I came across this incredible documentary about an eco-humanitarian organization called Earthship. I was so intrigued with their building practices. They use passive thermal energy to heat and cool the buildings. They have the ability to produce food. They use solar to power all modern amenities, and they collect and filter rainwater. So excited about this concept, I came back into Five Oaks the next morning and sent them a partnership package. To my surprise and delight, Marianne Griffith, the Canadian representative for Earthship Biotecture, contacted me and said they were looking for partnership for the past 3 years in Canada and feel that we also could be a perfect match for their mission. After several conversations and meetings together, we have discovered this incredible potential and excitement that lay before us.
Earthship Biotecture, a registered eco-humanitarian organization committed to social justice and disaster relief projects around the world, who build sustainable housings to teach communities how to live off-grid and in harmony with nature. Essentially, Earthship buildings are gentle on the earth and focuses mostly on humanitarian efforts. Five Oaks will build an off-grid spiritual retreat center that is gentle on the earth. In addition, we have invited Earthship Canada to offer their non-profit mission of teaching sustainable building practices, and are excited that their first humanitarian project in Canada is with 6 nations.
Partnering with Five Oaks just makes sense. It's a perfect fit for us, really. Earthship's mission is to make believable steps towards slowing down and ultimately reversing the negative impact of human development as it relates to the Earth's ability to continue to support life. We want to educate people on sustainable living and empower people to make positive changes in their own lives to reduce their personal effect on global warming.
In the United Church of Canada's new creed, we are called to live with respect in creation. Earthship too has a mission committed to caring for our planet. They live, breathe, and build with a passion and purpose that encourages and empowers respect in creation. Five Oaks has a mission too, inspiring connection to spirit, to self, to each other, and to nature. It is with partnership that spiritual, living, breathing home will be built, adding depth to mission.
Five Oaks began as a lay training center, and there is a sense that we are coming full circle. We are reclaiming our original mission because lay people are thirsty for meaningful experiences of the divine. They long to be equipped and empowered to minister in their church and in the world. And so going forward, we are seeking to serve the United Church of Canada and other mainline denominations through what we are proposing to call the Oaten Institute, honoring the founding director of Five Oaks. Through the Oaten Institute, we will offer on-site programming for such things as youth ministry training, pastoral care for lay visitation teams, confirmation retreats, and so much more. We are also thrilled to be entering into partnership with Emmanuel College Continuing Education to expand our program reach. The United Church has also been asking us for years to offer programming closer to the geographical areas that we serve. And so we are going to enter into online engagement, and also we will seek to train mentors and workshop leaders to take programs on the road to meet the needs of local constituencies. So watch for the launch of the Oaten Institute sometime this fall. Five Oaks also has huge potential to be a spiritual home for people who are spiritual and not necessarily religious. And so we are seeking to enhance this area of programming through our mission of inspiring spirituality, where we will offer silent retreats, labyrinth programming, wampum, our eco-spirituality programming, and so much more. Each program will also be accompanied by a trained spiritual director who will hold space for program participants. We are seeking additional ways to enhance this area of programming through partnerships with First Nations people, wellness practitioners, and others. And we will also have an increased focus on the spiritual renewal of church members.
With these evolving programs and partnerships, Five Oaks embodies its mission in a new way by becoming a welcoming spiritual eco-retreat center where all are welcome. A place that offers peace, balance, wellness, meditation, prayer, and connection to the earth. It is a place where many can come to deepen their faith and spirituality. Five Oaks, where the trees stand tall, the wind blows gently, and spirit speaks softly to those who come and listen.
Running river, sacred space, towering trees, reflect your grace. Running river, sacred space, towering trees, show us our place.
A lot of thought has gone on to get us to this stage, but a lot of work yet remains. So we're still in the early stages of discussion with Earthships. So lots of water to go under the bridge. But we believe that this direction, in terms of an eco-friendly facility, is consistent with church values of sustainability. And so we think there's a bright future at Five Oaks. London Conference has been a great supporter of Five Oaks, and we look forward to talking to you again. We've got some more concrete stuff to present to you. But we're really excited about it. The other courts of the church that have seen this video are excited. I hope you are too. I'm going to stay around for the rest of the day today. Tammy and Jen will be here tomorrow at the Five Oaks booth. So if you do have questions or comments, please let us know. So thanks very much for your time and your agenda.
Oh, that ramp is so much nicer. Couple of announcements. One is a reminder that nominations are still open for President-elect and for General Council Commissioners. And at the celebration of ministry service tomorrow night, there will be a special collection for mission and service, and envelopes will be handed out for that. A couple that I was given today, Algoma Presbytery Executive. You're asked to meet at 5:15 in the meeting room at the south end of the Hellenic Center today. And we still have bus tickets available. We had ordered 3 buses. We're 5 people into our 3rd bus, so we still have spots available. So if you missed us at lunchtime, you can see Eric Skillings to still get bus tickets. And Deb Hopper came to me and reminded me that we have the Mission and Service Interactive Service that is available. She'll be there till 6 o'clock today. It'll be open from noon till 3 tomorrow. It is a drop-in physical experience of mission and service. So thank you.
As we prepare for supper, I invite Nora to come and share with us a word of grace.
Let us pray. Loving God, you call us to your service, and you call us to your table. We give thanks for a table where all are welcome. We give thanks for the plenty which offers us nourishment for your work. And we pray that all those who are hungry may be fed as well. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Nora. Well, friends, enjoy our dinner time together, and I look forward to seeing you back for the rest of our time tonight. Thank you.
Do you know if there's any place on the agenda that we will be talking about our camping ministries?
I hope so.
Because I don't see it anywhere. So it was just
The
a...
way we're component.
We're going to have a couple of hours.
I'm
That's
hoping.
good, because I could give you a spiel on that.
Good.
rush of angels' wings, I see glory on each face. Surely the presence of the Lord is in this place.
Welcome back, everyone.
You have 30 seconds. Alex Trebek is not waiting. "30 seconds, less than 30 seconds. Run back to your seats. Uh-oh, we're running out of time. Paul Whiting, Paul Browning, go back to your seat. I can see you. Pat Morrison. Pat Morrison's running back, isn't he? Yes, he is. Give your love to our president, Jeff Crittenden. Give him love, amen.
Phil, you're a lucky guy. We just have one announcement, and then I'm looking forward to having the UCW come forward. I have a special spot for them. I was raised by them. I stood in the corner. I peeled potatoes. You name it. So I can't wait to hear what they have to share with us. But right before that,
Friends, I want to assure you, you were distributed a nominations document that I'd like you, with names on it. It was last year's nominations report. It was printed in error, so just ignore that. But you will receive, I do want to check, you will receive a two-sided sheet of paper from the nominations committee outlining how to complete an expression of interest and some of our vacancies, and that we would like you to receive tonight. We would also like you to receive, and I'm sorry, the tellers may not have it yet, so this is a cue up to them. We've drafted a proposal number 44, and I'm hoping that the tellers will be able also to distribute that tonight, so you will have it overnight to review. Do you have that yet? Oh, that's all is well with the world. Great, thank you.
I'll welcome my friends UCW to come forward.
We've drafted a proposal number 44, and I'm hoping that the tellers will be able also to distribute that tonight, so you will have it overnight to review. Do you have that yet? Oh, that's all is well with the world. Great, thank you.
I'll welcome my friends UCW to come forward.
I don't know about that. Good evening. My name is Sandra Stock, and I'm from Oxford County. And I am president of London Conference United Church Women. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the London Conference for giving us this time to speak about the impact of the UCW upon our local churches, our communities, our conferences, our national church, and the world. There are 45,000 women across Canada who are proud to say that they are members of the UCW. London Conference has about 4,200 UCW members. I'd like to ask the members of UCW if they would just stand and wave their hand so that we can see where you are out there. Thank you so much. These members worship, witness, study, sing, share in fellowship, and give service to their church, community, and beyond. In 2012, UCW celebrated its 50th anniversary by supporting the Morogoro Women's Training Center in Tanzania. Originally, UCW had hoped to train between 200 and 400 women in maternal health care, saving lives of mothers and infants. Exceeding all expectations, the project raised money to train more than 600 women. It is exciting to report that the training is now being taken to the trainees, and so training the trainees and to the nomadic people of the area. Following the success of this UCW fundraising project, an evaluation is being planned and that involves interviewing participants right from the beginning of the program. There is just over $15,000 in reserve for this task, and the Morogoro Center will share the report with the United Church and with the UCW. Now, our own London Conference UCW has, since 1979, supported the Global Health Medical Electives Program, or we call it MEOP, which is overseen by the Global Health Office at the Schulich School of Medicine and Dentistry at the University of Western Ontario, to financially support those medical students attending the university who choose to offer their services without remuneration in underserviced and remote areas of the world. And this is how we have decided to fulfill our vision of commitment and devotion to all of God's people in the community and in the wider world. Last summer, we were invited to designate $1,000 annually out of the approximate $10,000 to $12,000 that we donate to this year. So our plan to donate $1,000 each year for 10 years. This award will be made in the name of the United Church Women of London Conference, and given to the who are pursuing a career in maternal and or infant and child health. The award has been named for UCW. First presentation was made at the university's convocation in March of this year. Now UCW is focusing on a child well-being initiative that was introduced by Alberta Northwest Conference in 2010 to eliminate child poverty in Canada. At the 41st General Council of the United Church of Canada in 2012, a resolution was passed advocating the whole church behind the movement and child poverty. The latest call to end child poverty in Canada is a book written by the United Church of Canada entitled Bread Not Stone. If you visit our Facebook area, you'll see those books on display. And Bread Not Stone is based on Matthew 7:9. Who, if a child asks for bread, will give them a stone? The London Conference UCW, along with the National UCW, is working to eradicate child poverty in Canada as a special project for the next 5 years. Dolls, and they will show you dolls in a few minutes, are being made using bags, onion, over material, old sheets, mismatched fabric, old socks, sweaters, and so on. That is the point. Children live in poverty. National UCW President Phyllis Buckner stated, and I quote, "We are looking to serve as an advocate for children and youth, recognize the gender that is the moral goal of 50th anniversary project, and we hope to pick up on some of that passion and enthusiasm. Who better than the UCW to intentionally look at child poverty in our local communities, in our conference, and beyond?" There was great concern that UCW was not mentioned in the comprehensive review, but only in the background report. And in the 2013 United Church Manual, only 3 references were made to the UCW. United study, fellowship, service. The role of a representative in the United Church and in the United Church of Canada current structure has not been consistent. Some presbyteries, trustees, and conferences and their elections do include representatives of voting member, while others, including the General Council Executive, have only admitted representatives past to serve corresponding non-voting members. In the conference, UCW has been very fortunate to have a place at the table of governing body of past charters. UCW Presbyterial President are voting members of the Presbytery, Presbytery Executive, and Conference UCW President is a member of conference and also a voting member of Conference Executive, and we thank you for that. United Church Women have traditionally supported their local congregations and the outreach work of local communities. It recognizes men with the devotion and commitment of the UCW, many congregations have ceased to exist long ago. It could also be noted that the commitment of the wide world of our church through support of the mission service is evident, as in 2014, the London Conference UCW contributed $242,166 to mission service of the United Church of Canada. Across Canada in 2014, the UCWs gave $1,462,140. In our 53rd year, the UCW has contributed in excess of $130 billion to the National Mission Service Fund. Observer can look inside the cover, you'll see the right arrow that Cheryl Curtis and satisfying officers are part and quote, United Women across the whole church, bless God's mission general, generous gifts. We give thanks. Give from United Church Women through May annual dance in people's lives. Heartfelt appreciation extended to all the UCW members, their generosity to both local church and the mission and service. These gifts are a sign of compassion, community, building community. They offer hope. Now, Laurel and Linda just to speak for a couple of minutes about child poverty.
Everybody. I'm Kennedy and from UCW Franklin. We acknowledge the history and incredible work of women of the Alberta and Northwest Conference in their efforts to eradicate child poverty. We plan to follow their footsteps, what valuable roles they have given us.
Thank you, Dorothy. This is about she are UW, United Church of Canada, all over. She's a symbol, very effective one. May any man that and old race poverty not color coordinate. Represents a child living poverty in Canada. Bread students is critical campaign to raise awareness of and to eliminate child poverty in our country. Our immediate focus is children living in poverty here in London and the surrounding area. Currently, 1,000 such children in the city alone, many more in the surrounding area. We can't think of an urgent issue.
Bread not known, as said, is based on biblical verse. If a child asks for bread, moms give that child a stone. Our response is we must raise awareness to
Representative Howard, politicians, there's a Laura has for the mayor. He has Susie, Rainbow, Sophie, and Jack. They have names, and each represents a chosen party. Also, that paper also banner represent each other of living in London will present our children at West Knox have created our first dinner. Will be played for the first time. More importantly, gathering green festival. Also, this week, created a red stone page on the website with full information about what you can do to end a party. You can go to the Knox website on your
Meet up during next door in the town area, which is just the door on the south, for further information about educational and all workshops. And don't forget to check our special page. Charity is setting up and child poverty. Band-aids don't.
Thank you very much, Laura. And I hope that some of you can see this beside the display. I think for the next 2 years, it only puts us apart. We know how that be the church women. Our spark can be a base to send medical students to abroad and nurse youth and children here in our land. Our flames provide opportunities for spiritual growth, Christian fellowship, and leadership development. Our unity does spark, promote truth, justice, peace, caring, and sharing in our community and in the wider world. Thank you.
name is Bill, and I'm from Middlesex, Presbytery, and I'm the representative. I used to hold the Dean of Communication Conference, and for the last 4 years, I've been called the Dean of Communications and Public Relations, really short to vision of PR. When I was listening to the UW presentation, I was very struck by all the notes they made. We learned to focus on like that's important. I think Bill's is more that I just well. Conference been for a number of decades as leaders near in communication and communication. I'm going to show you a slide if we can. One picture. Think to 1987. There were VHS cassettes that came to tapes where 10,000 I about the size of this lectern. There's the internet for public, what electronic is really a sort of like. In a conference, we had no to start a TV show. And Dan Matt Penny, who is now playing 29 years in the Dean of Communication, the late grad on a conference staff, he had to secretly was. Very soon, had a program in the Rogers Champion from faith, listening, and faith expression. Today, not the United Church of the Conference, the Roman Catholics, Anglicans, the Presbyterians, was after only ethnic interfaith. Ran for several years larger. Then they went to people television in London and in Windsor and in Birmingham. Later, I'd like to point out this was years before National Spirit Connections anymore. Gleam in some eyes at 85 St. Clair Street in Toronto. And so this continued. It went from cable to broadcast. It was broadcast later nationwide. They moved later into internet presentations, podcasts. Their archives, many of them are still at the Life and Faith website. And this show ran from 1988 to 2012. 24 years by my math. It was on long before and was on long after Spirit Connection. Their audio was literally all across the continent. As technology changed, they changed too. And a big part of that, all through the years, was Matthew Penny. He was an interviewer. He was behind the camera. He was rounding up volunteers. You'd go to his office, and stacked in the corner of the office were cameras and cables and discs. And it was a real mess, as most of the people in his various congregations would attest. But over the years, they covered the faith expression and interfaith expression of this region. They went to camps. They went to services. They went to demonstrations. They went to events of the Baha'i, of the Muslims, of the Jewish community. They did 3 segments, 19 shows a year, 24 years. They were covering native spirituality and Muslim relations long before most of it had even thought of these things. I'd like to show just a brief clip, just for old time's sake, that we pulled out of the archives, and it's Matthew Penny in his own inimitable way, interviewing, as it happens, about 8 years ago, one Dr. Kenan Callahan. Can we show that?
And what I hear is that the church needs to be free to evolve.
Yes,
the churches never stay the same. A static church is probably not as healthy as one that continually is reinventing it.
And using these 12 possibilities to continue to reinvent it. Most churches have more strengths than they think they have.
That's what churches need. They need to be told they have strength. One of the pitfalls I find with congregation after congregation is they compare themselves to that denomination or that congregation and fail to see their own strength. Fail to see, look what you do well. As you said before, what you have to do.
Well, what a genuinely helpful hockey coach does, help the team claim its strength. Not the strengths of some other team, but the strengths of this hockey team.
So a congregation that, well, what you're saying then is a congregation to be successful has to start by attempting to appear successful. And even
it has to start by experiencing the grace of God.
Okay.
Beginning point of all of life.
But grace has to be a positive thing. It must be seen
Grace
positively.
is positive. Grace. When we experience the grace of God, we discover the strengths God gives.
Right.
We discover the compassion with which God blesses.
Grace of God is the thing that makes a congregation healthy.
True. The grace of God is what makes all of us solid, healthy people. There's a sense in which strong, healthy people create strong, healthy congregations. And there's a sense in which strong, healthy congregations create strong, healthy people. The two go together. Congregations are people. When the people are strong and healthy, the congregation tends to be strong and healthy. When people get so preoccupied with their own problems, concerns, weaknesses, and shortcomings, they're neglecting the grace of God.
I just hope people can find that grace. I just hope that your words help people this morning to find the grace. And I got a funny feeling that we're going to be out of time for this segment, and so I'm going to say thank you now.
We could do this again sometime.
We can do this all day, I guess. It would be fun.
I will say to someone, share with me what you have fun doing. Because what we have fun doing is God's way of teaching us our longings, our strengths, and our mission.
Our mission. Important piece.
Yeah.
Thank you for this.
Blessings on you.
And they haven't changed at all in 8 years. You will notice the continuity and the development in Ken and Callahan's thought. Having been interviewed a couple of times by Matthew Penny, I've realized that without you knowing it, he manages to get out of you in a very limited time to the second, exactly what he wants out of you. It's some sort of gift. A virtual Matthew Penny is good, but I'm wondering if we could have the real Matthew Penny here to stand up and appear. We got an envelope for you sometime, okay? See you later. Just to offer our thanks from our division and from all of the conference, I think we could say to Matthew. Now, another part of our division's mandate is to help congregations and ministries and project groups throughout the conference present their message in whatever format is most appropriate for them. We're in conversation right now at the planning stage with Berkeley Studio at the National Council of the United Church, who had their eye caught by a ministry here in London Conference, in fact, right here in London, which they want to do a Minute for Mission program about. And it's not ready to roll, but because both Kate Rod at the national office and several of us have been so moved by this ministry, which is the Western University Chaplaincy, we wanted you to hear about it for yourself from our chaplain, Kate Lowe.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate this moment. I'm Karen Lowe, the United Church chaplain at Western. And I came just to remind you that punctuation saves lives. Take the sentence, "Let's eat, comma, grandma." Now take that same sentence and remove the comma. Punctuation saves lives. This is a semicolon, another form of punctuation. It's used when the author could have chosen to end a sentence, but chose not to. Imagine for a moment that you are the author, for we all hold in our hand the pen that writes the stories of our lives, and make the choices as to how the sentences will flow. Stories of joys and successes, stories of challenges and pain, stories of times that we flourished and grew, times when we almost gave up, when we could have put a period, but we chose to put a semicolon instead. That's where one student found himself at the beginning of this school year. Nick is a young transgender student who had been asked to leave his home. He was about to enter his 4th year at Western, and the pressures of that alone were enormous. He had lost his job, his place to live. He had just broken his arm. He could no longer pay for the drugs that were vital to his transitioning, Nick decided that he was done, period. He knew nothing of his inherent worth, of people believing in him, of people surrounding him with love and supporting him simply because he was a child of God. He had a plan and he had a means to end his life. But a buddy of his, actually, the guy who cuts my hair, knew that there was hope. He said to him, "Wait. If I can find somebody who can talk to you right away, will you wait?" You see, Wes knew that I was gay, and he knew that I was with the United Church, and he knew that the United Church was on campus, and that might just be the right combination at the right time, and he asked if I could see Nick. Well, this is Nick's semicolon. Nick graduated last month with honors. And I got a text from Nick the other day, and he said, "I got a feeling that he's been around all year, but I wonder if next time I come in to see you, if you could tell me about this God of yours. I think it's about time we started using words." I don't know if punctuation actually saves lives, but I do know that the United Church chaplaincy on campus at Western saves lives. Because we are on campus, we keep the sentence of God's awesome love going in ways both simple and profound. But in order to remain on campus, we depend upon gifts, grants, and donations to keep our funding going. This is a period. It's used at the end of a sentence when there is simply nothing left to say. And I worry about the unique voice, the inclusive welcome, the compassionate word that would be lost from the telling were the United Church no longer on campus. A perspective and a presence that, while it may not always save lives, it certainly has the potential to change them. There are no their journey. Students like Kara. I met Kara as I came in during exams. I met her in the stairwell. I greeted her when I came in, and I looked back and I said, "Are you doing okay?" And she said, "I was wondering what it might feel like to fall down that many stairs." And I said, "Are you thinking about finding out?" And I offered her my name and my hand, and I said, "Will you trust me long enough to come what led you to this morning's despair, and to see if together we might look at things differently if we looked at them together?" We need your help to ensure that we never put a period when there's so much more to do and to say. Holy Spokes is my effort to raise funds July 19th with a 100-kilometer bike ride to keep the United Church on campus at Western. I ask for your pledges and your prayers to keep the United Church on campus. Thank you.
Perhaps you can see why our national video production studio thinks that the chaplaincy would make a powerful video presentation. President Jeff, that completes the presentation of the Division of CPR. May we continue with the Division of Social Justice? Hello, my name is Bill Butt from Oxford Middlesex Presbytery, and I'm not chair of the Division of Social Justice, but I'm a member of it. And in the next very short time, we're going to take you to Mozambique, Japan, and Palestine. Mozambique first, and we have some slides to show you. About 4 years ago, a congregation in Oxford Presbytery called United closed. And being a resurrection church, they dedicated a large portion of their accumulated assets to agricultural projects in Africa. And those funds ended up funding and do continue to fund a project in Mozambique, which is building something called sand dams, which we're going to tell you about very briefly. Sand dams in Mozambique is one of two projects that are the international mission focus of London Conference for 2015 and 16, along with the program of bursaries and education for rural girls in Mozambique, which has been a project that has been dear to the hearts of many in London Conference for about 13 years now. And so we just like very briefly, with some help from Karen maybe, to show you some of this. Mozambique, we're off to Mozambique. In the southeast corner of the continent of Africa. A sand dam is not built out of sand, but it's to contain sand, to build wet sand up behind the dam. They're built on small rivers in sandy soil that a river can carry very quickly. In dry areas where there's only 1 or 2 flash floods per year, there's a sand dam. They're on average about as high as this table here. Engineering expertise. Men and women work on these projects, mixing cement, carrying it, putting it into the concrete cribbings that they've built with a bit of engineering and carpentry technology know-how. And in the end, you have a dam very low in the middle. It's not trying to hold water back or prevent a community downstream from having water. It's simply that when the next flood comes down, all that water carrying sand will be slowed enough that the sand, which is heavier, drops. And as you can see in that photo taken upstream from a dam, in 1 or 2 flash floods, it'll be filled with wet soil. And the dam is in the foreground here. Beyond that, they can build gardens where gardens were never possible before. Because if you dig down a foot or 2, like you might at the beach, somewhere under the sand, you'll find moisture. Not too far down, a short ladder hop. And so, with that water, they can carry it to the gardens. They can water their gardens, and you can see the kind of gardens they're able to grow. They can also feed their livestock. That's a handcrafted log watering trough right beside one of the watering holes that they dig because there's water maybe a meter down. They also use what they call conservation agriculture. They're planting seeds here into holes that are filled with compost. Can you advance that for me, Gord? Thank you. They also use a lot of mulching, again, as a conservation agriculture to preserve that very precious water. And the next one. It's all done with very low technology. Hose and machetes are really about all that's used, and pails for water. And next. And so there have been to date about 30 of these sand dams built in communities in central arid Mozambique. Each one serves about 100 families, which is about 500 people. There's 5 being built each year with funds from London Conference, working through the Food Grains Bank, the Mennonite Central Committee, and the Christian Council of Mozambique. If you could build a little something that would allow you to grow a lettuce like that in your garden, you'd probably be as proud as these Mozambican farmers are who have seen their lives transformed by the produce that they've grown in these desert areas by sand dams. And that's what London Conference is being a part of, a project that began with Faith United in Oxford Presbytery.
I just have to figure out, I can see there. The PEDRA program was started in Mozambique about 15 years ago because the Christian Council, when they were working in remote areas, found all these 11 and 12-year-old girls not in school. And many of them were getting married at age 12. So they said, we need to start a program to help these girls stay in school. So the PEDRA program started, and it was an after school. School ended at noon, so after school these rural girls came to the PEDRA program. Villages and 2 city projects, and these are some of the girls in their PEDRA t-shirts. The parents build the little gazebo right beside the school. We work closely with the school, and the girls learn to cook. They cook a lunch when they come out of school, and then they work in the PEDRA program. Now, this is a big sacrifice because their parents have given up 3 half days of those girls working in the fields and gathering water and whatever for them. It's a big sacrifice. One of the parts of the program is homework, because the older girls can help the younger girls. It's difficult having their education in Portuguese. Bible study is another project, and they do group work. The girls make puppets, and then they make puppet plays in the church, in the community, about AIDS, about health care, things that they've learned, so that they share what they've learned with everybody else in their community. Singing is really important. This picture was the girls singing in an ecumenical, huge concert, or not concert, but a service for peace, put on by the Christian Council, and the Pedro girls shared their voices. Now, once they get to grade 5, there was no longer any school in their village. It ended, and so the girls said to me, well, you told us to stay in school, and now there's no school, so that's why the bursary program was started. And this shows one of the rooms in the Namaroi dormitory. We have 2 dormitories. This is the Namaroi, and this is Malumbo, the other site. The girls gathering, using the well. That pump, by the way, was paid for by United Church money. Each of the centers, the dormitories have vegetable gardens, but also all the Pedro centers have vegetable gardens. The girls in the boarding school all have to take a turn to cook for the whole school. They wash the dishes, often down in the river. The river's in Namaroi.
Presbyteries. Could they all stand so you can see who they are? And they are going to be blessed at the service on Sunday with a kind of a bon voyage blessing. They'll be off to Mozambique, and they'll be reporting on their return. Thank you.
We're going to have a wonderful trip, and I know that the group are excited, and we're getting emails from Mozambique, and the people in Mozambique are so excited that we're coming.
And now we're going briefly to Japan. Back in the late 1960s, a sort of long-haired, bearded student, recently graduated, was hired by the United Church to go and work in northern Japan on the island of Hokkaido. And 46 years later, he's finishing up his term there. Rob and Keiko Whitmer are the longest ever London Conference overseas personnel, but I think I'm less interested in stressing longevity than quality of service. In those 46 years, many people from this conference have been to Hokkaido to visit with them and see projects of the United Church of Christ in Japan in their district. They're involved in programs of agriculture, responsible use of the land. There's a 3 Love program based on love of the land, of God, and of humanity. They're very involved in what we heard this morning and yesterday being called small, strong churches. Anybody who's been there to see the Whitmer's fruit at work will see congregations that might have half a dozen members, but are they strong? And they support each other in ways that we have so much still to learn about. And partly because of recognizing that the international mission partnership is about learning from each other, Rama-Keiko have been very faithful and efficient over the years at enabling exchange visits. In 2012, we had people here, a dozen of them from Japan. In 2014, a group of 6 from here, which is another field in which there's a lot of crossover between our interest as a United Church and the work of the United Church of Christ in Japan, especially in that northern island of Hokkaido. It's been a team ministry for many years, and I think one way to maybe attest to that is to read just a line from a translation made by the Whitmers of a book about the history, culture, and present-day situation of the Ainu people. And in his last paragraph, Rob says, "Finally, as always, I thank my partner, Keiko Whitmer, who happily puts up with my impatience and stubbornness, and yet remains a willing consultant and advisor on all occasions." It's a team ministry that we would like to honor this evening, and I'd like them both to come up and just receive a little something, not run away like Matthew Penny did. Robert Keiko.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is that okay? You want this one too? Thank you. Yeah. Wow. It's. I understand what Bev meant when she said she should have brought her sunglasses. It's great to be here. As Bill mentioned, it's 46 years this year since I first went to Japan. 40 years since Keiko and I have been living in a small rural area in northern Hokkaido where we're presently located. We've participated in a DLM learning circle, and we even got involved in a church camp cleanup in the Yukon, just north of Whitehorse. And we're back in London now. But that the church in Japan can learn from the church here in Canada. And as Bill mentioned, there have been many exchange groups over the years. 9 different groups since 1985. So in the last 30 years, once every 3 years, a group of people from Japan have either come to Canada or they have gone from Canada to Japan. London Conference has been involved in most of those exchanges. And we're hoping that we can continue that kind of connection. We are hoping that we can receive a group in 2017 from the San De Soto Spiritual Center in Beauséjour, Manitoba, and that the people who participate in that trip will have a chance not only to visit churches and see how the church functions in Japan, but also, of course, connect with the Ainu people, the indigenous people of northern Japan, but also learn about other minority groups in Japan who experience discrimination. We hope this will be an enriching time for all of them, and that through this kind of experience we might find signposts as we stand at the crossroads. We are not alone. We live in God's world, and God's people are everywhere in the world. So we thank you so much, and we hope that we can keep the flame alive. And now, Keiko wants to share a few words also. I don't know if she's going to speak in English or Japanese. Are you okay with Japanese? Oh, she's going to speak in Japanese. But we don't want to lower the mic, no. Don't mess with the mic. Yeah, go ahead. You want me to hold that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you got it.
私は小さい3つの漁村の教会で育ちました。
I grew up in 3 very small churches, all of them in fishing villages on the coast of Hokkaido.
ある時は私と牧師だけ、そしてある時は10人ぐらいの人たちが集まった教会です。
Sometimes it was just myself and the minister. Sometimes there were as many as 10 people in attendance.
小さな教会だったので牧師はいませんでした。長い間牧師はいませんでした。
They were all small churches, so most of the time they didn't have a full-time resident minister.
ですから遠くの町から牧師が5時間ぐらい時間をかけて牧師や宣教師たちが月に2回ぐらい来てくれました。
So the ministers came from far away. Ministers and sometimes overseas personnel from other churches in North America drove as much as 5 hours to come to those churches and lead worship with us.
ですから宣教師たちとの交わりがあったので、私は日本の教会が世界につながっていることを自然に知ることができました。
Through connecting with those overseas personnel from other churches, I realized that even the small churches in Japan are connected to the church in the world.
そしてこれからもこのつながりがすごく大切にされていくことを願っています。
And I hope more than anything else that we can keep that connection alive in the days and in the years ahead.
Please come to Japan and see us, and then our house is always open for you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Bev and our finance to come forward, please. Okay, my friends, the social justice is going to continue for a little bit longer, and we welcome you and thank you. You don't mind just waiting for? Thank you.
Got too many papers. Hi, my name's Curtis Marblett from Street. I'm also past chair of Social Justice Committee and acting chair for the last couple of months. And I wanted to share with you another part of the Social Justice Committee's work and my work in the wider United Church, National Church. through the United Network for Justice and Peace in Palestine and Israel. I'm going to start with a few short to go along with some comments I'm going to make about unsettling goods. In 2012, General Council approved a policy on Palestine and Israel, a 13-point policy, which in 2013, they started to develop a program which eventually was approved, I think, in May of 2014, called Unsettling Goods. And those are some of the resources that were produced. Launched that in with a display in the mall in London here in December by Middlesex Presbytery Division World Outreach. One of the focuses of that early stage of the Unsettling Goods was to boycott SodaStream. It's part of the economic action that was called for a proposal that was approved in 2012. Since then, we've been doing letter writing and attending in the summer of 2014. Of course, you're well aware of the Gaza war, and so there were a number of rallies in London that some of us attended in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. In 2014, the General Council Office produced a program called Advent Peace Boxes, and they were distributed among congregations, those boxes, and used them in worship, in Advent worship, and we promoted that here too. In 2014, they developed, post-Easter, developed the Let's Keep Talking program, and there are 12 videos that were produced to questions that are things that people may still be asking about the Palestine situation. And there is on each table, I think, a flyer that outlines that, as well as on out on our table out in the north. And most tables should have got one of these booklets for each of you. I was asked to write an article about our network, Palestine and Israel, and it's in the latest mandate issue, if you're interested in learning more about our network. We'll be meeting, as we have done for the last 3 or 4 years, nationally with our network, and we're going to be meeting this year in Halifax, a year in Hamilton, before that in Naramata. And if any of you are interested in becoming part of that network, you can pick up information on the table or go onto the website and sign up. With a video, I think I've got, that's my slides. I'm going to ask them to show a video, one of those 12 videos. It's a video that asks, will there ever be peace in Palestine and Israel? These videos have been produced as part of the ongoing Unsettling Goods, but they've been produced by interviewing voices from the Canadian Church, from and others. Just before we see that, though, I'd like to quote from a letter that Reverend Dr. Naim Atik, who was the past director of the Sabeel Ecumenical Liberation Theology Center, and he's urging it's an open letter to the United Church, and he said, "Thank you again for the decision of your last General Council to take action to support the end of the occupation of Palestine. Your Unsettling Goods campaign has helped to build awareness of the injustice of the occupation among Canadian Christians. The boycott of goods produced in illegal settlements by the United Church and other churches around the world has begun to bear fruit by bringing economic pressure on the Israeli government. Your commitment to a just peace has given us strength in the face of great adversity. Since your last General Council, the situation for Palestinians has deteriorated significantly." And he goes on to outlined some of those things. But he says, beyond this was the horror of the war against Gaza. And he urges, finally concludes to say, I commend you to carry on with and expand your Unsettling Goods campaign. I urge the United Church of Canada to join with other denominations around the globe who have decided to boycott and divest from companies that benefit from the occupation. So let's view the video. Will there be, never be peace?
The medical doctor, I will never lose hope as long as the patient is still alive. Maybe the situation is difficult, but we need to ask why the conflict is not solved. And once the diagnosis is wrong, the treatment is wrong. And that's the situation. It's a conflict between two nations, Palestinians and Israelis. And they deserve side by side as a free, independent nations. When we speak about putting an end to this conflict, it should never be just and good for one. Palestinians are occupied. The Israelis are the occupier. So we need to bring them to the same level that both of them are free, as a free nations. The equation of occupier and occupied must finish.
Peace is very possible. There are them when we can have peace, like justice, for instance, human rights, international law. I think what we need now is for Israel to be complied with international law and the UN resolutions.
There is a road to peace. Israel of the Palestinian lands. They must lift the siege of Gaza. They must respect the Palestinian people with dignity and equality. Palestinians have a right to return to their homelands. If there is no justice, there will be no peace.
The question is not, is peace possible in principle? The question is it possible in practice? Now, you cannot have peace when one party wants to keep taking over the land of the other party. The Likud party, which is the governing part of Israel, has in its constitution that there shall not be a Palestinian state between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. That of the leading governing party in Israel, of which Prime Minister Netanyahu is the authorized representative. Now we keep talking about Hamas, so it doesn't want to accept. But in the very card in Israel, it says you can't have a Palestinian state. And Jews have the right to settle everywhere in that land. It's not possible to have peace.
It's true that the conflict has been going on because we've been put to end the conflict. And the conflict will not end without the international family taking the responsibility of seeing that the land is harmonious enough for two peoples to be living in.
We can start to live together, and we proved it before, because Palestinians, they lived in this world, and even Jewish people inside Palestine as Palestinians, so we can live together. And I say it, the biggest ally to the Israelis should be the Palestinians, not the Americans or the Canadians or any. Their safety, their security, their freedom, their independence, their future is linked to the Palestinian safety, security, freedom, and the future. And it's time to put an end to the occupation and the mentality of occupying.
Thank you to the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mary Ann Silverthorne, and I chair the Division of Finance and Administration. Our mandate is to establish a unified plan for finance for meeting the needs of the conference. And in order to do that, each spring we hold a budget forum in March. Invited to that budget forum are the presbytery treasurers, one other rep for the presbytery chairs, division chairs, and several other people on the executive. Together, we start from basically zero and work to build our budget, what you're being presented with tonight. That budget, the proposed budget, is in the delegate handbook, printed on starting at page 12, if you wish to turn there now. Most of it will be on the screen as Bev works through the numbers. Bev?
As you know, you've heard that Brent Kaslik is assistant treasurer, and I hand over some jobs now and then to Brent. So one of the figures, one of the first jobs I gave him was to figure out what the salary line would be for 2016. But I also wanted to tell him that tonight there's a calculator on table 2, Brent, if we need it. So you heard Marianne say that we respond to what the needs of the conference are. So that's the lower 2/3 of the page. We can get rid of the... You want to run down the right-hand column. That's 2016. That's what we're looking at. So expenditures down. We have the general expenditures. And the big figure in that, of course, is the salary line, salary and benefits, for the staff that we have at present. And that staff is now a permanent staff. Some of them are on contract. But the executive made the decision in February that all those contract positions would become permanent positions so people have some security. You'll see some small printing where we've moved some things. Tanya and Cheryl Ann got busy moving some things around one day. If you look down under divisions, you'll see a division now called Faith Formation. That's what you used to call DMC, Division of Mission in Canada. So anything that was involved with faith formation got moved into faith formation. It just seemed to clean some things up. For example, the Five Oaks grant went to faith formation. Fairfield Museum grant went to F&A because we oversee the finances and do the bookkeeping for Fairfield Museum. Incorporated Ministries went to F&A because that is overseen or be part of the F&A division as well. So in that top section, we have pulled some things out, moved them into divisions. The annual meeting, the office operations, and then down to the divisions. Congregational Futures no longer exists as such. It's the same as social justice, became a combination of Church and Society and DWO. And we still are keeping stewardship and hoping to revitalize that division. So the total disbursements or expenditures for 2016 is predicted to be $844,201. To achieve that, we have a grant that's 30% less from General Counsel coming in 2016. And we expect to have that same grant in 2017, but we have no expectations for 2018. So the grant for 2016 is $191,052. Investment income, I don't know, $5,000. In 2014, we got $14,340. So it's not known for sure how investments will do. We always hope for a fair bit. And over the last couple of years, been getting more than we were budgeting for. As we have said in the past, because we have had some surplus years, we will use some of the unrestricted reserves to cushion the assessment. So we were putting $61,473 from the unrestricted reserves back in for income in 2016. And so we put forward to you tonight an amount of $580,526 coming from assessment, and that is the same assessment as last year, or as the present year, I should say, of 2015. As you know, we base the assessment on line 40. Line 40 dropped 0.05%. from 2012 to 2013. It's not dropping very much. Heather, are you still here somewhere? Oh, this was Heather's vision, you know? And I said to her today, we never really took into consideration most of the churches that are closing, we're not spending much money. So the expenses of the conference continue to go along fairly normal. Line 40 seems to remain up there. So our total, with the donations from travel, that's what the $6,000 is donations from travel. Give us an income at $844,051 for a deficit budget of $150. Are there any questions? That's your job, not mine. And do you have the... Yes, and I think it's on the proposal's also on a slide, right? Did I give you that? It's in your handbook.
Yeah, it's up there now.
Page 30, there it is. You go ahead. Me or you? Me. You. She's got it.
Whatever you want.
I move that the proposed budget for 2016 with the conference assessment from presbyteries of $580,000 to $526, using 2.4% of column 40 of the United Church Canada yearbook over the 3 most recent years, and a minimum draw of $61,473 from the unrestricted reserves. You seconding it?
So it's moved and seconded?
Point of order. So does this need to be a proposal, or it's just a motion that's been made? So, and I think it will work as a motion. So as long as the court's clear that this isn't a proposal and that we're not doing the proposal process.
Are you clear? Okay. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Those who are opposed? It's carried.
One other little bit of information I want to share with you. We've always been accused of never planning too far ahead. And we always said, well, we don't know how far we can plan ahead because things change. Just some figures I worked out this afternoon. So 2015, the assessment is 2.4%. 2016, the assessment is 2.4%. I predict that in 2017, the assessment will be 3.5% because we have to start easing up, and because of no grant in the future. 2018, 3.5 to 4%. And the comprehensive review predicts that the assessment will be 4.75. So a gradual rise.
I would just want to point out, friends, we only have authority so far to bring you an assessment of up to 3%, so we'll have to talk if we're going to go above that.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Kathy and Jennifer to come forward. Oh. If you could just wait a minute. We'll have Youth Forum come up next. As they're making their way up, we just want you to know how impressed and how thankful we are for your presence in our community, excuse me, and how much we value your input, especially my friend the sprinter.
As they're, hello.
hello. As they are getting settled up there, my name is Betsy Exley, and I am your Faith Formation Youth and Young Adult Minister for London Conference. Yay! And we are delighted to be here. I encourage you, even if you're not sitting at a table with some of these amazing youth, during breaks, go over, say hi, introduce yourself. They've got lots to share. You have lots of wonderful wisdom to share with them. So thank you for having us a part of this amazing conference, this experience. And you have been working so hard today. I think it's time to get up on your feet and let's sing some songs Youth Forum style. You may actually have to sway a little bit, so get ready. Yeah. This song is called Love Your Neighbor, and it's a gift to us from VeggieTales.
He's got a shoe and I've got a ball, and we look closer, therefore that we've got God made us special, and now I can see that we're special to God, and we're special to love. Oh, loving means lending a hand. Well, if you see someone who's hurt or maybe it's time to go on with me. And when you're finished, you'll find that it's true. If you help them feel better, you'll feel better too. Love. When someone helps you, and this is where you howl like a dog. And you haven't even started drinking yet.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. You may be seated. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Scott Kell, and I was the Youth Forum chair this past year. And this time at Youth Forum, we had over 100 youth attend, and also our incredible adult leadership. You can applaud for the adult leadership and for the youth. Yeah. And we were especially blessed this year to have Bronwyn Corlett as our theme speaker, right in the front row. And right now, I'd just like to share our theme this year was At the Crossroads, and it was about making decisions and how youth need to make huge decisions in their lives. What career they'll have, what school they'll go to, whether they'll take Billy or Bobby to the Sadie Hawkins dance. Who knows? And what I've learned from Youth Forum that's helped me at these crossroads decisions is that it's taught me confidence. When I went to Youth Forum for the first time, I went in an awkward, nerdy, short, shy grade 9. And now that I'm leaving, I am an awkward, nerdy, tall, confident university student. And that confidence to make decisions and to find what I want to do with my life has led me into some really cool places. I'm going into teaching because of it. The shy kid from the back of the class learning the science jokes, that was me. And now I'm becoming a physics teacher. Full circle. Yeah. All right, thank you. And now I'd like to pass it on to the person who's taking over my role as chair next year, my good friend, Madison Blackwell.
Yay, Madison.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Is it really? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'm Madison, and I'm the up-and-coming chair, as Scott said. So, as Scott stated, Youth Forum's an awesome environment. It's super supportive, and it presents a community of unconditional love and acceptance for all of the youth that attend. That community has given me an opportunity to grow as an individual and the gift of great self-confidence, as well as awareness of my strengths. When I come to the crossroads in my life, these gifts of self-confidence and awareness help me to trust myself and my ability to make the right choices. Youth Forum also reminds us that even if we make the wrong choice and take a path that's not working out for us, God is always with us. We are not alone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Lindsay, and I was just voted this year as chair-elect. So that means in 2017, I will be chair. So they told me to come up and talk to you. So I was asked today to tell you guys a story about how Youth Forum has helped me at a crossroads. So here we go. Last year at Youth Forum was one of the most powerful youth forums I've ever been to. And this man right here was the guest speaker, Gary Patterson. Now, we do this thing at Youth Forum and other London Conference activities where we do choose your own adventures, and they're kind of like workshops you go to, and they're pretty awesome. So I had the awesome, most greatest time ever at a man named Dave Exley's workshop he did there. Can you guys give him a woo woo? That's for you, Dave, from me. Thank you. Now the workshop was all about, like, as far as I remember, I might be wrong, but really cool facts about the Bible, and it just sort of like hit me really hard, and just like a sack of potatoes. And I felt like I had a duty to. They told me to say something. Say it this particular way. So, with that in mind, it helped me lead into helping with youth ministry. Currently, I'm the youth ministry intern at Calvary United Church here in Middlesex Presbytery because of that moment. Thank you, Dave. So, being at Youth Forum gave me a calling to God to want to help navigate other youth the same way that Youth Forum has helped me. So yeah, that's what I have to say. And now, I have some introducing to do. You guys are all at a premiere right now, actually. There is a video of the 2015 Youth Forum that I don't think any of us have seen. It's on YouTube already, but have you seen it? We don't know her. So one person in particular does this video, and I have some words that define her. She's wonderful. She's marvelous. She's fantabulous. And supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. This person is Vanessa Spence. So Vanessa spent the weekend at Youth Forum trying to capture the essence of what it's like to be a youth at Youth Forum. And she's been doing this for the past few years, and every year I'm like, good luck. But she does it every year. So, without further ado, I guess we'll show the video.
How does your faith help you navigate your personal crossroads in life? How does your faith help you navigate your personal crossroads in life?
My faith has brought me closer to so many people, and those people themselves help me navigate through crossroads.
I don't know, I think you can always look to God when you're unsure of what to do, and He'll guide you in the right direction, so that's how it helps me.
It's always good to know that we have someone that is not gonna beat us, that is gonna be with us forever. So even when sometimes that we don't trust even ourselves, we have God.
I feel like when you come to a crossroad, you definitely need a support system. It's very important. It's almost impossible to get through alone. And emotionally, one of the greatest supports that I find that I have is my faith. And I feel like I can always pray and turn to God and know that no matter what happens, He'll always be there for me.
For me, I visualize my faith as a stoplight, and so the crossroad for me is like the red, like you can't move, and then the yellow is where I start to pray and discern and come to thoughts, and then green is where you just go for it and you make that choice.
I think my faith really helps in my decision making in the sense of doing what Jesus would do, and like the two things that he says is love God and love your neighbor, and that really influences my life.
It gives you a lot of guidance as well. So even if you go to people who are much older than you at the church, they have experiences that will give you advice that can help you decide what the right decision you're going to make is.
You know, I ask God, God points me where to go, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
It's really important to just pray about everything, and when you pray about things, God usually gives you signs and guidance. If you believe in yourself, then you can go to other people that believe in you and that you trust, and then they can help you with the stuff you're struggling with.
I think it kind of helps if you really believe in God and put your full trust in Him, because then He can give you best decisions. I think when you daydream and stuff, that God has a part in it. If you ask Him to show you something, to lead you to what you're supposed to do, and even when you fail on that path, He's still there to catch you and put you back onto another one.
My faith has brought me closer to so many people. It's helped me connect with my parents and my friends. And that helps me with my crossroads, because I know that I can trust them to go and talk to them about that sort of stuff.
My faith helps me because I know that at my church there's always people who will help me make my decisions and support me in whatever way I go. And I know that I will always be able to ask God for help. So I kind of always know that I have everyone at my church and God by my side.
Church can help.
Yeah.
Talking to people in church, because they've gone through crossroads and stuff, especially school or something. They're like, yo, what do we do about this? And they've gone through that, so they know. So I mean, church in general can help.
Yeah, your whole church community can
Yeah.
really help you and point you to where you need to go.
I mean, we can all give our opinions, and it'll all collide into one decision.
And we will never feel judged.
Yeah.
I turn to my faith for biblical stories and theological understandings that let me know that I'm not the first person who's had to make a really difficult choice at a crossroads. And we have all kinds of stories and ancestors who've come before us and done wonderful, amazing things. And sometimes you just got to believe that you can do it as well.
My faith helps me believe in jumping.
So whenever I come to a crossroad in my life where I have to make a decision, I know that the people of my church and my family will be there to support me in whatever I choose.
Personally like to look at the Bible, and I've started following Jesus more closely. I really think he has the best, strongest message of all, and something I always try to ask myself is what would Jesus do? Even if the answer is not what I like, that's what I know I should do.
And I think that, when you're having a tough time or you're having a hard time making decisions, you can always go to church and just pray and be with your congregation, and it really helps you kind of have some insight.
I try to figure it out myself, and it never works that way, and I end up just praying to Him and realizing that if I truly trust in Him and put all of my faith in Him, He'll make sure everything happens the way it's supposed to be, even if it takes longer than it should have.
My faith helps me at the crossroads of my life because in the United Church, we are told that we are not alone. And because of this, I know when I come to a crossroad, no matter what path I choose, even if it's not the best path for me, there will be people there and God will be there to help me get back on the right path.
You join a community of people who are willing to help you and help you decide what
and give you advice on what you should do when you reach a certain crossroad. And without those communities, you would definitely be having a lot harder time figuring out what to do. And with these communities, you also get friends and family that you may not have before. So they can help you figure out what you want to do. And jazz hands.
You guys want to get jiggy? Yeah, let's stand up and get jiggy. Let's get down by getting up. Ready? Our lives are wasted, hopelessness is left untwisted. You can't live your life to please yourself. That's a tip from my mistake. Exactly what it doesn't take to learn. You got to come in last place. Your life, you got to lose it, and all the losers get up. I get down, she lifts me up, get down. She lifts me up, get down. She lifts me up, get down. All I need's another day where I can't seem to get away from the many things that drag me down. I'm sure you've had a day like me where nothing seems to set you free from burdens you can't carry all alone. Your weakness, she is stronger. Your darkness, she shines through. When you're crying, she's your comfort. When you're all alone, she's carrying you. Here we go, get down. She lifts me up, get down. She lifts me up, get down. She lifts me up, get down. Get down. She lifts me up, get down. She lifts me up, get down. She lifts me up. Every time down, she comes to pick me up. This valley is so deep, I can barely see the sun. I cry out for mercy, Lord, lift me up again. Get down, lift me up, get down. She lifts me up, get down. She lifts me up, get down. Get down, she lifts me up, get down. Lifts me up, get down. Lifts me up. When I'm down, she comes and picks me up.
So, folks, we're so lucky to have Youth Forum here in London Conference and to be able to share with this as a faith family. I'm really lucky to be able to work with Marilyn and Betsy in terms of all through the year being an adult advisor with this awesome crew of people that are here with us today. All throughout the year, we meet with some of these folks called planners who help organize all of the different events. Can planners put up their hands who have planned and done much? Very good, guys. So lucky to be working with these folks. And all kinds of great events happen all through the year with this team. And then when we meet, usually at the beginning of April, we have all kinds of great workshops and worship together. There's also an awesome team of adults who are usually there who give of their time over the course of a number of days, offering leadership and support and mentoring. And we're wondering, I think that there are dozens of people who are there each time. Are some of those folks in the court? Could you stand up just so that folks here at the AGM can see some of the folks who are here? Thank you very much. One other thing, too, that sometimes we don't always think about, but that really came home for me at this last Youth Forum, was what we receive from so many of these awesome leaders who are young people in our midst. I remember there was one day when I was having a conversation, and I'd asked actually Matt if I could share this with folks, and he said that that would be fine. We were talking about making decisions and moving through life, and when things can feel kind of tough and you feel as if sometimes we can feel as if we're not enough in the midst of the decisions that we make. But Matt shared with me that he'd had an experience at one point where he was feeling a bit low, and then he had a sense of God sending him the message, really saying, you are enough, and that God speaks that reality of compassion into our lives. And I think that that's really real, whether we are in our teens or whether we're in our 30s or in our 70s or older, that sense that God's compassion is there for us and that we can hear that from a younger generation. And so I appreciate that so much from Matt, but I think that probably you folks have been able to hear that from the testimonies that have been in this video, but also in our young people who have been getting up in court. And so we are deeply grateful for that blessing in our lives, that presence of compassion that's made known between our young people, from our adult leadership to our young people, but also our young leaders to us. And so we're living in blessed space as a team here in Youth Forum. I'm going to hand it over to Marilyn.
We've had the opportunity to say thank you, but we want to say thank you to you as well. You prayerfully and financially keep Youth Forum as a vital ministry of London Conference, and many, many young people are enhanced and enriched by that. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We also have a person who works endlessly and tirelessly with the love and compassion and the care, and has a great time making sure that Youth Forum is a place for these young people to come to. So thank you, Betsy, for all of your love. You heard a song in the background of the video, and it's called Home. We've sang it before. We sang it last year. You may have sang it in your car as you heard it on the radio. But it is a song that we sing often at Youth Forum. Youth Forum, as you have heard throughout the years, is a home for 4 days where so many young people can come to explore their faith with one another, to learn more about who they are and whose they are, to claim their strengths and ability, to discern where God is calling them to be and to do, and to gain the confidence to go and do that. So we thank Youth Forum, and our young people thank Youth Forum, because it is a home for 4 days away from home. So as we sing this together, I am going to invite you, as you sing the lyrics, to think about where your homes are away from home. And as you continue to sing, give great thanks to God for those homes and for those people that make up those homes. Let's sing.
Stringing us
Friends, one of our priorities has a conference that our executive named when you asked them to do that, was a ministry with children, youth, and young adults. And while that may be a blessing for which we've been thanked, I know you would also want to thank them because we are so richly blessed by their presence. Just before we move into our closing for the evening,
can I have a point of order,
I do want to
Sharon?
remind everyone that we are starting at 8:30 tomorrow. That's the agenda you adopted.
Can I have a point of order?
I'll leave.
Yeah.
Microphone one.
Bev Slater, I just want to tell these young people that tonight they honored somebody who'd been in Japan for 45 years. But when he went when he was only a couple of years older than some of them and with a guitar.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce one of my very good friends, Bronwyn, to come and share with us some words of wisdom.
Jesus had been in ministry a long time. Maybe not 90 years like us, but a long time. Jesus, for approximately 3 years, had carried his ministry forward. He turned water into wine. He'd fed 5,000 on a hillside. He'd walked on water. He'd healed the sick. He told parables and challenged authority. He'd called disciples to follow him. He'd traveled with those disciples. He'd argued with those disciples, perhaps even over points of order. He slept and taught and eaten with those disciples. We've been in ministry a long time in the United Church. I think it's amazing we united in the first place. When you think of denominations giving up their buildings, their ministers, their creeds and doctrines, even their governance structures, and they didn't even have email to communicate all of this, it's incredible. The United Church has been through World War II, the evolution of women in ministry, the evolution of lay people in ministry, the evolution of diaconal ministry in our history. We've gone from the shock of 1988 to congregations, presbyteries, and conferences considering affirming ministries. The UCW has been hard at work for 50 years or perhaps more. And not that we got it all right, but we have been in ministry a long time. After Jesus had been in ministry a long time, he took Peter, one of his disciples, and 2 other disciples, and they went up a mountain. And Peter was super excited because he was chosen. He had been singled out in all of those disciples. Peter was always desperate to get it right. Talk about a perfectionist. He must have been an eldest child. He was so desperate to be at the right hand of Jesus when the kingdom came that he jumped out of a boat. He was horrified to learn that the first might be last and the last might be first. He was so enthusiastic that even Jesus had to ask him to stand behind him. Peter was very excited. And an amazing thing happened on that mountaintop. Jesus was completely transfigured. He was all light. And in that moment, he began to speak to 2 of his elders, Moses and Elijah. This is a moment to remember. I always wonder what they talk about. The disciples say they saw this conversation happening, just as Susan told us that conversations happen at the crossroads. This is a crossroads moment. And so what was Moses saying to Jesus? 5 years ago at Hamilton Conference, Otis Moss III spoke about then and now. Then there were 10, now there are 2. Does anybody know what I'm referring to? When Moses had his own mountaintop experience, where he went up a mountain for 40 days and came back down carrying the 10 commandments. Moses worked hard with God on those commandments, we can imagine, and when he returned to the bottom, the people that had been following him were already worshiping another god, and he was so angry that he threw them down and he broke them. And he had to go write them out all over again with a chisel, I imagine. Moses was a marathon runner. 40 years in the desert must prove that. Keep walking. I swear there's a promised land. Keep walking. Elijah was also a marathon runner, coming out of the priestly tradition, a tradition of laying on hands, of mentoring, of passing on mantles very intentionally to the next leader. I imagine him saying to Jesus, "You know, when I did this, there was no being baptized in a river by your cousin." What school did you go to? How were you trained? Who was your mentor? As Larry pointed out today, we must respect our elders and those that came before, and I imagine that even if Moses and Elijah had some questions for Jesus, that Jesus showed them respect and held their intentions, if not their exact traditions. Peter, witnessing this moment, realized this was the moment. This is it. How can it not be? Jesus is all light. It's obvious what we're supposed to do next. The GPS is clear, as Colin said. We all like to enter our addresses into our GPS, and it's so clear. This is where we are to build tents. Peter has a plan, too, right away. We're going to build 3 tents for Moses and 1 for Elijah. And surely, because followers are all marathon runners, people will pilgrimage to this spot. And this will be the spot that's remembered. It is so tempting to stay where we've witnessed something incredible happening. And I know that each and every one of you has witnessed something incredible happening in this church of ours because you're all here, giving up, well, this weekend, but also much more of your time, energy, love, and devotion. It's so tempting to stay where we've witnessed something incredible. But just as Peter gets more and more excited about this idea, and he's starting to think about how he's going to build down the foundations so it will never be moved, the sky changes and God's voice comes through. This is my son, my beloved. Listen to him. Listen. The disciples are terrified and cower down, probably covering their heads. The voice of God. Listen. And what does Jesus say? Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. And then Jesus does something incredible again. He doesn't stay all alight on the mountaintop, but rather goes with those disciples into Jerusalem. Just think if the disciples had stayed on the mountaintop building those tents or towers and foundations, what they would have missed. They would have missed Jesus being welcomed in Jerusalem with palms. They would have missed Jesus flipping over tables in the temple. They would have missed a final meal in an upper room, Jesus' doubt in a garden. They would have missed the cross. As Jim mentioned today, they would have missed the empty tomb, and finally, the resurrection. If they had stayed on that mountaintop, they wouldn't have scattered to be regrouped. They wouldn't have doubted and found faith. We are at a crossroads, and we don't know what lies ahead. But as Carol said earlier, we are not alone. We live in God's Word. Thank you for your discipleship, your faith, your doubt, your hope, your social justice work, your ministry, your questions. Thank you to all of the marathon runners and the sprinters. Be careful to watch your punctuation. Because only if we come off the mountain and back down into the valley with the Holy Spirit behind, ahead, and within us do we get to the Easter story. Amen.
Remaining seated, finding your square that you are entrusted with, knowing that that fabric pen is on your table that you're all going to share and not take home. Listening to the rhythm of our theological reflection, listening to where God is still speaking, remaining seated for the first two verses. Join our hearts together as we sing. Write down one word on that square. As the band continues to play, write down one word on that square that describes your prayer at this moment. Same square. All of your squares should have two words on it now. to share with one another, to share your prayer of this incredible day, so rich that we spent together. To go from this place for a quiet rest, for further conversation, to be reminded of a love that will not let us go, that walks with us, brings us peace. So, friends, as the words of prayer is added, slowly being gathered to be put onto our quilt tomorrow, I invite you, as you are able, to stand for the final verse of our hymn.
knowing who you are and to whom you belong. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the communion of the Holy Spirit be with you this night and forevermore. Amen.
There we are.
Thank you.